gonna change your range.
Welcome everyone to another day here in the Southeast Asia Upper Division. We are getting close to the end of week 4, but we got 2 BO3s before we can make that happen. And I've got 2 panelists that are going to help me make that happen. I've got Black and I've got Lizard. Black's full of energy today.
Always am.
Always am. I don't know about that. I feel like you have peaks and valleys.
Sure, but even during my valleys, I'm more energetic than you lot.
Combined.
Yeah.
Lizard, do you buy that for a second?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, okay.
Especially for today, though, you should be hitting the peak, right? As we see our games, Execration versus T1, first BO3 of the day. You know I'm peaking for that, because this is the kind of series that may see if Execration, are they going to make it to the major? Are we going to have 3 different major representatives between Season 1 and Season 2? It's a possibility, as our first series is going to be Execration versus T1. Second series, Fnatic versus Lilgun.
Lilgun's first victory, wow.
It could happen. It could happen. And you might be saying, first victory, what are you talking about? Well, we can take a look at the standings. We can see how all these teams are shaping up in Season 2 right now. TNC Predator is still top in the charts. Execration, this is might separate them, the men from the boys, if they get 4 and 2. And yeah, Lilgun. Poor Lilgun, 0 and 3.
Poor Lilgun.
Not after today.
Not being able to take a single series so far.
Not even a single game, I think. Or no, they took one game.
They took one game. It's
they're real gamers.
They cheese it out, which is why Fnatic are probably going to be wise to it. But hey, Fnatic also haven't been looking too good, so anything's possible against the Mongolian squad.
We were talking about them not looking that great, but they do have 2 wins now, 1 loss, so they picked it up a little bit. The biggest surprise for me of this Season 2 is T1's form and Execration. Like T1 not performing nearly as well as we would like them to or as we expect them to. In Season 1 they ignited the fires. We loved the way they were playing. We were just burning to watch every single series of T1, and in Season 2 it's just very cold and you know, it's not as interesting. Meanwhile, Execration in Season 1 on the brink of relegation, pretty much. They were dancing on the razor's edge. They were almost gone, but here, second in the group, looking amazing.
So if there was ever a team to defy expectations, I guess it's this one in this season. I don't really know what I can attribute their improvement to. Do you have any memorable moments from them in Season 1, Black? Or was it, for the most part, all just kind of average performances, and now it's slightly above average? If that's what's happening.
I mean, they beat TNC. That was the high in Season 1. After that, it went steadily downhill until the very end, where they won 1 more series, which then meant that they could stay in the upper division. Then they switched out a player, or even 2 players, and they look a lot more stable now. Because Nico also said he's like making a lot of shot calling and stuff. So maybe that player change and possibly captain change is what they needed.
And Paul's being with them right now, right? Like he jumped ship from a team that got relegated.
Yep.
He was having none of that lower division.
I'm staying in upper division.
He's staying no matter what. He was just sending his applications to all the teams.
You can't fire me, I quit.
But definitely, they are looking much better and much stronger in Season 1. Like Black mentioned, they had some good games, like versus TNC the first week. I believe they won with 2-0 with the Medusa picks. But in Season 2 right now, it doesn't feel like they're only winning with that one set strategy and that's it. Because before, if you figure them out and you understand that you need to ban out Medusa plus Bat or something like that, they're just gone. They can't play the same game, not on the same level at least. However, here it looks like they have diversified their portfolio. They have different.
They have
different strategies.
Although Fnatic seems to have consolidated somewhat. They were like, actually, you know what? Let's have 2 mid laners on our team. That seems like a good idea. And I would have been highly critical previously in an earlier series, but T1. My bad.
T1.
Yeah.
We're still talking about the first series.
Yeah. T1, on the other hand, jury's still out. I don't really know. We've talked to them before. They were like, we haven't really found our chemistry quite yet. And I don't really think it's their new roster either. I think 23 Savage is doing his job just as well as ever before. It's more the rest of the team maybe trying to play around him. Is he really that much different than it was Drew in Season 1, right?
No, it's Jackie.
Jackie, right. Yeah. And so playstyle-wise, is it that dramatic or no? Between 23 Savage and Jackie in terms of carry, I don't know, role,
take this?
hero pool.
I mean, I think that's pretty similar, but we don't know how the players themselves are, like how they fit into the team, how much they talk, or what they say at all. You know, maybe Jackie was more of a leader, 23 is not. Like we don't know that. It's like all behind the scenes stuff, but the results right now, unfortunately, speak for themselves. They look pretty disoriented and, not very cohesive. They're not on the same page.
If you look at it just from the psychological aspect, the dynamic in the team had to change because you went from playing with a player that you didn't really want to play with to a player that you really wanted to play with because you switched them out just before the major, right?
Yeah.
And you can see that represented in some fights, in some games in which like 23 gets caught, you know that he's gone there. Like if you're objectively looking at that game, there's no reason to try and help him. 4 TPs to try and help him. By the time they get there, he's already gone, and then they just scatter around the map, and there is no plan after that. When you do a mistake like that, strategically, it's very difficult to recover in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I wonder if Execration, a roster that has been together decidedly longer, I guess Palace is a recent introduction, they have assimilated him a little bit better, as we can see. The number comparison between Palace and 23 Savage. Again, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these numbers are based off of recent results, and so Execration have more wins than T1, and so also I guess 23 Savage does not like playing heroes with stuns. No Wraith Kings.
Has 666 hero damage. It's the
He plays a lot of Doom? Is that what the situation is?
Or they might pick Doom this time around. Maybe that's the case. 0.33 on lockdown. Below poor. Almost worst.
23 Savage was one of the Southeast Asia carries that we got to interview. He was the first one that we interviewed about what carry do you think is the most broken in 7.29C. And he has started the Medusa trend, which every other player has agreed with since.
Well, technically, I started that.
You did start it.
And then
did we even like lead him? Were we like, is Medusa the most broken, or did we just say who is the most broken?
No, we just asked him. You have to just ask anybody. You can't influence.
Of course, agreed. Yeah.
Look, if pubs in 7K average started picking Medusa the first day after the buffs, it's like
something's wrong here.
Something's not right. I saw the Aghanims build really early on. I was like, okay, this is strong, but I didn't really feel how strong it was until we saw it just winning every single game almost. This time, however, in this series, Medusa is not going through, right?
No, of course not.
They're going to ban it, right?
I mean, if Execration won with it in Season 1, then you'd think teams would be wise to it. But in China, we're seeing some arrogance, perhaps, that like, we don't need to ban this. Much as how we would see teams counter out Beastmaster. They would be like, we can take care of Beastmaster. Just a Rubik mid, right? That should be the solution.
You mean Axemaster?
Axemaster? Not anymore, though. Thankfully,
now he's a Beastmaster again.
Is he even relevant again?
Is he even a Beastmaster anymore?
Is he a master?
He's
a beast amateur.
Yeah. He's just a beast.
He's just a beast. Oh.
It's pretty good to be just a beast as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain.
Or if you don't specify, you just say BM.
BM.
It could be Broodmother, could be Beastmaster.
I think my mind defaults to Beastmaster.
I think almost everybody does.
Yeah. You don't say BM for Brood.
I
say Brood.
I'm just trolling some people every time. Like, pick BM, and I'm having over Brood. no.
Not
Beast.
Yeah, but this, like in this patch, if someone tells you pick BM and you're drafting offlane, you'd much rather have Brood actually.
Yeah,
than
in the current offlane, I would
Beast,
agree.
yeah.
In 7.29C, for
Brood
sure.
is just winning pops easily on offlane and winning
And
pro
mid
games
lane.
as well. Yeah.
Or any lane.
Yeah. I've been consulting some statistics. I know 33, I think, is one of the few broodmothers that is still building Solar Crest. I was consulting Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I think Miracle, M-E-R, is trying to make Orchid into Dagon a thing on her.
Yeah, like
And
Karkra.
that was historically the thing on Brood. Like you can build different builds and make it work.
Yeah.
Orchid, there was a time when players were building Dagon 5 with E-Blade or Orchid Dagon 5 E-Blade just for that new potential.
And another one that I saw recently that isn't quite in the offlane pool, but I hope makes it to the offlane pool is Lycan, although it's pretty much carries that are exclusively playing it, and everyone's getting Echo Saber on Lycan. What's up with that, Black?
It's just because your whole purpose is now to right-click people. You don't really, like your summons don't really do anything anymore, so you just want to be able to stay on top of enemies. That double hit with your crit chance. You can actually burst people down with that. Like what they go like Armlet into Echo Saber.
It's Echo Saber first, and then I would see Armlet. I think Matu went Deso.
Yeah, you just go like all in physical damage. You're just trying to burst down people because that's the only thing you can do now.
I feel like they're just trying real hard to make it work. Yeah. But there are heroes that you don't have to try that hard to make them work. You know, it's just.
But you want to be on the ground floor. People were hating on OD for the longest time until someone was like, I have this Meteor Hammer build. And then a lot of people, that Meteor Hammer's a meme. And then they saw it, and then they lost to it, and they're like, okay, I'm going to try it
Okay,
now.
no one actually was hating on OD after he got buffed
3 times in a row.
Times in a row or something. Movement speed of OD and that Prophet suddenly became race cars without boots pretty much. So no one hated on them that much. And you couldn't trade with them as well.
But you needed to find the build.
I actually disagree. Even like Black, I remember, was building different stuff on OD. I was building different stuff on OD.
It wasn't the Meteor Hammer?
And it still worked.
No, I went pure right click, man.
Yeah,
700 pure damage.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. You get that Axe, you just put three heroes under, you just get so much mana. Your ulti deals so much damage. But this is a hero that's very popular in SCA that we didn't talk about. It's the TNC Protector. Also in Chinese region has been popping up on position 5.
Hey, they do go with the Doom. What a coincidence.
The 666 damage.
It's going to happen. Carry Doom. Wow, this is a fast draft. Okay. Timbersaw, Puck banned out. T1 ban out Centaur and Abaddon. Execration first pick TNC Protector. T1 pick up Doom Enchantress. Execration pick up Leshrac.
Whitemon isn't eating anything. It's actually 23 Savage who stole his snacks. Yeah.
What's he munching on today? Oh, is some cereal maybe? He's spooning something.
Yeah, the typical 3 p.m. cereal.
It's the gamer breakfast.
Guys, I'm eating breakfast. Slow down the draft.
Yeah, he doesn't know his hero yet. I don't think he's going to be playing that Doom. Leshrac, probably a pretty good response to Enchantress. Plenty of magic damage.
Yeah, very interesting. So they picked the Leshrac as their last pick in the first stage, and because of that, they didn't have to ban out Nyx early on. So they cover all bases right now with banning out that Nyx Assassin. You don't want to play. Treant doesn't truly care that much, but Lesh, his life is hell against that bug. Meanwhile, T1 with the Morphling ban, they could opt to go for some melee cores that deal with Doom in the lane to ban out next. Like the Ursas, the Lifestealers, but we've seen the Lifestealer lose yesterday versus Doom as well.
We did.
In the DPC CN.
You think this Doom's going to go Midas, Black?
Probably. I don't know why. I mean, I guess sometimes it works.
It worked in that last game in China.
Yeah, like he did really well for himself. He was top of the network the entire game. Did his job.
It can work, right? Like this Midas on Doom, we were harping and talking badly about it, but through the history and through the ages of this game, Doom pickers would buy Midas if the game is good enough.
Yeah.
Like
They buy it even if it's not good.
even if it's not good enough, because then it's a catch-up Midas. Yeah.
The old recovery Midas.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at T1 every time 23 starts crunching into the mic. They're all like, ugh.
No, you don't have open mic on, kids. Use push to talk.
Yeah.
Open mic is in Southeast Asia. I think that most use push to talk because they all play in like LAN cafes, and so like if you had open mic at a LAN cafe, it's just constantly open, right?
Yes.
It has like voice
That's what you would
voice
hear.
detection or something like that.
Even then, though,
Even
people,
then it's
people get
difficult.
loud in those LAN cafes.
Loud.
I don't know. Actually, I grew up in the same situation.
Really?
Yeah, in the Slav lands like Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia. It was all about the LAN cafes like 10, 15 years ago. That's literally where I played. I couldn't play at home. I didn't have a good internet connection. So you wouldn't usually have push to talk. You wouldn't want
Really?
that, yeah.
Ugh. You disgust me.
Because you can kind of hear them screaming in that room that's next to you. You can also hear them in the headphones a little bit, and then you kind of mix it all up and
It's
figure
all
it
the
out.
same.
Yeah, it's all
Everyone's
the
playing in the
same.
same environment.
There's also music in your headset as well.
Some
you
drum
know.
and bass.
Just any music that they had on the PC at the time. You know, you couldn't actually go on internet and stream it back then.
It's kind of sad that I don't know how prevalent it is in America, but in Europe we never had.
No,
Any
it
sort of
wasn't popular in
internet
America either.
No, it was pretty much in these
Feels
poorer countries.
Right.
You know, poorer countries because we
Didn't have
Cool.
like fast home internet or home computers.
home computer mostly, but also the internet. Yeah.
I still remember the first time I got internet. My dad was like, "You got like 30 minutes," because he had like limited
Bandwidth.
bandwidth. Yeah, exactly. He had like 30 minutes every day, sir. I'm like, "God damn it! It's not even enough for one Warcraft game."
Oh man, I
Oh
had-
wait, so when you got internet, like PC gaming was already a big deal? Because my parents got internet like at the advent of internet, where it's like there would be a browser and then you would just go to like a website and then that was it. Like gaming wasn't really a thing.
Yeah, that's what
on-
happened too. I mean, I played mostly offline at the time, and then internet was like super new for me. And then like, he was like, "Hey, look,
Check
we
this
can
out.
go online now." And then,
30 minutes though.
But
That's
30
it.
minutes,
Also-
yeah. Get out.
but then like 1 year later, or whatever, it was like unlimited
Oh
bandwidth.
my
I was
God.
like, "Whoa!" And then of course my parents got super mad because I wouldn't leave.
You probably got it a bit later than me because my first interactions with internet were 56K.
Yeah,
The
same
really
here.
slow one.
You could, you
But
could
the
do
problem
internet gaming on 56K.
you could, but the problem with 56K was it takes your phone line.
Yes.
And my dad needed a phone line for work. So what I would do is I would steal the phone and bring it into my room when I'm when I'm gaming.
Oh man.
But the problem was that probably influenced my family really badly because he couldn't receive calls for work.
Why is no one giving me money?
Then again, here I am now.
It all worked out.
It all worked out.
Your dad, on the other hand,
My
in the
dad
gutter right now.
not pleased. He was like, "What happened? Like I was getting like all these jobs."
Oh my God.
That's why I need house rules, you know. My dad was very strict that when he's at home, I'm not allowed to play.
Makes
Because
sense.
for the same reason, you don't want to block the phone line.
Yeah.
He was always very unhappy about that.
Do you want to block the IO potential? No, probably not. Execration, don't play it with Gyro. But then my question is Gyro even a good hero if you don't have an... Oh, JK, I lied.
Probably you need the IO.
Why are you lying all
No,
the
I'm
time?
not lying.
To buff that gyro up.
They've never picked either of these heroes in this upper division DPC.
You're just brutal, dude. Lying. That's all you do.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore, Tsunami.
I promise. I swear I have the numbers here.
You promised before as well. But
I don't remember promising
You,
earlier.
you promised a lot of things.
Have I?
Yeah.
Such as?
That they don't play IO.
okay, IO with gyro with an IO can still deal with the Razor a little bit, and I'm happy that they did pick the IO because gyro alone here would have some problems.
So why don't you just pick IO first then?
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
could also do that.
Because then your win condition doesn't get countered.
Yeah, that's a very fair and just assessment of the situation.
Now you have to play this gyrocopter into a Razor, which feels real
Yeah.
bad. They do have good heroes against Razor though. They've got a lot of magic AoE damage, which Razor hates playing against. But once he gets a BKB, he doesn't care.
I just ban out all the heroes from 23 Savage right now. The Medusa banned out, the Drow Ranger. What else can they go for? The PL is not really an option because of the Lash.
Anti-mage.
He played Alchemist. on occasion. I don't really know if that hero is very relevant. That may have been like a first week, second week kind of thing.
I actually love this opening Treant and Lash. I think it does wonders when it comes to countering the enemy position ones.
Yeah.
Like those built-in BKB carriers don't like to play against Lash.
That's why I just pick AIM. Doesn't build BKB, but builds Samantha.
It's possible, I guess.
And,
Sure.
and they also have no stuns that can really hit him.
That's what you're maybe getting from the offlaner, right? Is Legion still in the pool? Maybe Legion is something that T1 might consider banning out.
Yeah. Could also be a carry Razor and they pick like a mid.
I feel like
Quap,
that would
okay.
be a...
Oh, they ban out Quap, so
Yeah,
they're
but
expecting...
it's Razor middle then.
Huh. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I feel like Razor for 23 would be a waste of his potential.
No, that's fine, but they're then considering that Lash and Treant are offlane. Because, I mean, together, right?
Oh,
because,
you're right.
Because they banned out the mid laner from Execration. I mean, it's still doable that,
seems
that Gyro is
crazy.
a 5 and Dio is position 1. That's also possible.
And that's why they picked the Gyro first, is to
Ah.
5-head it.
5-head, man.
But then the problem is that they also banned out a good IO pairing of Bristleback. T1 is like, yeah, even if it's not the Gyro that you're pairing with, we're going to get rid of him.
Dude, look at Gyrocopter, because in the middle his model is so big, he's cutting up Io and Lash with the propeller.
It's like a big fan, you know. It's hot in there, so he's actually cooling them.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I don't know if the fan works backwards.
If it's like an intake or exhaust kind of thing.
Get her pulled into the fan.
He's gonna move from one side to the other. They turned on the automatic.
The oscillating.
Yeah, the oscillating thing. It's just gonna rotate.
All right, if Execration are looking for an offlaner, looking for a Nico hero, Centaur's banned out, Timberstaw's banned out. They still have Mars,
There's Tide, Mars, Legion.
Axe.
I like the Legion the most, but if they roll this Treant on 4, some Darkseer even with him,
I think it's
No,
going to be
yeah.
a 5-3 but played in the
versus
offlane.
Enchantress could be bad actually.
Yeah, I think that's fine. 5 Treant in the offlane. So, yeah, I think Darkseer would be pretty good.
But when you play
It's
I,
super free against anti-mage.
they go with Slardar.
Oh, no anti-mage anymore.
They really cover their bases when it comes to picking heroes that don't allow you to go for your most reliable position ones on the side of T1.
Wait, so then...
Some ranged
So
usually.
it's Io Slada then, probably.
Probably, yeah.
In
And
the
Gyro
lane.
Treant.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, right? Like, Io Slardar is really strong, though. I would love to see that.
I
Drow-
don't think it's ever a combo you want to give up, though. Io Slada is just
We've seen some
true.
teams, right? We've seen some
broken.
teams still mess it up, but Io Gyro is nowhere nearly as strong as Io Slardar.
Phantom Lancer.
Against Leshrac, though?
That's the point.
Gyrocopter, I mean, Lash can't really deal with PL anymore, though, I feel like, in the mid-game with this new item build.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it a
Terrain.
couple of times where Lash is just like, oh, I'm out of mana.
It's true.
So you actually think that you can pick PL here? Because my point was you opened up with Lash this early on to negate that PL opportunity from them.
Terrorblade. Okay.
Well,
It's
he
a
has
hero with high armor.
Yeah, so Corrosive Haze is not going to be too big of a deal, or the bashes in lane.
They can be a big of a deal if Nico and BDZ go together and you have that overcharge, you're bashing constantly.
Well,
The lane is not easy for TV. But the mid-game is very strong for him. Like a Slaughter or Lash running into a Terrorblade with meta on is nobody you want.
yeah. I don't know. I like Execration's draft quite a bit. I think
It's
I'm
an
with you,
offlane
Wizard.
Razor, by the way, mid-Doom.
Okay, now I
Mid
definitely
Doom.
like Execration's draft much better. Mid Doom. You might as well just do mid Sand King if you want to win the lane but lose the game. Come on now.
Yeah, Mid Doom was played. It's not something new. It was
Yeah,
played for a big,
but, I mean, it
big
was-
long patch.
It was popular, especially Eastern Europe was big on Mid Doom. I know Iceberg was playing that constantly.
Yep.
Lacoste and Beacop. What do you think about this Mid Doom situation? You rubbing your hands together.
Yeah, we're like
right?
raccoons. They're very kind of fearsome animals, but yeah, I think that this can work. I like DB and the Razor combination. Doom on a mid lane, I feel there's much more to it than on the offlane Doom, even though we've seen offlane Dooms staying at the top of the network by a huge margin compared to some other heroes.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's gonna win the lane, kill heroes, but he's gonna get the farm, and that's what matters.
Okay, so does that mean that, you're
means,
going
yeah.
with T1?
I'm gonna go with T1.
Okay. B-Cup, what are you doing? No.
Oh, gosh.
No peeking, man.
I'm peeking. I'm cheating. All right. What are you guys going to do first? I'll ask you guys.
I'm going Execration. I'm with
Okay.
Lizard. I thought the opening was strong.
Yeah, I'll be the contrarian as well. I'll go with Execration.
Contrarian.
Do I trust you guys or them?
They might be even stronger than T1.
Well, what's your call, Black?
So what's
Are
your
they
call?
stronger?
I'm gonna go with T1.
Okay. split the tie, B-Cup.
I hate when I have to do this.
Well, you had the choice to go second, you know.
I know, but I didn't know my answer at that point. All right, I have a 1 or 2 behind my back. What am I holding?
2.
All right, I'm going T1.
All right. Fair
That
enough.
didn't make any sense, but
So let's
it
go
works
to
out.
T1 with 2.
Game 1 with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Cool. Nice. Game 1, Execration, T1, excitement. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
They're ready to go.
I'm a bit worried. One thing I don't like about T1's draft is something that I always say. Whenever there's a Doom, you need to have a good catch. Who's the catch here? Tusk? That's pretty much the only stun that they got.
Yeah.
The only disable. So it could be a bit problematic, but one thing they have is range. Their heroes are very good at outranging the opponents. DB, with meta, Razor, Impetus. So, yeah, this Tusk, Zephyr, he will need to be able to do quite a lot. Most important thing is do not die first, because your team will not be able to
Battle begins.
lock them down. They have 1 slow from the Enchantress. They have slow from Reflection. And that's pretty much it.
Maybe you enchant the Centaur and you get War Stomp on the Doom. So you got 2 more stuns right there if you can line them up.
Okay, I like the way you think. Usually I don't, but this time around, I do.
This is like the first time.
And I'm not just talking about Dota. I'm talking about the life, how to
Oh my
approach
God,
certain
wait, so
things.
but those percentages just got way smaller.
Yeah. Now, you're a good guy, B-Cup.
Man, well, percentage-wise, I don't know if that checks out. So, looking at this mid matchup, we don't really see Doom mid that much.
Yeah, it's not a good matchup for Doom. Like, there is not a universe in which this Doom gets a kill on Lashrak unless Lashrak disconnects and just runs into the tower.
By himself.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even with looking at the supports of T1, I'm wondering, yeah, you can get the enchant slow, maybe both support. I think both supports have to be there for T1 to get a kill mid. Unless
Well, if
somehow
Lashrak
there's
keeps
a big
playing like
misplay.
this, yeah, there's always a possibility that something can go wrong. Bottom lane is what I'm interested in. Terrorblade, first meta, 4 CS, Enchantress, very strong laner, starts with the Blightstone, has a Fairy Fire. But talking about the strong lanes, look at this. Io paired up with the Slaughter. This has been used for quite some time. I think it was Team Liquid that kind of pioneered it. Where you get the attack speed, perma bashes. It's gonna hurt whenever you're in melee mode, so they need to control the lane, most likely have it under the tower, and keep pulling the small camp. Small camp is unblocked.
This is a annoying combination to deal with. Carl just moving forward. I don't know if that's the proper call. Now he's unsure what he wants to do. Can he pick up the water rune in time and stay alive? Oh, lightning storm. Okay, he's fine.
He's okay, but definitely needs to bring out more region. This bottle will not sustain. Has speed aura.
Okay, so an extra 12%. Not going to beat the Lashrak over to that water rune, and 1 more shot in the aura would get first blood, but he walks out of range.
Even Cabal has higher percentage than you. You're like 10%, his 12. It's the best looking creep in Dota. That Cabal with the golden chain around the neck, it's the most badass creep we have.
He does look quite nice. They're going to go for Whitemon. They've got the bash. They have the right clicks, and that's the power of that lane down there. When you've got that overcharging, you're just giving a casual 50 attack speed.
You get isolated in this lane, you're pretty much dead. I like the build on Slaughter, starts with Boots of Speed, understands that he needs to run people down. And with the overcharge, once they hit level 3, more attack speed, more bashes. He might even get a point in sprint at level 3. Just was saving a point.
Could keep, get one casual point in sprint. You keep up with these heroes. You move a little bit quicker, stay on them. You've got the extra attack speed. Those kills could start coming here for Nico. Who, I would say, I don't know, Nico's kind of been the standout for me on this Execration squad.
Execration definitely looks more stable compared to Season 1, where in a lot of their games, when they're either winning or losing, they know what they're doing. In Season 1, it was much more chaotic.
Right. Bringing back Palos because he used to play for Execration.
Stun missed on a mid lane. Like, if that stun connects, there's
probably a kill.
it's a high chance that he just dies. So Carl will pick another water rune. Level 5 already. Scorched Earth. Maxed out.
Come on, sprites.
So they're in Crush. Whitemon in trouble again. Look at the bashes come in with the overcharge. They'll bring
Good
over
body
23. And start to back up. Ooh, they've got the Centaur that gets the stun. There's another bash onto 23 with a Slithering Crush, so nothing more to come from that.
Seems like this is going to be the issue. Because they have no stuns. Like, it's something that we see in the laning stage, but it's also something that we're going to see a bit later on. Stomp. And you can't take the Slaughter, but at least Whitemon's doing a good job trying to zone them out while 23 Savage continues to farm on this TB. 28 CS, 10 denies. This lane actually much better than I expected. Like, they got a kill on Whitemon, but doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
All that matters in this lane is that TB gets the farm. And he's getting the levels. He's level 4.5, 5 minutes in. Even if he feels threatened, he can always go to jungle.
Which, with the outlook right now, is something that he doesn't need to do.
No,
and that's a great
not at
feeling
the
when you're a
moment.
TB. Because we see TB sometimes just
Level 2
immediately-
jungle.
Yeah. Guess I'll just back up into the jungle now. That lane was exciting, says the TB at 1 minute, 45 seconds into the game.
Especially when the 3 heroes gank TB. Well, he's the strongest hero. I'm gonna pop that meta. Gets ganked. So you have to TP back with no meta, melee mode. Not something you want to have. Doom, level 6. Not a single point in Doom yet. I don't think he wants to kill people. I kind of like that. And has a mana burn creep. Just wants to be able to be a bit more annoying in the lane. Going into Hood first item. I don't mind seeing that. You just need like one item before either a BKB or a Blink Dagger. Now that I'm trying to recall the item builds for the mid laners, it was pretty much BKB as a first item, BKB Blink into Shivas.
Ooh, I kind of like that.
Because you get ton of farm. You get Devour maxed out pretty quickly. Leshrac right now going to base. Let's see if he decides to make a move. They don't have the best gankers either. Like, they're going to be relying on Slardar, getting his Blink Dagger up so he can set things up. Just goes back to mid. Yeah.
I thought maybe he'd go bottom, but
nah,
they're not
it's
pushed
really
out
not.
enough.
It's really not worth it.
Yeah. Does land the stun this time onto Carl, who's gotten 3-4-0-0, which I'm not surprised about. I guess that screams to me that Carl's not going to be moving to another
No,
lane
he just
yet.
wants to be able to farm.
Yeah. Get that farm up as much as you can. You're sitting 44 and 6. It's a great feeling right now for this Doom. He's enjoying life. Especially in a matchup that maybe shouldn't have been that easy.
There were a couple of opportunities where Leshrac maybe could have gotten the kill.
Nature's Grasp up top with the homing missile. Nothing doing.
Didn't talk too much about the top lane. Nothing was happening. Both kind of carries an off lane, just farming up. Razor level 5, still saving a point. Zephyr level 4 in this Tusk. Let's see if there are any stacks. No stacks being made for Ancients. For T1, 1 Ancient stack for Execration.
Rocket Barrage, Cuckoo's direction.
What are we seeing here? What is this? Gyrocopter, Phase Boots into Crystallis.
Ooh.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I remember there was a Crystallis meta when the item was kind of OP. Everyone was making it, especially the Ember Spirit, the Void Spirits. But yeah, I'm not sure what this is all about.
I think the few gyros we've seen are like all Ags early.
Either Axe or Maelstrom to increase your farm.
Yeah.
Not sure how Crystallis is going to help. It's just straight up damage, doesn't give you any AoE. Okay. I'm always down to learn something new. Not sure what this is and whether it's going to be, wow, this is great, or I do not want to see this ever again in a professional match.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what the Crystallis exactly is going to give. Like you said, it doesn't give the AoE. But now tag team, Palos in trouble. They've got the shards in front of him. He's just run down here by Kuku. He's got that ult. Static Link only level 2, but that's all that's needed. And then over mid, they've got the Doom used onto Leshrac. And Carl's got a kill. Slither and Crush, maybe a trade, but and finally they'll grab it. BDZ gets credit for that one, and they still want to go for more. They'll look over at Whitemon, who's got the Nature's Attendants trying to heal up preemptively.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So they get a trade mid, but they do, in fact, lose that gyro.
So overall, a better trade for T1. Just keep killing Leshrac. Now Doom is level 9, has his spells maxed out. No point in Infernal Blade. I think if he had the hood there, he definitely lives. Now bought a casual Windlace on top of it just to be more speedy, more annoying. And this is something that like we don't usually see. You talked about how TB was staying in the lane for a very long time. So he's level 8.5, was in the triangle. He's just having a really good time.
Yeah, he's working with this Shockwave. He's farming up real well. Like you said, top of the net worth.
Shockwave?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Purple Sphere, the Shockwave.
Okay.
You know, he keeps clearing creeps with it. Farming well with, a lot of people call it the Hadouken. I like calling it Shockwave. Although I don't know how it shocks. I guess.
I thought you were talking about TB first. I'm like, Terrorblade with Shockwave? What am I missing?
No, Doom with Shockwave.
Yeah, it's Hadouken. It's So, Hood done on Doom, just needs to use the career. Gonna be very tanky. Hood into BKB sounds kind of horrible, so I want to see what his next item is gonna be. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing like maybe a casual plate mail because they have a ton of physical damage. But seems like he just wants to get a BKB on top of it. Not a big fan. It's two items that kind of do the same thing. And would love to see a form of initiation because they can't really start a fight. Maybe he changes his mind. There's still a lot of ways to...
A lot of gold to get.
Yeah, it's just... He's sitting at the 1,000 gold at the moment. But the most important thing, all three cores are extremely farm on their side. So if they just keep farming, I think it's going to be okay. Razor finishing the Falcon Blade, Power Tread, going into Casual Cloak. I don't mind seeing that, and the Casual Windlace.
It's a little bit of a different build from mid Razor, right? I mean, you've got the
Mids
soft
don't
Razor,
go for Falcon Blade, yeah, because most mids, they want to get a bottle. So this is a substitution, a good one for the bottle. Gives you a bit of everything. HP, mana regen, some damage.
Clean up the creeps with that Shockwave. And now he's got Doom available again. I wouldn't even mind someone pick up a Blade Mail here. You Doom the Leshrac while he's got Pulse Nova active and running at him with Blade Mail activated.
Not a fan. Leshrac can still deal damage if he has Pulse Nova running while he's being doomed. Let's see if he pops that Arcane Rune. Nah, they're just gonna let him go. So Crystallis done on Gyrocopter. Let's see some numbers. 32 damage, 30% chance to get a critical, 160%. I just don't see the real value of the item. Yeah, like Gyro's also not a hero that like gets Daedalus early on. Maybe I'm missing something. Mid lane seems like they want to smoke for T1. Grab a kill with this Arcane Rune. So they have another Doom available a bit earlier.
Yeah. I don't know what this Crystallis is exactly going to provide. It's on Jinasha next, so maybe There's benefits in that Arcane Rune, and that's popped with the kill coming in on the BDZ. They were looking maybe for this Gyro. Potentially, they can find Nico, and yeah, they'll use the Doom.
Cuckoo's in.
So Doom only on cooldown for 100 seconds. They've got the overgrowth coming through. Nico hiding in the trees, trying to survive the duration of this Doom, but he's been found by Zephyr. The right clicks of the tag team. They'll get 2, taking out Nico and RR.
Great rotation from T1. Like, they get the multiple kills. Now Leshrac, he wants to go in.
Yules,
good stun.
Good stun with the Centaur. Snowball, follow it up, and that is a dead Leshrac double kill for Carl.
Apparently, you do not need to have stuns if neutral creeps have it. So right now, they are using 2 Centaurs. I believe you mentioned that at the start, Doom, with the Vor Stomp and the Centaur from the Enchantress. Meanwhile, while that fight was happening on the bottom lane, TB takes the tower on the mid lane. It's looking very hot for T1.
Yeah, looking good so far. That, by the way, that's the percentages. I say Blade Mail would be cool. Nah, low percentage. I say the 2 Centaurs.
Yeah,
that's,
you're kind of hit or miss.
No,
It's very hot and cold. Yeah. But the one call with the War Stomps from a Centaur, really good.
Hopefully outshining.
Now
forget the other
Slardar has a Blink Dagger. You can have another prediction, like you can say, try to look like top tier, I'm down.
Okay. I'll try another prediction in a second. Nature's Grasp, the chase with the ult, but good stun there from Yoi. And now they've got the Walrus Punch to take out RR. Call down used. Carl Cuckoo on the run. They've got the stun onto the Shrek. Great shards from Zephyr. He might die himself.
Doom available in 4.
Oh.
They can turn this.
Do they go?
Oh, they cannot. They cannot anymore.
That's really good. TB's not even here. They throw the Doom on an Eco, but they get the kill on the Cuckoo. They've got the Infernal Blade. Slardar
Mech available.
is getting a little bit low. Snowball comes all the way over to BDZ. They bought back on this Tusk, so he's going in to try and make something happen here. They get the kill on Nico. They've taken out this Leshrac. Shard's perfect in front of BDZ. It's being healed up by this Treant. However, it doesn't look like he's going to survive as the Walrus Punch lands, and Carl gets another double kill. He's dominating. This is all without 23.
Yeah, 23 is just having a really good time. Carl, I don't think he dies there, but there's going to be some damage dealt. Gyrocopter automatic. They can turn this. Another stop available.
He dead. Infernal Blade. There's the Snowball. That comes through. Shards again. They look good. You just...
Not sure what the plan was there. Also seeing Gyrocopter not even having a magic wand kind of hurts because this hero fights early on. Like, you don't necessarily need to have magic wand on every single hero, especially the carry. I should rephrase that. Every other pretty much hero that's not a safe laner needs to buy a magic wand because it's just too good of an item. While carry, sometimes magic stick is okay. Sometimes you don't even get it, but as a Gyro, you definitely need to have one. A lot of words just to say the Gyro needs a magic one, pretty much. That's all.
One.
Yeah.
And in conclusion, Gyro did buy wand, but you didn't.
He did not. But he's holding on to that Fairy Fire. They're going to go in again.
Might be in trouble. The Plasma Field hits on it too. They've got the Snowball going over to the Slardar to make sure that he can't blink and get the Southern Crush out. But the first hit bash that comes through onto the Tusk. He's in trouble. Zephyr goes down, but Carl moving in with the Infernal Blade. He's got the War Stomp to follow it up. There's the BKB that he just got. And now it looks like Execration were going to get low and die. However, they get that kill onto the Doom. Right clicks in from 23 over to RR, who gets into the trees and will try to survive this. However, he's not long for this world. Doom, that was the opening BKB charge, and he died relatively quickly.
He did. He needs armor. He has Kaya Sanj queued up. I want to see armor. Casual plate mail will do the trick. And yeah, he just instantly changes. So, you know, sometimes it is like that. He understands, probably has a Dota Plus, checks who's dealing the most damage, understands that he needs to be able to tank up.
I honestly just need statistics on how many times you say, yeah, you know, he should probably change this here, and then literally the second after you say it,
that's why I'm here.
Well, I'm just thinking that you have a live feed into some, you know, all the teams can hear you. They always change their items.
Because it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're playing into Slardar, you're playing into Gyrocopter. with Crystallis. you need some physical resistance.
Not a fan of that Crystallis. if I
That
can hear that in your
Crystallis
voice.
is, what do you call that? The thorn in your eye? Is there a saying like
Thorn
that?
in the side.
Thorn
but
in the side, okay.
Thorn in the side is usually when it's bothering people. I mean, it's bothering you.
Yeah.
But for T1, it feels like maybe a fluffy pillow to the left side of their head, maybe, that they're laying on.
Execration with the smoke. Meta is up in 50 seconds.
They've got
Doom available with another Arcane Rune, and he's going to be much more tanky right now. They need to initiate with Slaughter on Doom, otherwise he's going to be able to get the BKB off.
They'll find Whitemon.
Whitemon will tank that game.
Be a shame if I lost my Enchantress. That actually has a real good amount of farm for a forward position. Both supports are actually pretty close to each other.
Zephyr, he was playing well, but that dieback kind of cost him some farm. Would probably have a Blink Dagger at the moment.
Yeah, he bought back, and that Death Bottom, I understand what he wanted
that's
to do.
his job in this game, because they have no other stuns, like no real stuns. Doom has a Force Stomp still, which is good. But he needs to be able, and they have no save. He needs to, if he's the one initiating with a snowball,
Then
most likely he's gonna die.
That's why I kind of agree with you. Like, I wouldn't have been upset to see the blink on Doom to blink War Stomp. Although he's pretty speedy, runs in there, gets an Infernal Blade down, maybe a Doom there. If you can hold the snowball for Zephyr, it might look a little bit better. I think that last fight from Execration, although they lost 2, went surprisingly well, considering the initiation was on Nico.
23 Savage. So far, 0 deaths. I think he had a great understanding when he needs to join a fight, because he just left them alone. He left his 4 teammates to just play Dota while he's farming, and that's Scotty. That's Mantha, Dragon Scale, what? And Scotty done in 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
So that extra slow on top of the reflection is gonna hurt quite a lot.
I think the team would have liked him to be in these fights, but he left them on
Lashrek's
red.
out of mana. They're taking this fight.
Nico, though, with a good blink Southern Crush onto 2. They'll throw the Doom out. That's onto the Lashrak. They've got the Overgrowth coming in the call down. They get the kill on Nico as well as Yoi. And the chase is on from Carl. That BKB is about to run out, so he might have to go the other way. But he's got the Essence Ring, the War Stomp, and now 23. He's into the fight, but they'll relocate away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Keep chasing. Snowball.
All right. Plasma Field Snowball slowed up enough for them to catch him. And Zephyr gets the kill onto this Treant. Now he's got that gold for the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And all of a sudden they have a 10k lead. This is
Tower is under attack.
much better, and I think
Radiant's
starting
bottom
from what, last series, it's looked a lot better from
Dire's middle
T1,
tower
a
has
lot
fallen.
cleaner.
I think this game is the cleanest game that they've played so far in the second season. It was all about the sloppy executions, someone not doing their job. Pretty much everyone in this game is doing things properly. Cuckoo finding the farm, being very active, involved in 12 out of 16 kills. Like, the first couple of rotations were good. As mentioned, Terrorblade just not joining the team fights at all until 15, 16 minutes in. Whitemon tanking those smoke gangs, dying a couple of times. Doesn't really matter.
Are scanning.
It's for the greater good when you tank a gank like that as an Enchantress. 1, 3, and 12 for Whitemon, so a positive KDA. And when you're doing that, and you got a positive KDA as a support that dies pretty quickly.
Not just
You're
that. I
happy.
like the guy because he has not just positive KDA, but also positive PMA.
It's true. And I always get jealous of what he's eating when the panel is talking about the draft.
It's always something.
Caramels, chocolates,
Breadsticks.
breadsticks.
So Gyrocopter says, I will get that Daedalus as my 3rd item. Aghanim Scepter done, just needs to use the Courier. Still very squishy on this Gyro. Io makes you a bit more tanky, Living Armor potentially. but
Dire's
there's too much stuff right now that T1 can throw onto them.
Right.
Doom decides to finish off the Shiva's guard. I like that quite a lot more than Kaya and Sanj that he had queued up. Reducing the healing coming out from the Treant Protector, from Io, and also providing vision in the team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now you're going to be going up against an Aegis on T1. There's no reaction here from Execration, nor do I think one would benefit them in a positive way.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
And you know 23 is farming really well because Doom's had an open game, and we've seen Doom's out-farm 1 positions by a decent margin. And 23 is 3K ahead. Like, that is a big
This is a
number
Doom
ahead.
without Midas,
Yeah.
which we usually see when he's on top of the network. But this is also a free farm DB that is out pushing the lanes with his illusions, now holding on to the Aegis. Because they don't have enough... I'm not a big fan of Tusk Shard. I think after removing the attack speed slow, it's not that good. But the slow increased. It's 40%. Percentage slow is always going to be great. All that has 5 seconds downtime. And because they don't have enough stuns, like combine Scotty, Sigil, and Reflection,
They found Doom. 5 heroes here to kill Carl.
Structures are fortified.
he finds another Arcane Rune, so he will have that for the next fight.
I think it's 1,400 gold for the slow, but it's also 1,400 gold to probably show off your Vici Sigil. Because
Yeah.
everybody who uses that shard has the Vici Sigil.
Come on, sprites.
Southern Crush coming in, that's onto the TP, but they've got Zephyr with the snowball save. Call down is used. They use the Walrus Punch onto Nico. The damage coming in from
Savage
23 is going to be
dropping low.
enough. They've got the Slithering
But the
Crush. There's a
Sunder.
good Sunder. Nico still tanking up a lot of the right clicks coming out from this TB. They land the stun, but well, they're going to lose the Leshrac. They might, in fact, lose more. Nico on the run, but he gets slowed up. Nature's Grass slowing up Cuckoo, but he stays right on with him. There's the relocate away.
So he's going to pay with his life. 23 Savage was dropping low. Leshrac, at the moment, he can't really stay on TB. It's just too much damage. Has only 1 defensive item. If he uses that Yule Scepter to set things up, BDZ will drop. No surprise there.
Yeah, very dead.
And it
When
also
you
was
relocate
a
it like
risky
that.
play from Execration, because they are not controlling this outpost. You never know how much gold Doom has, so there was always a possibility that he just buys back and they turn the whole fight around.
Dire's bottom tower.
T1's so far ahead at the moment that they don't even need, like, I don't think they would even need to use the buyback. So yeah, you see Leshrac, he uses that Yule Scepter to set things up on the Enchantress. And after that, you run towards the TB, Great Sunder, you have no mana, no defensive tools, you just smelt.
Yeah, he gets close there, but I mean, that's only 1 life that you would have taken from the TB by yourself, kind of committing as everybody else is running away. It's really not the strongest Leshrac game right now. That's for sure.
It's a tough matchup. There's a lot of tough matchups, and there's a TB with 20,000 net worth at 27 minutes. Now with the Satanic done, he can dispel things, which is always going to be great. You have a Manta style
Ooh, moving
for
in.
more dispel.
They've got the Doom out of the Slard. Our Nature's Grasp is down. There's the Overgrowth. But they use that Illusion Rune. He'll get away, and now looking over to kill off Nico. They've got the damage to take the Slard. They'll also finish off RR. They've got Gyro into the air. Cuckoo, he's saved via the Sunder. 23. Very selfless in giving that life over. Southern Crush comes down to 23, but it's not going to save this Leshrac. They'll get the kill on a 3. They'll buy back on 2. They'll
That's
also
a
finish off
dieback on
Nico
him.
again. They've killed him off twice. It's a triple kill here for 23, and they are moving into the base looking for more. The Glyph will come out as Execration will try to hold on, but it is not looking likely that they can hold this base. Palace trying to do what he can. With the damage that he's got, there's the snowball over. The right clicks in with the Walrus Punch, and Palos looking dead to rights, dead on his screen already, and he doesn't have buyback. They'll chase the rest. They've got the Plasma Field. They slowed up BDZ. They're looking for the full team wipe, and he's inside the well, but it's not going to save him. They'll secure it.
They're still not calling it. They feel like they possibly have one more fight. 40 seconds, 50 until everyone is alive. It's just they don't have enough damage. TB uses this Sunder to save his teammate, pops the Satanic, goes back to full HP immediately. So it seems like they're not gonna call it. Even though, you know what I always say, when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. But it seems like it's not.
I'm getting lectured here, guys. Top set of racks. Those are going to go down as well. This is the moment they've been looking for to try and defend. Bring the game back. Aegis expires.
Let's see. The desperation smoke, push out the top lane, push out the mid lane, and go for the play.
All they have to do
is kill
come
Savage
back.
once. That's all they have to do. Not sure how that's doable. They can't lock him down. He has too much stuff. This is also a full butterfly suddenly out of nowhere.
But he bought out. If he does die.
Yeah, no buyback on TB. So they kill him, run down mid.
Take the tier 1, take the tier 2. Through multiple glyphs.
Yeah, tier 3, skip the barracks, go for tier 4s and the throne.
It's go time. They can do it.
For people who are listening to us, we're just being sarcastic. There's always this one, couple of guys that are like, what are these casters saying? There's not enough time to hit the tier 4 towers. So yeah, they can go in and end the game. I don't think it's necessary to wait for Roshan and prolong this at all.
Dados next for TB. Okay.
To be fair, I feel Terrorblade could 1 versus 5, the whole team. If he had a BKB maybe instead of a Dragonlance, I feel like it's doable.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Maybe Slardar would be a bit problematic, you know, with the bashes.
Overcharge
Yeah.
and the right
Other
clicks.
than that, I feel he could kill the whole enemy team.
Late Eternal Shroud there for Doom. 26K. How many items could you purchase with 26,000 gold?
All depends how many branches can you...
No. I mean, like, what would you fill your inventory with if you had 26,000 gold?
AC, Bloodthorn, Rapier, Satanic. Depends what hero you're playing. But these are the items. Let's see that one big fight.
Yeah, they're moving in. Pal's taking a lot of damage. The Metamorphosis was already used. They'll blink forward on Nico. He's trying to get something done, but they've already got the Doom out onto the Leshrac. They'll get the Kona Nico. They'll look for more with BKB being popped here by Carl. 23 is a godlike. And Yule's into the air. Gyro relocated about 5 feet back into the well. And this bottom set of racks is gone.
Dire's bottom barracks.
I will not make the mistake of saying that Mega Creeps are available, because that rack still exists. Now it doesn't. They've got the stun onto the Doom, but there's the Walrus Punch coming through on the Yoi. He's trying to run, but so much damage coming out from 23 and the rest of the team. They'll move forward onto RR. They'll get themselves another one. They look over at the Gyro. Palos, he's stuck in via the shards. It's a good 4-man stun, but it's just not enough. It's too late in the game. The GG is called, and T1 will take game number 1.
Good performance by T1 in first game. Not many mistakes being made. I don't think they actually made any big mistakes that were punishable. Well-rounded draft. Bottom lane went much better than I expected, and chances, you know, dying once or twice, but securing 23 Savage's farm. And for all you people out there who are wondering what this Crystallis on Gyrocopter is all about, now for certain I can say, do not build it. It just doesn't look good, doesn't do anything. It's just damage. But maybe our panel members have something smart to say about that one.
Yeah, let's take a listen.
Yeah, don't build it. It's just damage. Doesn't do anything. That's what a wise man once told me about Crystallis on Gyrocopter.
Once?
Oh, well, I have a wiser man, maybe. Black, you like damage?
Yeah.
Think Crystallis on Gyro's the build?
How much does it cost? 2,100, right? Around there.
2150, I think.
2150. How much damage does it give? 30? 2? 40?
No, there's no way it's 40.
A lot of damage. And shiny red numbers.
Shiny red numbers,
pop
that's the
when
big
you
thing,
hit.
right?
Actually, how much damage does it give? Because I don't know the
look it
exact
up.
numbers. Because like, if it's like close to 40 somewhere,
If it's close to 40, it's surprisly good. 'Cause
yeah,
I-
it's like a demon edge
yeah,
with
Demon Edge is
crits.
2400, and so...
Yeah, but If it's not, then yeah, probably Yasha's is better for.
Also, for a first
movement
item on
speed.
a gyrocopter who needs to farm,
I mean, it's probably to counteract the static link a little bit, right? He's like, oh yeah, what can I build? I want to 5-head this game.
Is it-
Don't,
but
don't,
is
don't
even that
people
good?
usually 5-head with Maelstrom then or something like that?
yeah, because you have to deal with TB at the end of the day, and like a crit versus a high armor hero is not really going to help out that much, right?
Yep. Not saying it's great. Just saying I'm trying to understand them.
Thinking
It's
about it,
32
yeah.
damage.
32? Okay.
And the crit is
160%.
30%, 160 damage. 30% proc, 160% damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably like after you build like a damage item or two, it makes much more sense. Like you build like Saint Jasha BKB or Saint Jasha Axe into Crystal. this
A
makes
small
more sense.
crit is the go-to item, just not that early on.
Yeah.
A small crit, like Crystallis, you definitely do want to buy it. It's just that this early on, maybe he was lacking gold and lacking conviction that he can take this game later on, and that he was already falling behind.
But even the
So
Yasha
he-
helps you farm faster, right?
Yeah, but I thought like maybe if I buy Yasha, I'm not gonna fight. So
But he bought Yasha anyway after.
So
I'm
let me
like,
just buy a,
what is
let me just buy a
happening?
crit and be as... For me, crit is the most value that you can get for the next fight. Right?
Yeah.
Like if you're in the base, you have 2.1k, 2.5k gold, you have no buyback, you just buy the crit for the next fight.
That's
It's something that can help you out, right? If you're the right clicker. So, but they weren't really in that position. They could still prolong this game, which is, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Still-
not all on him also. I think the Leshrac was out of his element versus this Doom mid. I was surprised at how much this Doom got. Got the solo kill on Leshrac mid as well. Had insane rune control. Overall, Carl was just well, all of T1, where this is the T1 that I've been meaning to see for the past month and a half. This is the T1 that I saw was in the Singapore major, had a new carry player, and I was like, hell yeah. But then it didn't happen for like 4 weeks.
Well, they definitely struggled at the opening of Season 2. Maybe a little bit of, not jet lag, but major lag. You know, you come
But then what was their excuse at the major, Lizard?
at the major,
We had to
they
travel
did-
times? Oh no, it didn't.
No, they didn't. At the major, they didn't have the same roster, right? Like
Sure,
wasn't
the same
there.
roster that brought them to the major,
exactly. So they had a couple of changes, which obviously made things more difficult for them. In this game, it all kind of clicked. Not sure if this game was all on them, but they did play their cards really well. Like Razor on the offlane had enough, Doom from the mid lane, pretty much what every Doom from the mid lane does. He gets a lot of farm. He went for the Hood into BKB. Maybe the Hood was a little bit of an overkill. Just getting that BKB earlier kind of does the same thing. If you're caught, you're dead. It doesn't matter. So, still well performed by them. I enjoyed the fact that Terrorblade was left completely alone, and 23 Savage was literally playing the carry game of his dreams,
Yeah.
in which you don't have to do anything. You're just chilling.
Dude, he was just laughing. We saw him on that webcam highlight. He was just having a chuckle.
Just sending your illusions around, let them fight, let the plebs fight while I get my farm.
Still gonna know how to be super efficient though.
Why?
Which,
What was his GPM?
don't know.
Oh, okay. I
But I'm
thought-
just saying, like if you're ever in a scenario, you still gotta know how to make the best out of the situation.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
whether you get like 600 GPM or 700 makes a big difference, obviously.
I agree.
Yeah.
But for a hero like Doom, we were also wondering, why is this man not using Devour? It didn't matter. He got the MVP anyway. Carl on the mid Doom, picking up 0.90 kill participation.
Doesn't need Devour.
Doesn't need Devour.
Like he's handicapping himself because he knows
He
how far
knows.
ahead they are.
Yeah. If you're winning so hard, if you're killing people, if you have 0.9 kill participation, you don't have to stop and eat creeps.
Exactly. Maybe enemy Gyro, he's going for a weird item build, might pick up a random Dominator. You'd be like, oh, I'll eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still liked the Execration draft a lot. I really think that it could have worked.
I think the Slider last pick was kind of bad. Like it sounded really good on paper. Like, wow, we're gonna counter this potential AM pick or whatever. What's good?
Yeah.
And this Lash pick, counters potential PL, but they did not account at all for TB.
For TB, yeah.
TB was so free.
Yeah, and then I guess it kind of threw the lanes into a loop because then Gyro had to lane against Razor and he didn't have the move speed of a Tether with IO. And so the potential 5-head play of, oh, let's pick the gyro and not make it a core, ended up just being like, why didn't you pick the IO first instead?
The TB was just too good of a last pick. Like they last picked that TB and he had 50, 60 CS when Slardar had not even 30 in the laning stage. So that's, like, as a Slardar, you really want to be dominating the lane. If you're not dominating the lane, if you're not pressuring the enemy carry, you fall off very quickly. You're not Mars, you're not Centaur or anything like that. You actually need to do well in the laning stage.
Well, it is a return to form for T1, a much needed one, a very important one in a series like this that could be determining where you are in tiebreakers or wildcards or any situation like that, but we still need to make sure if they can actually finish the series strong. Gonna have to hop over to a quick break before we can do that. But thank you for watching this performance by PGL, HyperX, and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. We will be right back after a break.
Change of range.
Welcome back, everyone, to T1 versus Execration, where I gotta say, I'm impressed. T1, this is the T1 I've been looking for, and this one T1 I've been aching for. It's a storied organization, not necessarily in Dota, but elsewhere, in esports. And I'm like, they're coming into Dota, they're coming in strong, and then they start out with all these rosters, if you can even call them that. It was like they got Forev, and they were like, get a couple of people. And then Black shows up, right?
Yeah.
Then what happens, Black?
I owned.
That's the important thing.
For all 3 weeks that you were in.
So I owned, and then we had a little bit of a chokey bokey in the first qualifier.
I see.
Yeah, and then we had a great boot camp in Indonesia,
Okay.
where a couple of coaches had to fly back because of some health problems
Okay.
that came because
Understandable.
of
Because
we were not used to those kind of
Conditions?
Conditions, exactly. Yep,
Fair.
yep, yep. And then it was over.
Just like that.
Yeah, that's how it
As
happened.
mysteriously
wait,
as you
how
can.
long were you in the organization for real
Like
now?
3 months.
3 months?
Yeah. I was actually super hyped, super proud. I was like,
I
holy
bet.
shit, T1 tag.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
It's a
That was
big,
Park.
big organization to play under, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but historically, the Dota team has been struggling for like a long time.
But I'm glad they haven't given up because they
Mm-hmm.
seemed pretty intent on making it a Southeast Asian squad.
Yep.
And how long? Maybe probably like a year and a half now they've been in Dota, or even longer than that.
Probably even longer than that. I mean, originally they just wanted like a mostly Korean roster, but
Right.
obviously that didn't work.
'Cause-
And then they just wanted to keep like 4F in for a very long time, but then that didn't work. And then finally they pulled the trigger and were like, okay, let's just get Geek Fam in, basically.
What year were you in? Like what was it?
Last year, just when
Last year?
COVID started, actually, it was a really stupid time because like some of the players were really panicked, you know, like, oh, do I have COVID now?
Oh,
It was literally just when the pandemic started.
I see. So March 2020-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, because T1 were not. It was after TI9, I suppose, that they were like, oh, Dota, let's check it
Yeah.
out.
What's this game?
What's this game all about?
Just exploring new horizons a little bit.
Yeah.
Brood Mother.
Brood Mama.
Brood Mama is
Madre?
back.
First
Okay.
pick, eh?
Nick's banned out.
that
The other
German?
bug is banned, but
Brood Mama.
What was that German?
Yeah, I mean,
Brood Mama.
How would you say Spider Mother in German?
Broodmutter.
No.
Yeah.
How would you say Spider Mother? That's what I want to know.
Spinnenmutter.
Oh, okay. That's actually more normal than I was
wait,
expecting.
it's Spinnen?
Yeah, Spinne is spider.
I forgot that word actually.
It sounds
Yeah,
it sounds a lot more disgusting when you say Spinne than spider for some reason.
Spinnen.
Yeah, I, that's probably why I'm a little bit afraid of spiders, because just of the word.
The word?
Yeah.
Are you
Spinne.
afraid of Krankenwagens as well?
Yeah, I'm very afraid of Krankenwagen.
I love Krankenwagen.
You love Krankenwagen?
Yeah.
Krankenwagen is the
I've
scariest.
been in many Krankenwagens.
You actually have been.
Taken my
That does explain it though. That
I'm a
explains all
Krankenwagen
your
guy.
all your mishaps.
I think when I'm done with Dota, I should just become a Krankenwagen driver.
You should become the Krankenwagen, not the driver.
I should be the one, yeah.
You should just
Pick
be the
people up.
Krankenwagen. Yeah, just pick them up. Take them where they need to
Krankenwagen
go.
Reitmeier.
Man, T1. Okay.
Ubermensch.
I understand T1 that you really want to win, but
This is
Brood
just
and
dirty.
Medusa,
This
this
is
is just way
dirty.
too dirty.
Well, call it Krankenwagen, but not for me.
Call the Krankenwagen, yeah.
Yeah, Medusa, we've talked about it. We've interviewed 23 Savage about it. We've interviewed many players about it. Most broken carry in the patch.
Finally, first phase.
Imagine that.
I was flaming everyone for not first phasing it. Finally, T1. Finally, you know how to play Dota.
They're the only ones who are not cowards.
I'm proud of you.
And
You don't
we-
need that last pick Dusa stuff. Who needs that? Only scrubs,
Only scrubs.
like RNG.
23 Savage, she did say that Medusa is the best carry, so, you know,
Why not first
why
phase
not
it?
first phase it? Sand King versus Brood is nice. We've seen it. Also, Grimstroke can defend against her, so you already have some things to deal with the Brood Mother. However,
It was just a
Medusa-
distraction, Lizard. Brood first pick was just a distraction. It's like, I
exactly.
counter Brood. Medusa!
You've activated my Medusa card.
You've activated my...
Snake.
Spinnen.
How do you say
Spinnenmutter.
snake lady?
Schlangenfrau?
Frau. Oh, that's true. Wait, so what was Schlangenfrau?
Schlange means snake. Yeah.
Schlangenfrau.
I don't know why it's Schlange. It also sounds
Is
so
it
disgusting
Schlange?
compared to snake.
It sounds pretty. It sounds like a hero. It sounds like a Dota hero. Schlangenfrau.
Schlangenfrau is coming in from the
Wait,
backside.
was German ever, like, was Dota ever localized in German? It wasn't, right?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any German VA.
No, unfortunately not. It would be. Imagine like anti-mage in German.
Oh
Man,
yeah.
Nice komme!
actually, in Dota 1 you could. You don't have to imagine because you probably had it, right? Did you have Warcraft in English or German?
In German, yeah.
So I couldn't buy Warcraft original in Bosnia, and a cousin of mine bought it in Germany and sent it over.
Okay.
That was great. The problem was it
Didn't
was in
understand anything.
German.
Yeah. Germans
Arb-
dub everything,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Even your games.
Yeah, that's right. You told me that.
That small peon that would say work, work, he would go
Arbeit,
like
Arbeit.
Arbeit, 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 Arbeit.
Arbeit ist vollbracht.
Was willst du, man?
You know the most iconic jobs done? He's like, Arbeit ist vollbracht.
Sure.
It's pretty lame.
So then how do you know all the memorable English lines then if you heard it mostly in German?
Because I got the... I didn't find my original CD anymore, so I had to download it from Blizzard, and then you could choose which version you want to download.
Yeah.
I just downloaded English.
I see.
I still have my CDs there.
Yeah, I found the CD again after as well.
Frozen Throne Battle Chest or whatever?
No, I just have like 2 CDs.
Oh, okay.
Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos,
Reign
of
plus
Chaos, yeah.
TFT key.
Good times, good times.
I would pay for Dota 2 in German. Spirit Breakers, like Krankenwagen.
There are only 3 languages. I think it's Korean, Russian,
And
and
English.
English are the only 3
And
dub
Chinese,
languages.
Chinese too.
Oh yeah, and Chinese, that's right.
Yeah.
So 4 languages.
Bing,
But I
Whore.
believe Russian isn't completely localized as well. So
Really?
Some heroes are, some aren't. I'm not sure.
How does it work in those languages? Because I know in China, a lot of casters and stuff, they did the voice acting.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Like Invoker is one of the casters. And
Really?
I make fun of him every time. Like, bing, bing, whore. Every time I see him, he's just like, bro.
I don't think that's the case in Russia. I think they had normal like voice
It's
lines.
certainly
voice
not the case
actors,
in
yeah.
English.
Yep.
Because otherwise I would be doing all of them.
Of course.
Did you know that the
Yes.
voice actress of Broodmother and who was it? Was it Ursa?
Park
Earthshaker.
Earthshaker.
It's the
They're
same, yeah.
married.
Yes.
No, they're married. Yeah.
not the same.
I mean, it's Alan McLean and John Patrick Lowry, and they voice a lot of
Oh,
heroes.
you actually know who they
Yeah,
are.
yeah. Because
Doesn't
Alan
he also
McLean,
voice Pudge?
Yeah, he also voices Pudge.
Yeah.
And he also does the T1 versus
Oh, he's
Execration.
he's the
Game
voice
one.
of
He's
TAI?
the voice of the international
Yeah.
announcer. That's him.
So talented.
And Alan McLean is Portal GLaDOS.
oh, really?
Um,
Yeah.
So he's basically just contracted to Valve.
Yeah,
Like,
they're Valve fam for sure.
do all my voice acting. So okay.
Who did they do the Elder Titan? Did he do the Elder Titan?
No,
voice?
actually, Elder Titan's voice actor I think passed away.
Oh.
Not too recently, but a little while ago.
I actually heard that story. I
Yeah,
think.
him
yeah.
and Rubik's voice actor also passed away.
Oh.
And the TF2 Soldier's voice actor passed away.
Oh.
But enough about that sad business. Let's talk about the draft. Grimstroke, Sand King picked up. Elder Titan also picked up. T1, they take the Tusk yet again and paired up with that Medusa. So
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter what they pick. They have Medusa.
With the Tusk, you actually have some save for her as well. So if they get on top
middle.
of the Medusa, you can snowball her out of problems, which is nice. Doom picked up and Sand King. Could be Doom mid, could also be Sand King mid. They can flex it. I don't mind Doom versus Spinnenmutter because
Spinnenfrau. Oh no, Broodmother.
Spinnenmutter, yeah.
Frau is
Schlangenfrau.
Schlangenfrau, yeah.
Yep. You naturally build into a lot of armor. These Shivas that can see her in the trees. Sand King as well. They have a lot of stuff that deals with Brood. They have nothing that deals with the Medusa. So
Nope.
Now let me ask you, Tsunami.
Riddle me.
If you buy Axe on a Doom
Yeah.
and you Doom the Medusa, does you still have split shot?
Yeah. Split shot's
So Tidebringer would also work? Because
Yes.
Tide and split
I
shot
think
is the same.
all toggles will work. 'Cause, I mean, the more important thing is would it turn off Mana Shield? 'Cause
No.
Mana
No, it won't.
exactly, but they're both toggles.
Yeah.
So toggles remain toggled on.
But if you're silenced, you can't Tidebringer, for example.
I know that Mana Shield will
That's
stay on
true.
100%. Mana Shield stays on.
Masses is, yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
but
about split shot.
I'm not sure about split shot.
I know when
It's-
split shot was passive, it was deactivated, but now that you can toggle it, I don't know.
But Tidebringer doesn't work?
No, but in your silence, it doesn't work at all. And Doom silences you.
I guess because Tidebringer is still like classified as like a UAM kind of thing, and so like Frost Arrows wouldn't work.
Wait, Tidebringer doesn't work, but Jinada does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Janada's a
Janada does.
passive. So that I think anything that is like,
Oh,
like
yeah, you're
Frost
right, you're right.
Arrows,
You can
Poison
activate
Attack,
it, yeah.
Burning Spears, Flaming Arrows, any like former orb attacks probably still get silenced. But Tidebringer was eventually turned into that style of thing, but Split Shot never was. Split Shot's just a raw toggle, I think.
So that still works, hopefully.
I would imagine so.
Because they picked it against Dusa and Brute
Right.
and Tusk.
all heroes that don't really care about getting doomed.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
maybe they have some tech I don't have.
Maybe.
That's what I was wondering. But perfect answer to the Doom in mid lane.
that's right.
Bad Rider is pretty strong against Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And also goes very well with Medusa, of course. Like you just abduct a hero
Yep.
into the Stone Gaze, and the team has to pretty much just sacrifice
These
them.
three melee cores hate playing against Bat, all of them.
I mean, they also hate playing against Medusa, so I don't know why.
I'm not sure. Is Arc Warden banned out, by the way? It's not. This should be versus Brood. It's very difficult. That lane is terrible. The moment she hits 6, you're just done.
It's a pretty good AM game if they still think it's a counter to it.
I like how both of you just go to your signature heroes. You're
No,
like,
but-
Arc
but
Ward.
these
Ah,
are-
yes, anti-mage.
Because these heroes actually can play against Medusa.
Yeah. Like if AM gets a jump on Medusa, you can actually kill her fast.
If you could pick
With a Tusk, though? Blink Snowball?
The thing is, it's a mana percentage now of a mana break, right?
Yeah.
So 4% of a 3,000 mana hero per hit is pretty
It's true.
intense.
So my idea is put Arc mid if you pick it, and then
Against Bad Rider, though.
Even versus Bat, you just put you buy a stick, you put Spark Rates under the tower. If he dives you,
How about just put Sankey middle against Bad?
how about you put Sand King versus the Broodmother?
Safe lane?
Yeah.
Thinking? I'm sure, can also work.
Safe and Sand King, Doom maybe on the off lane. He's not gonna suffer it way too hard. He's a Doom, and then you actually get the win condition for yourself in an Arc. If they play Arc Warden, I don't think they do, but
What supports are left?
I hate Arc into Brood, but I still feel like
For a T1.
for
Lion.
Execration, obviously. For T1
Snapfire, okay.
Their draft is very good. Like
I think you need something crazy that can actually win you the game. Like anti-mage, I think, makes a lot of sense.
They did play one game of AM on Palos, so
Yeah.
it's not outside the realm of possibility.
It's just like if you go some standard hero now. Slark. I mean, that's good against Bad. It's decent against Medusa.
it's a bit too standard, but
It's very weird how Stone Gaze and Dark Pact works. Like when you Dark Pact it off, you get Stone Gazed
you
again.
get instantly
Yeah.
back again.
Why does it work like that?
Because I actually don't know. I don't know how long like the debuff is supposed to last for.
Because the thing is, if you get stoned during Beekeeper, you don't get stoned again.
Right.
But if you Dark Pacted while you're stoned, you get stoned again. I don't understand why. Maybe because it resets the debuff on you or something. But it's
Yeah.
actually not as hard of a counter as people think it is. Because you're still going to get Stone Gazed twice.
Well.
It's tough to fight.
And the
into.
Aghanims as well is there, so
Yeah.
All right. B-Cop Lacoste. What do you think about this Slark last pick? Is this, we haven't considered it as an answer to Medusa quite yet. Is it on the right track, Lacoste?
Could be. It's a good matchup for Slark. It's a good matchup against the Batrider as well. Where are they going to lane it? Who's playing it?
Good question. I can't say.
Well, it's
Palos.
a carry player.
Palos
Carry
is playing.
Slark, yeah.
It's one Slark.
Okay, it's one Slark.
But they
I
could
don't
still
mind
mix it
seeing
up.
a mid
Offlane
Slark,
Doom,
because I've
so.
seen mid Slark do really well against the Batriders, potentially even threaten a kill. So it's going to be mid Doom then?
now offlane Doom
Offlane Doom.
apparently and Sand King mid, but they could still switch it up, right? Put Sand King versus Brood and Slark mid. That's very likely.
Sure. I'm still going to go with D1. I kind of have a feeling that
Shocker.
Execration, they're very disoriented, the way they play, the way they itemized in the previous game.
Agreed. I'm going with T1 as well, because Execration are also playing heroes that they have not been playing at all in this entire upper division.
I went with Execration first game, but I'm switching to T1. It's very difficult to go against the Medusa.
Black?
Yeah, I'm going to go T1 too.
All right. That's all of us. B-Cup, it's all up to you now.
Yeah, I'm going to ask my friend the courier over here. What do you think I should go? T1.
If they had
All right, I'm
anti-mage,
going
I would have
T1.
gone Execration. Or what?
Just
Sorry.
that easy.
No.
All right. Well, you can go ahead and see how we curse them in game number 2.
Yeah, Caster's Curse locked in. You always lock it up, and I think our Caster's Curse hasn't been that bad this season.
It was compared to the first season,
Well,
where
teams
it was
lost a lot.
unreal. Like,
Yeah, I think we won like one game.
single-handedly losing them the games.
We were sending teams down to the lower division with how many times we Caster's Curse teams. But until Medusa loses in the upper division of Southeast Asia, I'm going with it every single time. There's just no reason to think about changing my thoughts on that until it loses. Then maybe I'll rethink it.
I never thought I was going to see this day where Medusa, Broodmother first faced in video game called Dota 2. But yet, here we are.
That is the name, and that's where we are. So, Brood,
30
Medusa.
seconds to battle.
I mean, that's got to be a scary opening 2 picks. You're the other team, and you're just, I don't know, you're not,
You
not
have so
expecting
many
that.
problems thrown at you just by these 2 heroes.
You need 5 picks to draft out of that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's going to be rough.
So it seems like they are sending Slark on a mid lane, which I assume that they're gonna do. I see Slark queuing up a bottle. It's a good matchup for Slark. It's a skill-based matchup. You want to put more points in that Dark Pact. I want to see how this one's gonna go. I'm still favoring Slark, because Slark, if you think about, you know, he's a good counter to the Batrider in the side lane. He's really not. He's sharing a lot of XP with his position 5. That means that those Dark Pact level 1 is 9 seconds cooldown. So you need to be very careful how you use it.
Right.
Starting with the Magic Stick, as expected on Slark. Fairy Fire just so he can turn things around. We'll see how it's gonna go. Still favoring Slark. Don't remember seeing Palos play mid Slark.
Yeah, I don't have any recollection of him in this, not only this matchup, but also on this Slark, so we'll have to see how he does. Doing well right now, 4-1. I mean, that's a great start. Certainly will be interesting to see how Carl goes about this, looking up towards top 23 there on the Medusa, and I mean, it's up against Nico and BDZ, and Whitemon trying to pressure back with this Tusk. He does have tag team up in 6 seconds, so it's
Not just
BDZ all
tag
the way
team.
back.
I love this build on Whitemon. He's playing position 5, no need to share the tango, so you can buy full item. You like get a boots of speed potentially, or a lot of regen. This time around he decided to go with the bracer, which I really like in this matchup. He's gonna be sitting close to the tower. He still did not eat a single tango. He has 5.5 per second and now eats 1. We'll start trading even more, securing Medusa's farm.
Yeah, I wonder if T1 play this game similar to the first game, where 23 just kind of does his own thing, farms up 2 or 3 items, and then gets involved.
I don't know why people are thinking that Sanking is a counter to
Oh,
Broodmother
Nico.
in the lane.
First blood for 23.
Good start on the top lane. To go back to my talk about Brood versus Sanking, Broodmother does not have spiders until level 6. So you're a very weak laner, what they can provide you with. Like Broodmother, she doesn't care too much about that caustic. She's going to be able to outpush the lane. And Hunger, 70% lifesteal, 35 extra damage. So even if you drop low from the caustic, you're going to be full HP. So this is not a good idea. It's just something that people think. I've seen it in North America, I believe, as well. It's just not good.
Well, they come up with good ideas in that region.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Brood until level 6 is not a Brood Mother, just a Brood. Looking for the sleep, and will land. Zephyr on the run. Will get 1 kill there. Cuckoo thinking about going in. Could be a little bit careful with chasing if you were to go on that Brood Mother, but instead, elects to play conservative and continue to get some fun. I think that's A-okay. This mid matchup is going so well for Palace.
He's playing it well. I was mostly watching the bottom lane, but saw a couple of first 2 waves on the mid lane, what was happening. I don't think he should die here. Snapfire will TP mid, refill the bottle. He was waiting. Zephyr was waiting quite a lot of time, but it's okay. He's level 2, and he's also giving some free XP to the Broodmother.
Tag
shared Nico.
shards, and now the ink swell. That's going to land onto both heroes, Waymon and 23, just getting hit on the edge of that. Really well
Would
done by
prefer
BDZ.
if Tusk maybe has a point in Snowball, because he's playing position 5, so 1-1-1, and then you can also dodge the ink swell with the Snowball, which I wouldn't mind, which would potentially get them to kill. Palos playing very aggressive on the mid lane.
Yeah, Pounce, it leashes up. Courier comes over to Carl. That won't die to Palace. Thought maybe he'd take a swing at it. But it's continued harassment coming in from this Slark onto the Batrider. Now they look to get the kill on RR, but he's got a 2-man sleep easily. So puts him to sleep. Palace says he can't hear him. It's because they're snoring and they're sleeping.
Oh, it's the worst. Snoring, one of the most annoying sounds in the world. Definitely.
Your failure
I-
lives on.
So, we used to, when we used to live in my old house, my dad would snore so loud, he'd have the TV even louder, and then you could still hear him snoring over the loudest TV. And then the TV would, my mom would just raise the volume of the TV.
So that she doesn't hear him snore? Okay.
Yeah, and then you just hear the loudest TV throughout the entire house. Inkswell lands. Stroke of Fate, tag team, turning on to Nico. Might get the kill before Whitemon dies. Just needs one more shot.
It's a good trade. It's perfectly fine. Like, ideally, you would want to give Medusa the last hit, but yeah, Tusk can bring some extra regen for Medusa potentially if needed. I'm a bit worried for this mid matchup because he's doubling his CS at the moment. Level 6 already.
Yoi in trouble, getting run down. Insatiable Hunger, that damage is just way too much.
And this is why Sanking is not a counter to the Broodmother. 3 points in Web, so much regen. Like, she just out-regions even if you put a lot of pressure early on. So once you hit that level 6, you need to be very careful, especially with ET has only 1 point in Stomp. At least he has Tranquil, so some move speed, but she can easily run you down. 1300 gold on Broodmother. Let's see what he decides to go for this time around. I would not mind seeing the standard offlane Brood build with Mech and Greaves. Mech Greaves into pipe.
Have that sustain.
Yeah, just the hood feels real nice against the older heroes that they got.
And Slark's just here in the triangle, making sure that Batrider can't fall back.
When you have mid Slark, he gets a ton of farm. Dark Pact maxed out early on, can jump between the camps. This time around, his item build, he queues up Orb of Corrosion. Very interesting.
Pretty late Orb of Corrosion, right?
Yeah. If you wanted to play a bit more aggressive on a mid lane, you get that Orb of Venom. But definitely a Diffusal Blade against Medusa. Diffusal Blade and some status resistance, S and Y, I wouldn't mind seeing that, just to tank up. He might skip this Orb of Corrosion. I don't think you get much from it. Just going for the straight up Diffusal Blade sounds a bit better. We'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, you delay that Diffusal Blade a little bit too much, and I think the game can kind of fall out of favor. Despite the fact that you've had such a good lane. Cuckoo looking to potentially take a victim. Oh god, Yoi.
Yoi on the bottom lane just getting spammed by Broodmother.
Just 300 damage casually every 9 seconds with the spawn spiderlings. Spiders, they're fine. Burrow strike in onto the Batrider. They're going to try and chase onto the Sand King, and it's an easy kill once again.
They're not stopping. This is
yeah, they want more. They've got
AT
lasso
as well.
Look at the spiders. Look at the damage coming in on an RR. They could dive the tower freely.
They don't have that one hero that can play the bottom anymore. Sanking's not that hero. Maybe the Grimstroke is good when your spells are maxed out, when you have the Stroke of Fate, and then we've seen what it can do to the Broodmother. So Sanking will still TP bottom. I want to see Cuckoo picking up Dust for himself to be able to just solo kill the Sanking as well.
And that bottom lane just really went so poorly for Execration. It just wasn't a good matchup to start, and it's fallen apart pretty hard.
Doom about to hit level 6, so let's see if there's a rotation to the top lane, try to kill Medusa potentially.
Yeah, because he's having a free time, 23, so you
23
really don't
has
want
a
to allow
nice
that.
read. He understands, because what you can do is you put the scoreboard, you check the scoreboard if Doom is level 6.
Dude, Pounce leashes. It connects.
He's
Stroke
dead.
of Fate lands, 23 in trouble, and nobody here to save this. Inkswell pops, and they'll get the kill on the 23, so it's not the free game that they were hoping for.
Good read from him, just staying away from Doom. He sees that Doom is level 6, immediately goes back to jungle, but the good rotation. There's no observer ward, so I feel T1 is going to probably try to de-ward that part of the map. They have two heroes that love to farm jungle at the moment, both Batrider and like all three cores pretty much. Broodmother is going to be annoying at the bottom part of the map. Batrider farms the jungle. Same goes for Medusa.
Ooh, Lance is so more hits. Palace might even just get a kill here on a Zephyr. Goes into the Shadow Dance, trying to run now. Hit with the last shot of the tag team. Flame Break pushes him over to the side.
They have no real AoE that Slark is afraid of. He's not playing into Lash, he's not playing into any instant silence. The only lockdown they have is Tusk Snowball, which he can easily dodge. Cookie, same thing. Batrider, unless he gets a Blink
Dire's
Dagger
top tower is
initiation
under
later on. I feel very safe about this Slark. His first 15-20 minutes of the game should feel pretty safe.
I was worried for 23 for a second. I thought maybe, because they didn't have to use Doom to get that first kill, they would really try to aggressively play to get that second back-to-back kill on the Medusa.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Slark playing very aggressive, invading enemy jungle, trying to see what's happening there. I think he has a good grasp how strong his hero is right now.
Again, going after BDZ, little Shredder is going to be enough damage. Does not get
That
fire
does
snap
not work
when
that
you're
way.
waiting. Lasso, ooh, broken immediately. Sentry down and Sentry gone. Okay, Palace,
Dire's top tower is
Dark
under
Pack
attack.
getting a little low here.
He's fine.
Never in doubt.
I'm not sure why they're still chasing him. It's a lot of time waste. I mean, if you are wasting time, that means Slark is also kind of wasting time, but he will go back to full HP, full mana. Greenstruck will even refill his bottle. Sanking going straight into Blink Dagger. I think it's a necessity here to be able to just start a fight.
Yeah.
Nico on his Doom.
Palace coming over.
Went for
with the
Midas.
as well. Pounce doesn't leash, so they have the Fire Snap Cookie to send him away.
Full pipe. I think this might be the fastest pipe in the patch. 11 minutes in, full pipe done on top of Arcane Boots. So just wants to be able to tank his team up, especially against the Grimstroke and
Burrow Strike.
Sanking. Let's see.
Ooh, Pounce missing again. Cuckoo though, Slap taking a bit of damage here. Spider standing still, epicenter used, and they don't get the kill on a Cuckoo.
I'm not sure why Sanking did not pop that ulti after the Burrow Strike straight away.
Nico, burning. Oof. He'll be just fine.
Unfortunately, no lasso. Cuckoo staying at the top of the network. It's very hard to take control of this part of the map, but they're going to go in with multiple heroes. This good, keeping him alive.
Yeah, for now, but they've got the sweep. Question is, does he get out?
Palace
Going
is
down.
waiting.
Palace is just waiting for him. RR gets the kill on a Cuckoo and takes away his
Radiant's
streak.
bottom tower is under attack.
So, getting the kill there, making it look relatively easy. I mean, they're moving around the map well on Execration. They need to shut down Palace at some point. Snowball, that'll connect. Dark Pack Lasso, there's the kill. That's exactly what they needed.
Big kill. Palace overextending, you know, especially if you use Dark Pack like that. You're still going to be in trouble. I think it's okay to
Dire's
play
middle
aggressive,
tower is under attack.
but you need some kind of a backup. Sanking has a Blink Dagger, so maybe that's the play. We still have not seen Doom being used at all. Hand of Might is done. So that means that he will stay at the top of the net worth.
Yeah, so that pipe, by the way, for Brood, one of the quicker ones. I think the quickest one
Dire's
of the
top
patch
tower
is
is under
11 minutes,
attack.
4 seconds.
And this one was like 11 minutes, 13, 15-ish
Yeah.
seconds. Yeah.
And that's with Arcane Boots, he got that done. So really well done there by the Brood. You still have 23 top of the net worth. Going into the Sanjin Yasha, then Ags, which is what we've been seeing from a lot of these Medusas.
And when we had
Dire's
interview
middle
with
tower
him,
is under attack.
he talked about how he thinks Dragonlance is a good item. We see him pick it up on Terrorblade in the previous game. This time on Medusa. Just overall a good stats. 16 agi, 12 strength, got buffed in the previous patch.
They converging to smoke here? I have one on Tusk. So they might, after this is all farmed away.
Scanning.
That being said, Execration, they've smoked themselves. Look at the pounce and the leash onto this Tusk. But he's invis for the moment. And
There's
now
still
the
a
sentry
sentry.
gets revealed. They've got
No,
the
don't
epicenter
go
on the
back
23. 23 now, no mana, and trying to survive. Fire Snap lands, but it puts him further in danger. 23 ends up dead. They get the kill onto the Sand King. They're still trying to trade some. Whitemon falls to Palos, and they'll also lose BDZ. So, a 2 for 2.
Are fortified.
That ends with a kill on that Medusa.
If Whitemon just kept running away, he was on the edge of throwing that sentry, but something you don't think about, because you think, oh, it's on me all the time. It's never gonna stop. So 14 minutes Diffusal Blade on top of Orb of Corrosion. We're gonna see that one again.
Yeah, the Epicenter, Earth Splitter on 23, and then the Fire Snap Cookie that kind of just, he knew he was dead.
If they use that better, if he turns around, he lives. So big timing for Slark. Diffusal Blade done, going into SNY. As expected, just wants to be able to have some status resistance. Whitemon getting caught. Leash. No snowball available, no mana.
Yeah, and looking to survive. Scatterblast is enough. Okay. Just barely. Blink forward from this Sand King. Not going to find anything with the Burrow Strike after the blink to try and extend that range and get initiation out. But now they find 23. They use that Diffusal, goes to the Stone Gaze. Palace runs uphill and
Needs to pop it. Doesn't see other heroes. Sand King is nearby, so he was afraid of the blink stun initiation. And then your mana pool is quickly gone.
This
Still,
is going well.
no Doom being used going into BKB after Hand of Midas. I want to see maybe a Blink Dagger after that BKB, because with BKB he's going to feel pretty safe.
well, they found the Brood. They get the kill on a Cuckoo. Palace with another one. Shutting down, well, not completely, but
This is
making the life a
second-
living hell
yeah.
for both the Brood and the Medusa.
Radiant's bottom tower
They both
And
died
Carl,
twice.
he just went in.
Fire Snap Cookie leads him away. Flame Break trying to survive, but the damage is too much. Slark is taking over the game.
Radiant's bottom
Carl
tower
gone. Whitemon dead once again. 23
Oh,
good
good
sleep.
sleep.
Not a lot of mana to work with. There's the Epicenter. 23 looking dead to rights. No Stone Gaze to work with. Palace with the triple kill. Right now, Slark is the answer.
This is the, I'm going to call a game-winning fight for Execration, where they take the tower, they take a good fight, giving Slark
Dire's top tower
the
is
time
under
and the
attack.
items. Like, he's gonna have that SNY in the next 3-4 minutes, and it's just gonna be very hard for them to take control of their jungle back. When you're playing into Slark, you don't have a real answer for him.
Yeah, so far the Medusa has been slain.
Dire's middle tower
But there is
under
time,
attack.
potentially. It's a question of what can T1 do? They don't have nearly as much space to farm for this Medusa. Whitemon not caught yet.
Seeing Slark with Inksval on him, and this is what I like. I've played against this combo. It's extremely annoying. Dreamstroke, Max Inkswell has the talent, and going into Shard. Once that 20-minute mark hits, you have a Dispel on top of it. So, like, you try to ulti him, he uses a Dark Pact, another
exactly where he
Dispel.
They're right on top of Cuckoo. They've got the sleep. He gets down with the Mac, but he's leashed up. Can't get far away from this cliff. They'll use that dust. BKB, Stone Gaze,
Double duel.
Cuckoo. Oh, up on the high ground, but he's still dead to the scorched
Dire's
earth
middle tower
of
is under
Nico.
attack.
Even though they have Medusa, it's a 5k gold lead. This game looks pretty rough. Like, this looks like 15,000 gold advantage at this point, just by looking at the heroes. You know, Broodmother, she was annoying. She did her job in the lane to over the jungle, but those 3 deaths are going to cost her quite a lot. They do not have a playmaker hero. Batrider can be one, but I don't think it's enough at this point, not without the Blink Dagger. So Paulus, he gets SNY. I think
Dire's
next
middle
item
tower
should be
is under
Scotty.
attack.
Just have that tankiness, have that extra slow on top of the Diffusal Blade. It also opens up the Roche for them. This is the first fight that we saw Doom being used. It was a double Doom. He was just stacking those.
Just cannot kill this Slark right now. 6-1 in 223. He is the full purchase price away from getting himself the axe. Also not level 15 yet, so he doesn't have the Mystic Snake mana gain talent. Which I'm not sure how much that's going to help. Maybe it does something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The lack of control here for T1 is certainly hurting them.
It's very hard to make a play. They use the smoke, have no one to
Dire's
initiate
bottom
with.
tower
That's why
has fallen.
Batrider is going for the Blink Dagger.
But he
In
went-
this situation, it's needed.
Dire's
Yeah.
bottom tower
Mid
is
bats,
under attack.
most of the time, don't like to get it early on. They're more about that lens, which increases the cast range on the flame break and makes the easy setup for the lasso. But this time around, they need that good
Dire's
jump. They
bottom
need
tower
someone to
is under
be
attack.
able to get the first jump. They're trying to make a move on follows, but I don't think he dies.
Whitemon. Okay. I thought maybe they'd start that off with like a snowball.
Still no follow-up. Batrider can't close the gap.
Thing is, they've shifted Palos over towards the Medusa. He's got a double damage. This may not be what you want to be fighting into. Burrowstrike ends up missing, but they've got the diffusal. Look at the right clicks. They're just so heavy onto the Tusk. Palos, though, needs to be careful. There's the flame break. Goes into the shadow dance. Over to the side. Mortimer's Kiss is coming out onto BDZ. Inkswell trying to run, and the damage just is not enough. Cuckoo still moving forward, marching with the Spiderlings. They'll get the kill onto the Grimstroke. But coming over is Nico, who's used that Doom Snowball, trying to run. Burrowstrike lands. Earth Splitter comes through and hits on 3 heroes of T1. But Nico getting low, and the
Everyone's
BKB
still alive.
runs out. So they get the kill onto the Sand King. They'll take out the
Why
Doom.
is Slark not fighting? He has double damage. Why is he not going in? He wrapped around. He was... I want to see that again. I hope I'm not daydreaming or something.
Radiant structures are
And that's a massive fight for T1 that's going to boost up their net worth, potentially lead to them getting this tier 1 tower mid. That's opportunity, aplenty.
They do Batrider, so they know that there's no lasso.
Fire Snap Cookie, that gets him away. They don't get the tower. Oh, 23, losing the Courier. So let's see this. He's got the double damage. Burrowstrike misses here. Snowball over, hits
It's
on the
fine to
Palos.
disengage here. He was very afraid of the Batrider. Good shards once again. Whitemon, this is the like 3rd or 4th time that he's keeping himself alive. And if this fight continues, like we're gonna see it again. So Slark just running away, regioning up, has a bottle, will be full HP in no time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And then he
to go
decides
in.
to just go back. Like he's running back. Not a single hit dealt in that damage in that fight.
BKB's been popped by Carl. They've got the lasso on Aoi, and now they're trying to get the kill here onto the Sand King. They've got him. They also took out BDZ. Double kill here for Cuckoo with the BKB being popped here by Carl. You're getting a lot of kills for
Radiant's
T1.
middle tower is under attack.
This time they'll take the tower.
I'm really surprised by what
Radiant's
Slark
middle
did there.
tower
They had
has
their
fallen.
timing. This was supposed to be another fight, one for them. Good Doom on the Batrider before he got any of the spells off. Another double damage for Slark in
Yeah,
the bottle.
what?
Okay, so
Back
they
to
still
back.
have something. They're giving time for 23 Savage to recover. It's gonna be Eggs done in the next minute.
Yeah,
but he needs. Yeah, his career is dead.
Yeah. That Blade of Alacrity dying on that Courier. Which is unfortunate. Do you just... No, never mind. I was going to say, well, you just buy another Blade of Alacrity, don't wait for the Courier. Just get yourself an Axe and then build that into something else.
Sometimes you're too smart, Peacup. For this game, it's a 200 IQ play. You know, it
I gotta
could
keep
work.
I gotta keep
No,
the
no, no.
percentages there.
To be fair, there's like a situation your career's dead for, let's say, 3 minutes. And you want to have that item right now, you have the gold. So I would not be surprised if someone does that. Because
Yeah.
you lose only 500.
Well, it's not even...
If you can sell it. I don't think you can upgrade the Blade of Alacrity
Into
into
anything,
anything
yeah.
later on.
That's the
but
only
it's
problem.
the blade that you could potentially make. Like, if you need the item right here, right now, there's a second row spawning, let's say. Not a bad idea.
Let's see what they want to do with this, because they're going to have bags once this Courier delivers it. And that's big timing. Now he's level 17. You're about to be level 18. Gives you this 3rd level on Stone Gaze. Execration might have missed a little bit of a timing. I'm not saying that this game has fallen out of their favor, because I still think this game feels really strong for them. But it was much easier 5 minutes ago.
Definitely was. They kind of missed the opportunity. And Medusa can be out of the base. She
Radiant's
feels
bottom tower is
relatively
under
safe
attack.
with the team backing her up.
Converging bottom. Looking for the epicenter.
Epi.
They've got the Doom onto the Medusa. Now the Burrow Strike with the epicenter is going to be enough damage here to kill the Medusa. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming down to the Palace. Palace, you got to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage, but they get the kill to 23 as well as Cuckoo. And now they're going to try and turn this into more. But the Snowball going over. They're trying to keep their attention on the Palace. They just can't get the Walrus Punch out on him. So he goes into the trees. He's bottling up, turning this over onto Carl. Pops the BKB. Pounce not leashing. Nico gets the kill on a Zephyr. That's 3 heroes down to the side of T1. They'll make it a 4th as they'll lose Whitemon. TP out from Carl. A great fight there from Execration. All they lose is BDZ.
Excellent fight. They start with the Doom on Medusa, follow it up at the epicenter and the Burst Strike. And Medusa melts. Like, ET has aura maxed out plus the Solar Crest, so you're not tanky. You feel like a creep when he gets on top of you. And all mana gone. By the Slark, easily done. This is something that should have happened in the previous fight as well.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, we played a
is
really
under
good
attack.
fight there too. Gets the Burrow Strike on a Whitemon because Walrus Punch might have killed Palos. On top of that, to start, the Fire Snap Cookie moved Medusa out of range of the Burrow Strike with the epicenter, so he forced that forward,
Dire's
had that
bottom
little bit of
tower
extra
is under
range,
attack.
then connected both.
Dire's
So
structures are fortified.
a really well played fight there
Radiant's
by
structures are fortified.
the Sand King of Ewing.
Good thing about Slark this time around is they don't itemize into any kind of silence or anything, so he's really not afraid. You don't buy BKB in this game at all. It's never gonna be necessary because they have 1, 2, 3 abilities that go through magic immunity. Shard also done on Grimstroke, something that we mentioned. So it's a dispel into dispel into dispel into dispel. It's just constant dispelling things, having this movement speed. They don't have enough lockdown. They can't kill Slark. That's the problem. Now with the Scotty, exactly what he needed. A bit of stat resistance, raw stats.
Burrow Strike, Fire Snap Cookie, Snowball save. That's for Cuckoo, but they've got the Soul Bind, and now the Mortimer's Kiss is coming down with the Shards. That's going to be right on top of Palace as well as Nico. But they've got the damage to get the kill on a Whitemon. They've taken out the Sand King over to the side. BDZ, he's dead too. All right, 2 kills here for T1. They want more. Carl moving in. He's got the lasso available. Can he land it?
Radiant's top tower
Oh, slowed
is
up by
under
the
attack.
defusal. Cookie not enough, but the blink's there. And now
But they
they're
don't-
looking to get the kill
no
on Palace. Do they have
follow-up.
the damage from Cuckoo? They might. Right click's coming in. They've got the two
Sleep
on the
on
Medusa.
4.
There's the sleep coming through on a 3. They'll land the Earth Splitter, cleaning them up. They get the kill on a 23. They'll take out Cuckoo. Great turn from Execration.
RR, what a play. He lands a 4-man stomp into the Earth Splitter and they turn this whole fight around. They were chasing, good try. You know, they almost managed to bring down Slark. Still, they don't have enough damage. Lasso was available, used correctly, but then you drag him down. There's not another form of stunning him, trying to lock him down.
Dire's middle
What a
tower
beautiful
has
fight from
fallen.
Execration.
Almost going sour.
It's under attack.
These fights have really been on the edge. The unfortunate part for T1 is they have not been the benefactors of anything.
Radiant are scanning.
You know, just those a little bit of extra.
It's only gonna get harder for them. Double Doom available. I also wouldn't mind seeing a refresher
Dire's middle
on Doom.
barracks are under attack.
So possibly 3 Dooms.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Roche up and available. If anybody wants to take that.
Surprised no one decided to take Roche. 28 minutes in, usually we see at least 1 kill on Roche.
Let's watch this fight again. Snowball, Walrus Punch, all used. Yowie
No
low.
Doom available there. It was on cooldown for like 15-ish seconds.
They end up trading for Whitemon. BDZ goes down. He's got buyback, which is important here. Stone Gaze, all right. Palace in some trouble. They've got the Walrus Punch, but the Fire Snap Cookie might have been a little bit too early. They got the sleep
Dispel?
on the 4 again. They land the stun onto the Blue Mother. Down goes Zephyr. Whitemon got Burrow Strike on both. Cuckoo, 23. See you later. Wow.
I mean, they're just
man.
handling to them, man. RR, another 4-man stomp, did not even use the Earth Splitter. I believe this game's over. I don't think they can
Radiant's
come
bottom
back.
tower is
Medusa
under attack.
trying to get a Lincoln Sphere to protect herself against the Doom. I don't think it's gonna work. They can easily take Roche. A couple of buybacks expended. Power of ET. You can nerf this hero, but no matter what you do to him, it's still gonna be a top tier.
Oh man, they found Carl. Just the coordination right now from Execration.
The way you looked at me, like that was, wow, a rhyme that I did not intend to say. Was that the face?
Don't tell anybody.
Dire's top tower is
Blink
under
Dagger
attack.
here for BDZ, and that's despite the fact that he bought back.
You can see the power of that Dispel from the Grimstroke in the previous fight. He uses the Q, he uses the Dark Pack, and then another Dispel into another Dispel, suddenly full HP. Like, because he's healing. He is healing from
no
that
way,
shard.
TP, no chance. Yeah, no way.
It connected on 4 heroes around him. That's a lot of heals.
So Carl back in 24.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Could see on his death spot, they've got the Monkey King spray. It's going to be tough to defend. I still think it's doable for T1, but it feels...
Not sure why Slark decided to go for BKB. They have 3 abilities that go through Magic Immunity. He has a way of dispelling things. He has another form of dispel with the Grimstroke, because Grimstroke is not going to use that Inksfall on anyone else beside him, pretty much.
Right.
So there was no need for it. One thing you can do is just get more lifesteal, which makes you tankier with Satanic, or you get a Basher slash Abyssal.
Medusa picking up the shard, having cold-blooded.
Doom, bought a Linken's. So I think the correct play is he uses that Linken's on Slark just to have him secured against the Blink Lasso initiation.
To literally never die.
Not the item that we see on Doom, but I don't mind seeing it here. Also, they have another like Solar Crest that they can buff him up with, ET Aura. On top of Aegis, of course.
Now, working with 2 lives, like, this is going to be tough. Looking for the Ink Swell into the Doom, and that's immediately onto the Medusa. I don't know what you do from here. You've got the Elder Titan Earth Splitter. They're trying to run 23 out of there, but the Soul Line leeches him up to Cuckoo because he got a little bit too close. They've got the last on RR. They get the kill to the Elder Titan. They don't have buyback available on the Medusa. The Pounce leashes him up. Cuckoo in trouble. Snowball saved. Palos still running in. Blink forward coming through from Nico. Cuckoo taking a lot of damage, but finally the Walrus Punch gets him off of this Broodmother. But I don't think that's going to be enough with the right clicks coming in onto Whitemon. They'll get the kill. They'll buy back on the Tusk immediately. They look over at Cuckoo. They get the kill on Yoi. He's got buyback as well. He'll use it. Palos finally low, but he's still not dying. They go after Carl. They've got the Infernal Blazing Fire Staff. Cuckoo with the BKB being popped by Palos. He's still moving forward. He's marching on. Carl, Whitemon, they go down. They've already bought back on Whitemon. They'll go for Cuckoo inside the well. But they won't dive it. Very wise. But they'll start hitting those tier
Medusa out
4s.
in 25 seconds. They just don't have enough damage when there's no Medusa around. They can call it because Slark, great pick.
GG.
They call it. Slark was a great pick. They managed to make it work. I love that they put it on a mid lane. Great matchup against the Batrider.
Has fallen.
Good stuff. And there was like a couple of mistakes when Slark could have taken the fight, especially with the double damage on.
Yeah.
But other than that, he had pretty much an amazing game. Like,
The
and they
answer has
set
been
him
found.
up perfectly, especially ET. ET
Oh
2
my
times,
gosh.
4-man stomp, one time
God.
into Earth Splitter, just wins them the whole
Yeah.
fight pretty much.
ET, man, that is a hero that can save the day. He needs a cape cosmetic because he comes in, 4-man stomp, saves the day, and they have finally beat a Medusa in the Southeast Asian region in the upper division. I think that's the first loss, 7-1 now, and wow, that has been a very impressive streak that has now been broken by the Slark, and we go on to a game 3. So T1 1, Execration 1. Back over to the panel. Over to you guys.
After he realized I ate his food.
T1 burned me earlier in multiple respects. And I was ready to start trusting again. I was ready to love again. And what did they do?
You opened up.
I opened up my heart.
You spread your wings, your arms out. You were ready for a hug, and what happened?
So, you're the problem.
Bang.
Slapped in the face.
Once again.
Imagine losing with 100% win rate Medusa. Imagine.
I don't even want to talk about T1. Let's talk about Execration because they played out of their mind. They executed really well. They played high tempo with the Slark. I loved the Grimstroke plus Sand King combination to shut down the Brood. Brood really didn't look like a hero. It didn't really look like he had a lot of impact. 23 Savage as well was shut down by the Slark. The ET Stomps were on point, like
double dooms.
Exactly what Bikop said about the cape. I would love to see the cape cosmetic actually, because when you reel the spirit back in,
oh man, it'll have the flying,
yeah, he's
the
flying.
superhero pose.
He's actually in the superhero pose, so you can definitely make that happen. I'm pleasantly surprised by Execration in the second game. Obviously, we have seen them win a couple of series, which is why they're second, I believe, on the standings right now. But I did not expect them to win versus a Medusa and a Brood in the same draft.
Especially with mid Sand King, another hero that we've been highly critical of.
But it was safe lane Sand King.
It was safe lane, that's true. But he went for a mid lane build with the BOTs and Blink.
Yep.
And so overall, and Slark also, like Slark is a hero that we have not seen as a potential answer to Medusa. We were skeptical because of how Dark Pack interacts with Stone Gaze, and he won.
I mean, I don't even know if he Stone Gazed in all of those fights because he got Doom first.
I don't think he... Did we even resolve if Split Shot is working? Let's see if we can see in this fight. Nope, he's just getting slapped.
Every time he got doomed, he didn't even hit once.
Yeah, he was just
walked away.
Trying to run.
Away.
One thing that Medusa is known for is, yeah, she's 100% win rate more or less. She's also very, very slow. And when you doom her, when you have that Earth Splitter and the Echo Stomp, she can't really maneuver through that. ET isn't truly a hero that can catch on. Like, you usually cast that spirit as the teamfight is starting, or you cast it in the way of a hero that's running.
Right.
But you can't cast it and then chase a hero, because by the time you cast Echo Stomp, they're going to get away. Medusa, however, is so slow that you can. And he proved that here. I believe we should give him the MVP too. I'm not sure. I'll leave it to production. Maybe ET, maybe Slark.
Maybe Doom.
Nah.
Maybe Broodmother.
Maybe.
The Schlangenfrau, what about her?
Schlangenfrau, I mean, for Execration maybe, yeah. he got caught in like just something I've not seen in a long time, where just a Spirit walks up, he's just hitting creeps,
Yep.
And
gets stunned, while 3 of his teammates are dead, and he's like, oh, his Slark is next to me, guys. Like,
Not
I'm
good.
dead.
When you think that the hero is too good, you allow yourself to make some interesting plays.
Sure.
Like he allowed himself to do that in this game, and yeah, you can't mess with the Titan.
Interesting indeed. Let's go to game 3, they say.
They say. T1. This is all according to their plan.
Yeah.
They're like,
All
yeah, we
according to
need more
Keikaku.
experience. All according to Keikaku.
Yeah.
I mean, I am still shocked that Medusa loses, especially in 23 Savage's hands.
I can see it on your face, the disbelief,
Yeah,
the horror
I
in
think
your
your
eyes.
moustache went up a bit in your beard. It's like
It's twitching.
electrified.
I
yeah.
can,
know.
Yeah, I can actually see it moving. It's screaming. There's something screaming inside.
Subarashi.
Subarashi. We do have a good MVP, though. It will indeed be Palos on the Slark.
Sure, why not?
No.
He made that one crucial mistake that would take my MVP away from him.
Which
when
one?
he didn't fight with the double damage.
Oh, yes.
He didn't have ulti, but they could win that fight if he maneuvered
But he
around
redeemed it because then he got another double damage.
But
and then they
100
4-1.
And then he
wiped.
fought with that DD.
Yeah, they
he was
still-
like, maybe if I hit heroes with a double damage, I'll deal double the
Run
damage.
away.
But the person that allowed him
Was the
was
ET.
always the ET, the Sand King persons. ET, Sand King, Grimstroke as well with some sick 4-manning swells. I mean, is it really on the...
Hey, Grimstar, you played so well. You put that on me.
You put the Inkswell on the
Listen,
Slark, and Slark was the one that
Positioning's
brought it,
important,
yeah.
right? How does Grimstroke get in range to do that? That's all on the Grimstroke player.
That is
Speaking
amazing.
as a real Grimstroke player, I can
Exactly.
see it. Yeah, that's
Especially now that that cast range talent is gone now. He used to have that. It used to be easier.
Wow.
I know, right?
Guys, did you see my ult? I linked 2 people.
Listen, just because it got a buff and now it's easier to link two people, that doesn't make it any less valuable.
Do you see the double doom? It's all me.
No, that
Oh
makes
my-
it more valuable.
It makes it more valuable, exactly. You're getting it. That's a support mentality. We have to see now. I was saying at T1, you know, can they close it out? The answer is no, not quite yet. And now maybe Execration gunning for that 4-2 spot, having 4 wins with TNC. It's a very real possibility, but we need to jump over to a quick break before we can resolve that for game number 3.
Looking at me, the chance I just one glance to your glory. I needed it, look at my past. Do you need anything? You can use me, I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
Look at those secret lab chairs, side by side. Titan and Omega.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Should
I'm
be
in
swapped
awe.
though,
Why?
because I have a Titan.
Ah.
I have an Omega.
Oh my god. Match made in heaven.
Omega Titan.
Yin and yang. Secret in labs.
What do you have? Do you have a?
We have
We have a
Titans.
HyperX, right, as well.
Of course I have a HyperX as well. That's right. HyperX Secret Lab chairs. All proud sponsors of the Southeast Asia Upper Division presented by PGL. And I hope you've been enjoying the broadcast because we're giving you a third game. Just the way that you want.
Because otherwise we'll stop right now.
Exactly. We would have just ended it.
Yeah.
Hit stop streaming.
Any more? Like, what is this cringe cast? This cringe panel on Twitch? We're out.
One
Choose your
more,
words
one more
wisely.
XD in chat. I'm out.
Yeah. Don't get triggered.
Execration, T1. Is it possible to have too good of a first phase pick with Broodmother Medusa? The answer is yes.
You can't have both.
You can't have both.
Yeah, that's
No one man should have all that power.
Schlangenfrau and
Schlangenfrauen,
Spidermutter.
Spinnenmutter. Spinnenmutter.
Schlangenfrau.
like you have to draft well, but you also have to draft to appease the gods.
It's true.
What if you just don't draft them at Bad Rider? Could work.
All right, that Slark. Not only was it good versus Medusa, but the mid Batrider as well. Definitely
Both
caused
these-
some problems.
These final, is it 24th pick now or is it 20?
24th, I believe.
It's 24th. All these 24 picks have been sick. The Terrorblade in game 1, the Slark in game 2.
Game winning,
Game
one would
winning.
say.
That's what you need.
Slark was definitely game winning in that game. I don't think you could draft anything else that allows you to play against the Batrider on the mid lane and also wins versus Medusa late. So really, really well drafted by Execration. They ban out the Timber and Enchantress this time around. Meanwhile, T1 with the Centaur and what's
Puck.
it gonna be? Puck again?
Or maybe
Nyx.
not. Maybe they're like,
Brood in the pool, Nyx in the pool,
Elder Titan.
The respect.
And now we
ban.
have Puck.
It's possible. Let's see. What was the situation earlier?
I believe Pucklet was banned.
I think you were right. And Nyx Assassin was also banned, I think.
Puck, after all the changes, still in the pool. Nyx wasn't, I believe, in the last game, but he was in the first when Lash was drafted.
Ah, that's right. Yeah.
In the second stage, they banned it because they drafted Lash as last pick in the first stage.
Don't take bonus time Execration.
Do we pick the Brood?
It's not a good look.
Do we
We
pick the
pick the
Medusa?
Medusa.
Do we go with
Oh,
the Treant?
Treant
Treant.
Protector.
And now T1 just snatches Puck Nyx. Life is good.
Also, Bristleback was first phase banned in
Yeah.
game 2.
Snapfire,
Snapfire.
who Nyx Assassin also owns.
Mm-hmm.
And Doom, who Nyx
Snapfire.
Assassin also owns.
You're right.
Don't you just Nyx here? If you like? Okay, Morphling.
But
instead.
Morphling also is very good against Doom.
Yeah.
This is
And
something that
Snapfire.
they banned the Morphling when they picked Doom in that first game.
You know why?
Because he's good versus
Yeah,
Doom.
because of 80 damage everyone, and you can't pressure him. It's a very great lane.
And you can steal him, take a Devour, scorch some Earth, turn back into Morphling.
So tip for some easy MMR,
Mm-hmm.
Pudge versus Morphling.
Why?
The laning stage, if you manage to just snipe him out a couple of times, they're gonna tilt.
Or you just feed.
How do you-
Or you feed, that's also
Because
possible.
Morphling just owns Pudge.
Yeah.
Right clicks and stuff.
No, because you're not gonna lane against him. You're a 4. You just need to wait for him to shift a little bit lower. The
Mhm.
hook insta gives him.
Oh, I see.
Oh, and
'Cause
then
so
he
much
morphs
pure
up just
damage.
in time, and you're like, oh shit, I'm out of
He's
position,
standing right
boys.
next
there is no way you morph just in time for the hook. Like if you that's insta connection. You don't
guess
see
so.
it.
I've
But if
seen
you miss
worse
hooks,
things
then
happen.
probably don't do that.
Yeah, if you don't cheat, then don't do it.
What is Pudge's armor right now? In
1.
It's 1? Yeah. So that he still hasn't gotten any buffs to that. What
No,
a
he
shame.
got. He had 0.
He had 0 before? How long ago?
Pudge doesn't need any more buffs.
I think it was just recent.
No, really.
It was pretty recent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 1 armor.
Pudge is really strong at the moment.
He seems strong.
Needs,
The
he
shard
needs
is-
no buffs.
Pretty much everyone unanimously thinks that the Shard and the Scepter should be reversed. Because the Shard is way better than the Scepter.
I'm
with
not
being
buying
able to-
Scepter at all. Like
Yeah, no one
AO
does.
Actually, Scepter versus Morphling is good.
Got the heal reduction.
Heal reduction,
That's true.
25% versus all these beefy boys. It's pretty strong, but you don't want to buy it, and it's very expensive.
Just play mid Pudge like me.
Yeah.
Find Cloak of Flames.
You play mid. Is there any hero that you don't play mid?
No.
Okay, then.
It doesn't matter. Like if you're good enough, you can make anything.
Dude, I
work.
played mid CM against the core Slark.
Mia Sim's a real thing, though.
It is
because She has
good.
the attack speed talent.
No, but you go with spell damage.
Oh.
Yeah,
I see like Deso Mjolnirs.
Nah, that's a meme build.
That's a meme.
Yeah.
You don't go.
You're
there.
telling me that your version is not a meme
Dude,
build?
I had Blink Hex. I just jumped on the Slark, hexed him, ulted, he just died instantly.
Oh yeah, and then you got the Shard that game also,
Yeah,
didn't you?
it's a ton of damage.
Yeah. What about mid Treant Protector? What would you do on a mid Treant
I mean,
Protector?
I probably like I play stuff that can actually win the game.
Oh, okay.
Like, often Treant makes sense because you can bully, right? But
Yeah.
mid lane, what would you do?
If you're playing unranked versus players that are not your level, Like you can literally just right-click them to death.
It's true.
With Treant.
Get like Mask of Madness.
Orb of Corrosion.
Orb
and
of
just
Corrosion.
Dive them
And
with
also
Leech Seed.
disrespectful though.
It's pretty disrespectful.
Yeah.
But these kids gotta learn. This is the real world.
My favorite
Get
hero,
outta here, bro.
My favorite hero to like abuse in trash rank would be Omni Knight mid because
Oh yeah.
you just killed
People
him.
don't know how to handle
You
that.
dive, you
The
just go
hammer
ham.
of purity, dude.
That's
Yeah.
right. Cooldown got buffed.
It's pretty bad still.
But that's still like you're just adding salt to the injury, to the wound every time you kill someone. You're playing Omni mid and then you're dominating as well. Like you're just a show off.
You don't feel good about that.
I think my favorite mid hero to own is just PA. In lower ranks.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an Invoker middle, thinks he can outplay you, just out CS him. He's like, ah, shit. He wanted him.
Buy a dust.
Yeah.
And what hero is T1 thinking about right now? Because they're diving deep into their reserve time. They go with a puck. Wow.
They thought about the puck.
Wow. Made it all the way to second phase.
Right? It's a really good combo with both the Doom and the Snap because
I mean, I would pick Nyx now if I'm Execration.
Yeah, seriously. It was already good versus the first two heroes.
Yeah. Or maybe you bait him even more. Like you don't pick it now, they pick something else as bad against Nyx. Then
I would pick Nyx because of Doom and Snap. Versus Puck it's good, but it's not this amazing counter that catches him every single time because you have time to react with Puck. Like you can't carapace everything.
Yeah, but
the
illusory orb is like so obvious though. You can
yeah,
always
but you
walk
can
into
shift.
it.
You can shift if you see him.
Yeah, but they go so far. How are you going to see Nyx's SMPs Vendetta and carapacing from like 10,000 or 1,000 range away?
So you're predicting where he's gonna cast the orb, you're running there, and you're running far
Well,
enough
I
to use
mean,
the carapace.
Puck uses it to farm jungle camps, right? So or lane camps, lane creeps.
Yeah, I'm just
I-
telling you
because
from what I've seen and from experience, he's good, but he's not as good like versus Lash or
That's true.
some other heroes.
Because mainly you want like the mana burn for those other mid heroes to make them really, really powerless. What I hope Execration don't do is go for a Willow. I think that is too corny.
Just get the Nyx.
Just get him.
Just get the Nyx.
Just make it easy on yourself.
They go with the Void Spirit. Okay.
Okay, now they're waiting for a fourth hero that Nyx is good against. That's going to be Batrider for T1, right? Then surely you would pick Nyx Assassin after that.
This should be Doom off lane,
No, that's true, and Puck mid.
Puck mid. Because of that, they need a position 4 or 5 right now and the carry. So
How about AM? AM carapace yourself into the Battle Fury Cleave. Surely that would justify a Nyx Assassin.
I
pick.
think T1 is probably going to last pick there. Carry.
Yeah.
So give them some more control, maybe from the position 5, some more control or some lane dominator.
Pos 5 tiny, let's go.
Wait, this
Tiny
should be
giant.
Snap 5, right? Like for T1. Yeah, more
Yeah.
control. Lion, Shadow Shaman versus the Morphling versus the Void Spirit. Exactly what they needed.
Why are you so quiet, Black? What's on your mind?
I'm
What's White Mon
psychoanalyzing.
Psychoanalyzing with the webcams. Oh, wait, is
Yeah.
Whitemon eating again?
Whitemon is eating again.
I saw him.
Because they
can't
lost game
lose.
2.
Yeah.
They did lose game
Maybe
two.
it's his nervous habit. He's like,
Actually,
eat a
it's my
cheesecake.
nervous habit. Like if
You
I'm
stress eat?
if I'm hungry but I'm winning, I cannot eat. I'm fine. But if I'm a little bit hungry and I start losing, there's no way. Like, I need to munch on something in between the games.
Interesting.
oh, he stole my Tupperware bottle.
Is that Tupperware?
Yeah, no wonder I can't find it.
He's staying hydrated.
You left it in T1 headquarters.
Mistakes were made, man.
Mistakes were made.
Cost me like a whole $1. It was a really good one. It was like a 2.5 liter bottle.
Wow.
Like you're gonna stay hydrated when you
I'm with you. Especially with all the sodium
when you
that
play
Dota
Dota.
generates.
Yeah.
The salt is high.
The mines start running.
Bro, what are Execration doing?
They are thinking.
I see that. Oh shit, I
No,
don't see
no, you
that. I
don't.
see T1 on the screen, but I can interpret that.
Darkseer Treant.
Dogs.
Darkseer
Okay.
Treant, and you last pick something like an Abaddon
Like
to
a
shield
Spirit
you from the
Breaker.
Lion. Or you
go.
put Treant on the safe lane 5, yeah. I would rather see 3 on the off lane with the Darkseer.
Or Nyx Assassin. What the hell, man?
Or Spirit Breaker.
Nyx isn't
Spirit Breaker
as
good this
popular
game?
in SCA
No.
as in China.
Yeah, it's not.
He's good, but he's not as popular. And maybe ban out...
I would
Osgood
ban out
versus Darkseid.
anti-mage if I'm Execration.
AM and what else? Do you worry about Sven?
Oof.
Wait,
Now this is like a super free AM game.
Yeah, against Darkseer, life would be good in lane.
but why do you ban out Lifestealer? You have a Morphling on your
Because
side.
he steals life.
steals the life.
Yeah.
They just don't want people who can deal with Darkseer in lane, it seems like.
But then it should have been anti-mage.
Yeah, but Anti-Mage is the
Yeah.
best one. when
But
it comes
anti-mage
to
is
that.
not very meta. Jug and Lifestealer.
Oh, the next ban.
Oh,
last
T1.
last ban. Nyx.
They know.
Now with Execration. You thought you could save it for last pick.
Yeah.
You got greedy.
Guys, maybe if we can hold them off a little longer. A little longer. Now what do they need? They need a pos 4 or 5.
I think they should get someone to lane with Darkseer. I don't.
Spirit Breaker.
The thing is, like, if you're getting something like that plus the tree and you
It's a
have
great
lot
lineup.
of yeah.
Sarcasm.
Chat can't see you laughing or your face.
10
Black.
seconds.
And actually, they do something similar. Okay, they go with the Tusk.
Wait. Anti-mage.
Anti-mage.
I love it when anti-mage gets picked when you're like in the client. You just hear anti-mage.
Yeah.
You're like, it's an AM game.
Do you not use the persona?
No.
Oh.
Anti.
I have it, but I can't use my bashers with that.
Oh, the golden immortal bashers?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would like here besides AM?
I mean, Peel is banned. Slark doesn't lane very well into the Darkseer.
Darkseer Tusk, yeah.
Bristleback is banned.
No, you wouldn't want it anyway.
Maybe some range hero, but I mean, even Drow Ranger is pretty risky because he can get on top of you.
Deuce is
Darkseer
banned
Tusk.
out.
AM sounds
And
like
I feel
the
it's a
best
free
option,
AM
yeah.
game, but if they don't want to do that, then
Troll.
AM or Slark, I guess. Like,
yeah,
you
Slark
go
is really
Slark.
risky against Darkseer though.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a tough lane. 23. Put your voice out there. Void.
Okay.
We've seen the same
Void is good.
approach. Yeah, versus
Void is good.
versus the
I mean,
Darkseer.
that just shows me 23 is not a boss though.
Yeah, but for the team, Void is much better. You have Snapfire now. You have
Yeah.
that combo.
That's what you think.
AM's
But now
the
you have a Lion faces Void lane. Like AM faces Void is actually a kill threat.
I'm not a fan of the position 5 Lion overall. Like, we haven't seen it do well. Position 4 Lion, sure. But when you're picking position 5 Lion and you don't really have enough farm to buy that Blink Dagger early on, it's mostly you that feeds first to these Void Spirits and Morphlings jumping you. So you don't even have time to use that hexing.
Isn't Snapfire pretty trash too against Morphling? Because you have high armor.
Yeah, the armor doesn't
You
really.
just
The
morph up
shredder armor
anyway.
doesn't really matter. That's true.
I mean, the Snapfire and Doom lane shouldn't do too well. Like, they'll get farm, but they won't pressure Morphling.
Well, you know what time it is for me. Flip a coin for me.
You got heads.
Oh, I should have mentioned. Heads was T1.
It's a bit too late now, dude. Like,
okay.
Well, actually, I wanted to go Execration, truth be told. And in my mind, it was Heads was
Flip it
T1.
again.
Well, fine. We'll flip it again. And also, we'll bring in B-Cup and Lacoste. Well, fine. I'll flip it again. Heads is T1.
You're flipping the coin until
Till
you
you
get
get
what you
X.
want.
Heads.
I
Still
flipped it
heads.
again. It's
Again,
Heads.
yeah.
So I'm T1.
T1?
I'm gonna go with T1 as well. I think this Morphling is not gonna have a good time. Might have a good lane, but later on you're playing into Silences, you're playing into Chronosphere, you're playing into Lion. So much stuff that Morphling players they don't love to play into. So I'm gonna go with them.
Lizard.
I'll go with some Execration for this game. Some Darkseer stuff happening. I love myself some Darkseer now.
Okay.
Where's their combo though?
You have the Tusk and
Vacuum into
snowball
Snowball, combo.
combo.
no,
Wow.
you,
Well,
in the,
I'm
in
not
the
convinced.
lane, in the lane, you have the Tusk.
I'm going T1. That didn't convince me.
B-Cup, do you see the potential
No,
in
Morphling,
the
Morphling
vacuum
can,
in a snowball?
I don't know. I'm gonna. My courier got the last one wrong, but I'm gonna ask him again. T1 Execration. T1 would be pretty cool. Yeah. All right. That's cool. I
Wow.
didn't totally. That
You
didn't come from me.
I didn't realize that you got a Morty cosmetic for the courier. Well, let's see how this series pans out with game number 3.
Gotta cover up the courier, make sure that his secrets aren't told. Stand in front. He's also holding my arcane blink.
And you're
Hopefully
not that far. Maybe he's holding a branch and a tango. So let's check this one out. They have a combo. Combo is vacuum into Therian Protector ulti possibly, keep them
Snowball?
inside. Illusions, they deal the damage. Iron Shells. But I'm really worried, because you have Doom. I also want to see what his itemization is going to be like. Whether it's a Manta style or a Lincoln Sphere.
30 seconds
We
to
covered the
battle.
China region as well. Chinese players, whenever they're playing against Doom, it's a rush. They go for that Lincoln Sphere just to have something, because they don't have any other abilities that can pierce them other than Lion. Lion has couple, but other heroes, they don't have anything. So I feel like it should be a good Lincoln Sphere game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how quickly he can get the Lincolns. I like Lincolns, but I don't know. I'm always expecting more from a Morphling. Feels like sometimes the Lincolns kind of slows down that big burst of what a Morph can do. And by the time you get to that point, because
Why
you're
you
an item
expect
behind.
more from Morphling?
Yes.
Okay.
Glad you caught that one. But, you know, at that point, it's like you're dealing with a lot. You get that Lincolns, and it's like, oh, I can block Doom, but now I'm in a Chrono, now I'm in a
Bottom
Dream
lane.
Coil.
No creep wave. They have 0 creeps. Double Iron Shell on the creep wave, so Faceless Void will farm under the tower. I don't think he minds. I don't think Faceless Void cares too much about this. And he also starts with the Time Walk, which I like. So no random bashes. We'll be able to secure every single last hit.
Doing it right. 3 for 3. There it is. There's the 4th, and they're going to continue to Iron Shell the creep wave. Ooh, Iron Shell Whitemon. He's burning pretty heavily, or getting plasmid. I don't know what the Iron
I
Shell is
think
made out
Faceless
of.
Void should just stay here, and the Lion tanks it. Lion does not get any XP.
Carl? Almost dying in that mid lane.
What I think Lion can possibly do is just run top, and if there's potentially have aggressive tri lane, keep Faceless Void farming underneath the tower. He gets the levels, gets more points in the Time Walk, and if they threaten the bottom lane, then he can TP. But now he's dead.
Yeah, tag team, Shard. They're both level 2. It's a very easy kill, and Carl does in fact die over mid.
It should not happen. This was not even close. Void Spirit, almost full HP. It's a better matchup for Void Spirit until Puck start get levels. He's never gonna feel comfortable playing in that Dream Coil, but this is a good start for Yowie.
So you see what 23 is already queued up. Looking potentially towards the Diffusal.
Mana burn against Void. We've seen a lot of carries also not going for Battle Furies anymore. They just love to have that Diffusal Blade, Maelstrom, so they can fight earlier with the team.
See 11 and 2 right now, make it 12 and 2. It was a good 2-man stun from Whitemon bottom, but it doesn't turn into anything. There's not much more there unless you somehow secure multiple bashes in a row. Nico out of mana at the moment. So I guess we won't be seeing more of those Ion Shells, at least just yet. Till he gets himself a little bit of mana regen. So they've burned through all of this, and there it is. There's the bottle refill. So BDZ, he got that bottle refilled. He gives it back over to Nico. Now he's got a little bit more mana to play with.
Stun
The stun
misses.
misses for Whitemon. Bashes onto Nico. That might be the saving grace for Whitemon, but he's vacuum backed. Iron Shell on top of him. They're healing up Nico as he does this. Whitemon just surviving, and he gets to survive the botch stun.
Looking at the top lane, Morphling free farming. I don't think they can stop him at all, especially now with the 2 points in attribute shift.
Ooh, Nico, he might just die here and needs one more shot to kill him, and there it is for 23.
Big kill. Whitemon uses Healing Salve immediately on him, and I think you just get the power turns. A bit of a Calais there for me, at least. They get a kill on RR. Interesting.
And they got the kill into the tree, and big kill for them to get. Cuckoo currently sitting here at 18 and 4. I'm going to take a peek over at the net worth because I know Doom's at the top of it. I just wanted to confirm my suspicions.
Is it confirmed?
It is. Just by about 70 gold over the Void Spirit. Shards blocking White Mom, but he's got a two-man stun. All they need is a bash on BDZ. Vacuum though, no bashes, no bashes, no bashes.
Oh, that's big. That's pretty big.
Is under attack.
Like one hit, and then you get yourself to almost level 5. Mid lane.
Carl, he's in trouble too. Can he survive this? Waning Rift gets the silence.
What did he kill him with?
You sought to bargain
Right-clicked him?
something of little value.
Through the tree?
Okay, production, please. I want to see this one again. It feel like he didn't even hit him. At least on my screen.
Is under attack.
Going after Nico. Can they catch him? Time walk. Hex. There's the bash. Could have used that a little
They need
while
another
ago.
one. There's
There it is.
another one. Okay, they get the kill.
Alright, so he stacked up his luck a little bit.
Because it didn't happen before, so
Here
we're
we
gonna
go.
see that one again.
Waning Rift and boop.
How does he see him there? There's no ward. It's like 300 plus attack range as well. He goes through the threes and hit him. Very interesting.
Just gave him the old boop. Now he's level 6. Snowball coming in, and they've got help from Nico coming over. Vacuum back. Carl dead back to back.
I knew they had vac, but I'm talking about vacuum in this game. Didn't know they had a real vac, you know, because this Void Spirit, what's his attack range? 200. That didn't feel like 200.
No.
So third death on Carl. His game kind of done.
Yeah, he doesn't even have Dream Carl yet.
Yeah, no Dream Carl available. Not level 6 yet. Faceless Void will be level 6 after this creep wave and going straight into the Fusel Blade. No mask. I would love maybe to see the mask if there's some pressure put on him just so he can farm the jungle as well.
Right.
Maybe he's depending on finding the mask, the neutral item. We'll see. Chrono available. They are going bottom as well.
They'll get the kill onto this Doom. They look over at Nico. They've got the Snapfire here. I don't think they need the
no
Chrono.
need for Chrono.
And 23 with another kill. All right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So 1K lead here for Execration. They got the kill onto the Doom. He still sits top of the net worth. And 23, despite his struggles, is at the top as well. Ooh, Carl low once again. The Urn, though, it's enough. With the shards, they get the kill. The Hex, Scatter Blast, BDZ ends up getting traded, but that is Carl dead again for the fourth time.
I'm scratching my head right now. Fourth death, something I have not seen in quite some time. He got solo killed twice, something that we also don't see because there are a lot of runes to be picked up, so everyone's staying healthy, staying hydrated. Chrono available, so if they decide to rotate one hero, they could potentially get a kill on Nico again.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to play aggressive on this Dark Series. Getting a couple of bashes, some that he should have used before, or should have had before. He didn't toggle a bash, apparently. But Nico continuing to stay middle of the pack, and now Doom's towards the mid pack too. This is, you know, not familiar territory for the Doom, and he might just be dead. BDZ coming in, waveform forward, Cuckoo. He's very gone. Palace with the kill there. 3 heroes up towards top.
Right now they have 2 big abilities that they want to use. They want to use Doom, and they also want to use the Chrono.
And they have BDZ at level 6 already.
This is what I was worried about, because 23 Savage, he has no way of healing at all. So 2 Iron Shell on a creep wave brings him down to almost half, even less than half HP. That's 1/3 at the moment.
Shards just off the mark. BDZ's doing work this
They're
game.
going for Nico. He needs to be careful. 23
Vacuum?
Savage. He can't go in.
God.
Like, he's gonna die. He needs to kill the creeps first.
Yeah, they'll go after this Darkseer. They don't even need 23.
And they have a healing salve from Zephyr, keeping that Chronosphere dream alive. That was close. Maybe if he used Vacuum like 0.3, 0.5 seconds later, he could have potentially gotten a kill.
It was certainly very close. 23 almost dying there. But the supports take care of business. I mean, that's the strength of these two supports, for sure.
Lion is level 6. Like
burst
Whitemon,
damage,
he
too.
was not having a good time. This is a
There's
big
the
kill.
Hex.
Finger available, stun.
Yeah, you'll
They
use
even
the
bring
finger.
23 Savage just in case he wants to do some kind of shenanigans. Puck coil available. Supports are doing so much work for T1 right now.
Dream Carl down, and that's going to be onto the Tusk, avoiding the Mortimer's kisses, but now he's silenced and he won't be able to survive.
So they get the kill there onto the Tusk, who did have Snowball, I believe, but since he got silenced, couldn't get it off, and they use that.
Leash mechanic can't get it off. Then well-timed silence from Carl.
Yeah, he was hoping maybe preemptively get something done, but he just gets caught out.
23 Savage was thinking about what he needs to buy in this game. Diffusal Blade, great again, like Mana Burn against Morphling. He's gonna
Chrono.
go in finally with the Chrono
Fire
Cookie.
Snap Cookie, and now the time dilation onto Nico. Little Shredder starting to try to surge away, and also throws down the
He
wall,
might be
goes
able
into the
to
trees.
get out, maybe.
He doesn't have TP.
No TP means he's stuck. Another
Quiet,
surge
though.
available.
And now 23 in some trouble. He time walks, and they've got the Snowball Walrus Punch and the kill into 23. So Chrono, Fire Snap, Cookie, all used for nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower
Big
is
question
under
mark
attack.
there. What happened?
Radiant structures
Also, this is why I
are
don't like only 2 points in the time walk. It's 18-second cooldown, level 2. Like at least 1 point just so that you can get out of the trouble, potentially close the gap.
Radiant's bottom tower is under Radiant's bottom
Man,
tower
that tower's
has
gone
fallen.
now.
I see a
Dire's
lot of
middle
different
tower
item
is
builds
under
than
attack.
what's kind of standard. Nico going for Soul Ring, not a single Null Talisman. I believe Cuckoo, when he played the Darkseer, he went for 3. 3 is a bit too much. 2 feels really good. The Spell Amp, the Mana Regen.
It's a lot of no talismans.
Whitemon again. If he gets the Hex off, that's a kill.
Well, Shredder minus armor with the Earth Spike. They'll get the kill. Carl coming through and getting that one. So he's starting to recover. But now they lose 23 again. So the Dream Carl goes down. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses right on top of these two heroes. Now with the Waning Rift, the silence, is it going to be enough to kill off the Void Spirit? No, he's already retreating.
It's a good combo that they got. Coil into Mortimer's, and I like how Carl is just keeping the silence until Coil is about to snap, and then he uses it just to prolong the duration where they can't use any abilities.
Okay, Palace getting the benefits of that
Radiant's bottom tower
Doom
is
Morph,
under attack.
getting the Devour.
Get that easy gold. Shouldn't he have... If he turns, I didn't check. Like, he should be able to have the benefit from the creep. You'll Scepter.
Aether Remnant, Snowball, Walrus Punch, all there for a kill on a Whitemon. This is a bit more of what we saw
Dire's
from
middle
Execration
tower
in
is
game
under
number
attack.
2, where they just overwhelmed T1. Even though 23 did ultimately get a decent chunk of farm, it just wasn't enough.
The Fusel Blade is done, so a lot of damage is going to be dealt by this Faceless Void. This time around, no status resistance build. Wants to have that Manta start to get rid of the silences.
Wall
and
down, Fire Snap Cookie, they'll go after Cuckoo. Hit the Scatter Blast, they've got the stun onto this Tusk. And they threw the Doom out on the Void Spirit. Finger there to kill off BDZ, but that's only one kill.
That's the problem. Whenever you play against the Centaur and Darkseer, Doom, you need to either have Darkseer killed, or you need to know that there's enough lockdown after you use Doom. So, because there's going to be Surge / Stampede type of a play. So it needs to be very careful how you uses the next Doom. Going into Pipe, next item. Just wants to be able to tank up, no Hand of Midas or anything.
Palace sitting top of the net worth. Has that Yasha. Going into the Manta. We'll see if 23 starts to get a little bit more active now that he's got this Diffusal Void. You think they should bring back Diffusal level 2?
No, I think Diffusal right now is in a pretty good state. You deal 1 damage per mana burn.
Dire's middle
Hex,
tower
but
is
the
under
Aether
attack.
Remnant lands on a Carl.
They've got the Astral Step forward, Snowball. No, that's going to be avoided via the phase shift. They've got the vacuum back on Carl. Fire Snap Cookie doesn't land. 4 heroes have rotated over for T1, and they come up empty-handed.
Let me tell you a story what was happening in Dota 1. Like, you had Diffusal Blade, Vorlock uses Golem, and you instantly kill it, because it was a Purge, it was a Dispel.
Radiant's bottom tower
So
is
sometimes
under
you
attack.
had heroes who don't even buy Diffusal when they were playing against Warlocks, just to be able to kill them instantly. Fun stuff, good old times. Especially for Warlock players. People were still picking it though.
Radiant are
Even
scanning.
though that
Yeah.
it could just get countered like that. That feels really bad. Darkseer going towards that Axe, 23.
Dire are scanning.
Harm unseen.
See him trying to truck along, farm away. He's sitting about 1,000
I told
gold
you.
behind this
I told you which item he's gonna find. Possessed Mask done, has that lifesteal, has a bit more agi, more damage, and has that sustain. So he can farm the Ancients efficiently with it.
It's the perfect drop. Seems to be a
Radiant's top tower is
tradition
under
as we've
attack.
been seeing a lot of perfect drops throughout the season.
Got it.
Blink Dagger for the Treant next. That'll be some gold away, but I really like it. That blink into the overgrowth. Now they'll spot him. They've got the Hex, the little Shredder, the minus armor is there. Earth Spike in with the Illusion of Waning Rift of Carl to kill off this Treant, but they do finish off the Manta on Morphling, going Manta E-Blade.
Dire's middle tower
Carl
is
managed to
under
recover.
attack.
He has the same amount of farm as Void Spirit at the moment, which is pretty impressive. Void Spirit killed him 2 times alone, and then managed to kill him 2 times, but 2 supports did so much work on T1. Those smoke ganks early on, they found the perfect targets, they killed Void Spirit, they found Morphling, they were setting up kills for Faceless Void in the lane.
Zephyr's 1-0-8. He's done so much so far. He's 1-0-8, and he's still somehow sitting bottom of the net worth. Feels really bad.
That means that you should be
Dire's
hitting
bottom
creeps
tower
instead of
is
heroes.
under attack.
He is sitting at the bottom of net worth, but the rest of the team is doing really well. You have 23 Savage, 7.7k. Doom is also up there. Once Morphling finishes the Manta style, already done, going into E-Blade next. I still feel it's a good Link and Sphere game. Just that first initiation.
Dire's bottom tower is
Maybe
under
third
attack.
item here. Wants to have a bit more burst damage, especially for the supports. Even Void Spirit, who does not have a defensive item yet.
Almighty money.
Yep, Void Spirit going Axe. So there's the combo. Vacuum into Resonant Pulse Silence on all 5 heroes.
It's not that bad. Like, Overgrowth is good. Drain Protector. This is the item that we see. Double Fillet. Drop for both teams. This is the dream. Let's see who decides to hold it. I think Snapfire gets a bit more farm priority here. And then, like, you get a mech on the other side. Like, you can even give it to Darkseer. I would not mind seeing Darkseer, because he's one of the few heroes that are not 4 or 5 that can hold it. Like Zeus Tinker type of a hero.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the kill here onto RR, who I think should hold Philosopher's Stone, as he does. Overgrowth, Palos, waveform away, lose your orb. Is he going to jaunt to it? Yes, he will. All right, Adaptive Strike, Scatter Blast doesn't land.
So yeah, Holy Locket, amplifying the healing
Radiant's
and
top
having that
tower
instant
is under
heal
attack.
on allies. I think this item is in a pretty good state. Maybe if the price drops by 100, you can invest into it. I feel like that would be a really good investment.
Radiant's middle tower
Might
is
even see
under
it on some
attack.
different heroes. Anything that has any kind of heal, I would not mind seeing it, because you get the charges more often, from 15 to 10 seconds and 7.29.
Yeah, so you're just constantly getting all these charges. Definitely feels like a first item for Treant. A good first item. And he's holding that Philosopher's Stone. Like I said, he wanted to go for a Blink Dagger prior. We'll see if that's the case when he does finally grab that gold.
Haven't seen Chronosphere in a very long time. They're trying to set it up on Faceless Void. They have those 2 silences plus Overgrowth. Who's sitting behind him? Whitemon, that should be a kill.
Time walk away, Earth Spike in, that hits onto the Morphling. They've got the Aether Remnant, and the Dream Coil comes down, but it's only onto the Tusk. The Mortimer's Kisses, they get the kill to 23. Can they get anything to return this for the side of T1?
Mortimer's Kisses don't feel like enough, but finally the finger, they'll get the kill on a BDZ, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade so far. Earthspike lands onto the Morphling. They've got the Fire Snap cookie. The Aether Remnant locks on the Snapfire. They have the Hex, the control here. They bought back on 23 to get this kill on a Palos, and they will finish him off.
He was watching that fight. I could feel that he was watching. Do I need to buy back? Now they need to get something out of this. So they need to get this Roshan potentially. Not sure if they have enough damage to actually bring it down. So not that good of a buyback. Who got the last hit?
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo. At least they needed to give last hit to Faceless Void if possible. But the Mana Drain against Morphling always going to be good. Mana Burn, anything.
Radiant are scanning.
You have Medallion, you have a little Shredder. Is that
Dire's
enough
top
to get
tower
Roche?
is under attack.
Maybe they could have.
Overgrowth?
Like, the rest of the team doesn't deal that much damage, so could be a bit problematic. Carl, just stowing with Treant at the moment.
Illusory Orb, staying with RR. It's got help. Don't want to dive that tower.
So in the end, 23
Dire's top
Savage
tower is under attack.
changes his item build, decides I need S and Y for some status resistance, a bit more tankiness instead of Manta. Like, he can Manta style off those silences, but there's always the second charge. He can dispel the overgrowth, what carries like to build against the Treant Protector, but seems like he changed his mind.
Yeah, now the thing is, though, he's got to work the gold to get this buyback money back that has slowed down his game a little bit. Morphling sitting top of the net worth. This is certainly a scary few minutes here for T1, because you lose the Void, he's dead for a long time.
You lose the
He's
Void,
gonna-
you lose Roshan. That's how it is. Tusk picking up a Blink Dagger, so they have another way of saving people. He can stand further behind. Very hard to play Tusk into any kind of leash mechanic, into Grimstroke, into Buck.
Yeah, so now maybe you have that opportunity to sit back.
Sit
Dream
back,
Coil goes
exactly.
down. There you go. You have your opportunity. Because before, if you get leashed, you have to maybe risk it, snap it, then maybe then hope that you're alive still after you snap the Dream Coil.
Oh, gotta love those hope moments in Dota. I hope that I don't die if I just pretend that I'm being AFK. Or I'm so worthless in terms of net worth.
They'll ignore me.
They'll ignore me, exactly.
Sure.
Dire are scanning.
BKB down on Doom on top of Pipe, so he's gonna be pretty safe. They have two abilities that go through Magic Immunity, Overgrowth and Punch, but he should feel pretty safe. Morphling about to finish off his E-Blade, so supports need to be very careful. Blink Dagger is done on Lion, so they could potentially get the play on Morph. Can be
Radiant's top
bursted if he
tower
does not
is
get
under
the shift
attack.
off. Smoke from T1.
Now let's see what they could do with this. Cuckoo holding on to the Purge creep ability right now.
And they know something is up. They saw the Insight Aura from Pipe in the river on the creeps, and they decided to fall back. Something that sometimes you forget about it. You know, that auras can be seen.
Walrus Punch, Fire Snap Cookie trying to get some distance. That snowball actually stuns up Cuckoo as well as Zephyr. They've got the Hex, the Ear Spike with the Infernal Blade finger there for the finish on a BDZ. Axe picked up, Dream Coil onto the high ground. That catches the Void Spirit. Mortimer's Kiss is coming through, Yule's up into the air. He's A-OK for now. They've got the Doom ready to throw. If they can find somebody, 23 moving in with a Time Lock, and now the Adaptive Strike as well as the Nature's Grasp comes down on top of him. It's not a lot of damage. All they get is the Tusk.
I'm not sure. They have enough damage, but there's still going to be 5 heroes alive, so going into Roche Pit could be a bit risky. Also, every single time I see Faceless Void, tier 2 items, Nether Shawl, because why not? Just give him that 25% magic resist.
Always.
And it's also spell damage, so your Time Lock, magical damage. Amplify that. Not the biggest deal, but it's all about that magic resist, however. You get a better hood, pretty much.
Covers you from the rain. The better hood.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger for the Lion, so let's see if he can make a big move here. Get that Blink, Earth Spike as well as the Hex.
I would like to see more mobility for the Doom. It's another Doom game where we don't see the blink or anything, but he's not holding War Stomp right now.
He's holding a Purge, which is much better, being able to purge off Living Armor, purge off the Surge, Iron Shells, even Resonant Pulse. Like, that's also purgeable.
Break down the plays a
By
little bit more.
purgeable, we mean dispellable, but I like how that, like, it was a... I'm not sure if it was at the start of Dota 2, but back in Dota 1 days, it was called Purge.
Thanks, Purge.
Thank you.
Kaya picked up for Carl. And he's got this blink on Treant. Got that gold. Is he still holding the fill?
He is.
Because I was wondering if he would get the blink and then maybe pass it to the Darkseer.
Nah, Darkseer's okay. Right now, he just wants to be tanky. Like, maybe it would be okay to give him until he farms the Axe, and then you can keep it. But Tusk also not the hero that wants to hold it. Already has a Blink Dagger. Sometimes you see that Philosopher's Stone, because you lose damage. You lose quite a lot of damage because of the Walrus Punch.
Hex. And Doom, it lands. They've got the Earth Spike, the Silence, all onto the Morphling. Can they get the kill here onto this Morph? It's good Dream Coil coming in from Carl onto two of these heroes, so there's no save right now for the Tusk. They've got the Inferno Blade.
There's the Chrono.
It's on the 3. It does lock up the Doom, but I think that's going to be fine. They've got the Earth Spike following it up onto the Void Spirit as well as this Tusk. Vacuum, but nothing there because the wall was already dropped down, but the Bash is out on Yoi. He'll dissimulate. Finger hits, and he gets the kill. He'll take out the Void Spirit. That's 3 heroes dead, not avoiding the Fire Snap cookie. Nico looking next. Triple kill here for Carl. And it is, in fact, looking spicy.
It is. They get the Doom off on Morphling, who got the shift off, but still they have enough lockdown. The coil, everything from Lion pretty much, and this Purge actually doing so much work in the fights. Like, you can see the Doom purging off those Iron Shells, the Surges, Living Armor, so much stuff that he can do with it. The coil after that on Morphling, no status resistance whatsoever, so the coil is going to last for a very long time, and the perfect setup for a Chrono. Now they're going to go inside the pit. 23 will be the one picking it up. He bought back, so next time he dies, if he dies... He tried to go for a play. I thought he might jump in, try to steal it, but did not happen.
Popsy Aegis already. Flamon's dead. 23, Walrus Punch, Snowball. They've got the control. Yule's Dream Coil, that's going to come through. Is it going to be enough to save 23? He's under the tower, but now
Time dilation, he can't get it off. Like, Morphling,
anything.
when he turns into Faceless Void and uses that on you, like, you need to be able to dispel it. So right now I see Ogre Axe, so that means he's going into BKB, even though he has Scotty queued up before it. So BKB is kind of necessity, so you can just go in and deal the damage. Cuckoo still toying with them, but needs to be a bit more careful.
That brings this game back to even. Now, look how long 23's dead for. It was 85 seconds.
Yep. That buyback. Kicking in. We can see the downsides of it. Vacuum on the
into
3.
the wall. That's going to come through. They've got the Silence through from the Void Spirit. They get the kill on the Zephyr. They look over at Cuckoo's. Pop the BKB, but the Overgrowth came in, keeping him close. Shards push Cuckoo away evilly. There, they drop down the Sentry. They're trying to keep up with this Doom. Palos diving the tier 2. Adaptive Strike, not enough damage. And now BDZ wants the Snowball. He wants to keep up with Carl.
And he gets out. It's very important that Carl gets out there. They lost just a Snapfire. Could have been a disaster. Whitemon uses Shadow Amulet, pulls off a Chappie on Doom. Doom very happy that he manages to survive. They still lose a tier 1 tower on the mid lane. So once Faceless Void is up again, they have a Chrono. But I feel that they will play it safer. Wait until Faceless Void gets a BKB and then smoke up and get another fight.
Yeah, despite the last fight with the Chrono going well, everything since then has been all Execration. Glimmer Cape, he throws down a Sentry, trying to look out and scout for vision. Both these supports have blinks. You need to be careful if you're 23. Aether Remnant avoided. Silence is there. Shards, they're on the money, but they don't want to dive.
Morphling finishing off his BKB and going into Linken's neck. I thought that Linken's might be his third item. He decided to swap things around a bit.
Dire's
Tunic
bottom tower is under
getting
attack.
shipped out to the Faceless Void. Same day.
He subscribed for that Prime.
And she was almost there for the Doom. Execration, though, they look like they're in a great spot.
Do they?
I think so.
I'm still favoring T1 here. They get the better initiation.
I think getting those kills put them in a great spot, taking out the Aegis. Like they felt like they were falling behind. 4K deficit could have turned into more, but you get the 2 kills.
Still respecting Morphling.
Yeah.
You know, his E-Blade, his damage output is insane. We saw a bit of a combo, what they can do. It was a 5-man back into like silence. If they have Overgrowth ready on top of it, could be a bit tricky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Enchanted Quiver, Mindbreaker.
Almighty might.
See if he passes that Mindbreaker off to someone, maybe the Doom even.
I think he should be the one holding the Mindbreaker. You don't care too much about the
Dire's top
evasion
tower
here.
is under
Maybe,
attack.
you know, he's thinking about the illusion. So right now, something that 23 Savage does is he uses a lot of neutral items. He has 4 at the moment. It feels like it's this
Radiant's bottom tower
patch when
is
the
under
neutral
attack.
items were introduced. When you saw Huskar holding 4 neutral items,
Cuckoo caught.
nothing wrong there.
Wall down, and Vacuum actually doesn't land.
So
Those
I can
spider
try to
eyes.
understand like what he's doing. He's gonna keep that Nether Shawl
Dire's top tower
in case
has
he's
fallen.
split pushing, and then you have like a bit more magic resistance, so you can potentially get this stuff off. He has Possessed Mask if you need to heal up, but the Mindbreaker, I think that's offensive item. Like it's such a great tool against the Void Spirit, against the Morphling, getting that silence. It's a long duration silence. Before it was 1.5, now it's 175.
Man, that is a lot of micromanaging your inventory.
It is, and he decides to get rid of a couple of those. So BKB done on him.
They smoked up, are in a perfect position to break the smoke, and there it is. Throw down the vision, and they can't even get to him.
Dire's middle
Really
tower
well
is
done.
under attack.
Couple of sentries near each other on that high ground. So they avoid that. Maybe even thinking of smoking themselves. They have 2 smokes available. Clean up the creep wave. They back off immediately. They smoke up. Cuckoo in the front. He'll break the smoke, but he's not going to be so fortunate to get out of there unscathed.
Overgrowth
Now
already
it's the
used.
Chrono, but there's the Yules. So they stop 23 in his tracks, but they've got the Dream Coil down onto the tree, and as well as Palace. No. Wintermore's Kiss is coming in onto RR.
A lot of misused abilities. No BKB on Morph. No Overgrowth. Like Overgrowth needs to be used for the combo. Like you need to pull at least 2-3 people inside.
Minus 2 seconds on the time walk. T1 backing off. But Execration, they want to go in again. They've used that second smoke that was on the Treant. They're not going to find anybody. They're walking through mid.
They know something is up. T1 is drawing on a minimap. Hold the high ground. Everyone falls back. Zephyr got the buyback, so he will fish for any kind of information, and they're ready to back him up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got the Ags now on Carl.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And, ooh, Lightmon taking that 70 max health per finger kill of death.
Makes him very tanky. It's 5 stacks, which is okay for 30 minutes. Position 5 Lion.
Decent chunk of health.
So Shiva's Guard will reduce the healing. I see Faceless Void going into Scotty next. It's a lot of time that he needs to get on Faceless Void. Morphling staying very far ahead, 4,000. He has an extra item pretty much.
So, Roche potentially back up in 40. We'll see if they posture near this and how quickly it's going to spawn off that minimum respawn timer.
Radiant's
Because
top
this is
tower is
a
under
tough Roche fight for Execration. Fighting in a Dream Coil, Chrono,
Same
Mortimer's
goes
Kisses.
for T1. Fighting into Treant Protector ulti, Vol, one of the best abilities inside the pit. So they need to be careful. Roshan may respawn in 10 seconds. There is a smoke from T1. Still tier 1 tower, full HP thanks to Treant Protector.
And it's going to be instant. So Roche is back up.
Let's see if they decide to check it. You can't check inside the pit with careers anymore.
And they've gone blind. They need glasses now.
Dire are scanning.
I think a lot of Dota players are like that. It's not gonna be the fastest spawn.
It's always long. It's one, I don't see many short-term spawns. Or short duration spawns with Roche. I always feel like it's max duration or nothing.
Nothing doesn't spawn at all. Like, sorry, second Roshan is not at home.
Dire's structures
He went
are
out.
fortified.
It's a holiday. And Chrono. Used for just the Void Spirit. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming in from a distance. The fingers used to get the Konayoi. Now they look over at this Tusk who's hit with the Earth Spike. They've got Mana Drain. E-Blade thrown over. Earth Spike from Palos, who turned into the Lion. They've got the damage coming out onto the Darks here. They get the kill on RR. That's going to be 3 dead with buyback coming out for the Tusk. Now they're taking the Darks here. They look over. Bashes out. He's doomed up. This is big problems here for Palos. And they will lose this Morphling. It's a full team wipe. They fall back on Tusk.
He's gonna die again.
Punch, try to kill Whitemon, but this Lion is not killable.
Oh man, what an initiation. Like, he catches only Void Spirit, but that's the target they needed to take out. It's a fully 9-second shiny BKB that he did not get the pop. No buyback on him. Finally, they take a tier 1 tower on the mid after that. But this is
literally
yeah,
empty.
it's just a lot of gold. I think they got 7,000-8,000 gold from that fight.
Even that too, like,
So yeah,
you just got to use
it
nothing.
looks, you know, only one-man Chrono. They follow it up, they blow him up instantly. Then two-man Coil, and check Darkseer's mana. His mana completely gone just from Faceless Void in these fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And then while you're watching that, also put one eye on Whitemon, who fingered the Void Spirit, gets the stuns out. Like, he did so much work in this fight. Man, he looks...
Whitemon, in the first
So
season, he was very impressive as a position 5. I think for me, the standout player. Same goes for, like, Yopaj, I would say. They're not playing the same role, but definitely, like, you can see what Whitemon does. Second season, and also first season, like, the man could make I eat, you watch me eat type of a show. And in the second season, we heard his beautiful voice, what he can do with it. And then, yeah, now with the Lion again. So he's a man of multiple talents.
Yes, multifaceted. He's going for that Aether Lens. Leveler, all right, 23. He'll take that. Ninja Gear.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Snapfire holding on this Philly Stone has 11,000 net worth.
You said that, you know, he was struggling, even though he was involved in pretty much all of the kills early on, but that Philosopher's Stone and won that, the extra gold that you get from not just Philly, but being alive,
Yeah.
is always going to be good.
So what did he start? 1-0 and 8. Since then, he's 2-1 and 10.
So now you have Scotty, you do not have a Spirit Vessel, what I call the Holy Trinity anti-morph items, but they have Scotty, they have Shiva's Guard.
Not even top of the net worth, but look at that. Look at the top of the net worth. All 3 cores on T1 have 20K.
That literally same amount of farm.
Yeah. They're all just kind of going back and forth with each other. Anything you can do, I can do better. And then they're all saying, no, you can't, because they're all same net worth.
What is that song again?
Radiant are scanning.
I won't say it. It's better by the original artist.
Okay. So Morphling, Lincoln's done, going into Sphere. Going into Sphere, what am I saying? He has a Lincoln Sphere going into Scotty. A lot of those ultimate orbs.
A lot of spheres.
Arcade
Point
Radiant's
booster,
top
that's a
tower
sphere.
is under
Lincoln's is a sphere.
And all the ulti orbs that were there to build it. All spheres.
Oh, he's quick. Puck really quick on those fingers. Greetings. He had a horrible start. He did not die a single time after those 4 deaths in the laning stage. So he's right now 9, 4, and 8.
Yeah. Really putting it together. So finishing the Aether Lens, which then goes into the Octarine core here for Doom. Cuckoo. Going Cuckoo for cooldown.
Yeah, he's lowering the Cuckoo downs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This Purge, man. I just love how he keeps that. There's no way he gets rid of this creep.
He's been holding it the whole game.
Just the spell mechanic, it's so good, and it's slow cooldown. It's 2.3 seconds with Octarine core, duration 5 seconds, so extra slow. Getting rid of a lot of these abilities. You can't run away with Surge anymore against this Doom. Would still love if he gets a Blink Dagger. I don't think Blink Dagger is a bad idea. What's the cooldown right now with the Arcane Rune? It's 1.6 seconds. Doom cooldown, 76.
Infernal Blade 2.1. Oh my god. Get Shard, just throw Infernal Blade constantly.
I'm more about the Tomorrow Gold. 30-second cooldown.
It's 240 gold. Show me the money.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Show
Radiant's top
me
tower is
the
under
money.
attack.
Well, Shredder, they've got 2 siege creeps here, going for the tier 2 over mid.
Dire's middle tower.
They'll take the tower, and now they might even pressure the high ground.
20 seconds until Aegis is reclaimed.
Timings could be something that Execration could take advantage of, but it's very tough. Again, everything up here for T1. Low Shredder, the minus armor on the tower, and knowing that that Aegis is expiring, they will time walk and back away.
Also, 23 holding a Trickster Cloak. Leveler is good for fighting. It's good for the attack speed, armor, sieging the buildings. But when he's not, he's going to keep that Trickster Cloak in. So another form of initiation, a bit more magic resistance, evasion. I just love how he's handling those neutral items.
Yeah, like I said, the micromanaging of just all these neutral items seems to be a bit overwhelming, at least for me. But he's got it perfectly contained. He's also got this shard to work with, so he's got the reverse time walk. He can be in and out. Wax on, wax off. He's almost level 25. There it is. He'll take the 20% backtrack. And he's almost finished off the MKB. A lot working here for T1 coming into the next fight, because they also had 25 on Carl, who's got the plus 250 Waning Rift AoE in range. Hex onto the Tusk, not moving in yet.
Smoke, they want to go in. And this Trickster Cloak can make the difference. You do not have a sentry. He lands a good chrono on 2-3 heroes, or just one.
Lincoln's popped, Chrono there, but they're going to go to the back lines. They've got the silence out of the rest of these heroes. There's the Mortimer's Kisses, the wall is down with the Dream Coil coming down on a 2. They take out Palos, they end up losing Whitemon, but the Dream Coil onto both the Void Spirit as well as the Tusk makes problems for Execration. They've got a Fire Snap Cookie that lands out of BDZ. They get the kill on the Tusk. They look over for the Void Spirit, who will use that Astral Step to try and get some distance into the trees. He's spotted, but not stopped.
No bashes. Doom was not close to use the Infernal Blade. But 2 big kills. Morphling did not get the shift off again. So they get the kill. Next Roshan may respawn in 50 seconds. But yeah, also Morphling respawning in 50 seconds. So they have enough time to try to siege, deal some damage to the towers.
17k deficit. Roche potentially up soon.
And Puck finds a very good item for himself, Timeless Relic.
He's
25% debuff duration on the silences, on his Dream Coil duration, the stun.
Yoink. Oh, boy.
Dire's
Oh!
top tower is under attack.
Carl? Does it catch him? Oh, he
He
spotted
found
him.
him.
Ashes
He
up
knows where
again.
he is, but the flicker.
He's trying to juke. Oh, Dream Coil, all right.
That Dream Coil
BKB.
missed.
Yeah, he avoided it. Went a little bit north. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Avoid
Astral
spirit.
Stab, Flicker, Dissimulate, finally Silence, duels into the air. And now 3 heroes
Another
are here.
Flicker in a
Aether
second.
Remnant, Silence, Infernal Blade. There's the Hex. All right.
Finally, they bring him down. It took them a while. Almost had the Eon Disc
Oh,
ready
they spot
again, maybe
Nico.
with one more juke.
He drops the wall. Vacuum, the bashes all coming in. Nico trying to surge away. Carl on this one again. Mortimer's kisses are down. And they
Yeah,
got
he
a
gets
long-range
fingered.
finger from White Moss.
And this game just falling apart for Execration. It kind of feels like it's always the same thing for Execration. They win game 1, possibly, or just one game in the whole series, and then they crumble in the 3rd game.
I mean, this is a big one for them, too, because I would almost go as far as to say winning this, putting them at 4-2, could have been major deciding.
Yeah, this is a big one for them. Because the team looked, we talked about it, the panel mentioned it, how they looked more stable in the 2nd season after changing the players. And they do. Like, this team is really good. It's just sometimes they need that a tiny bit of extra thing that could possibly, you know, skyrocket them into the major.
Yeah, and with a victory here, if they had gotten it, they are up against Lilgun in their final match. Like, that could have, it literally could have been, we're going to end 5-2, and that was the number needed for the major in the last season. But now, it could be potentially 4-3 where they just eke out on the cusp. Ags picked up for the Faceless Void via the Blessing. Arcane Blink for the Puck. And now they've got the Infernal Blade damage
Faceless
upgraded
Void
25
has
for Doom.
reverse time walk, has level 25 talent, the backtrack. I don't know how you kill this guy. Has the Aghanim Scepter. Yesterday I played with a guy that you know was clowning on the Faceless Void, Octarine core, Blink also to reduce the cooldown, the Arcane Blink.
Okay.
And just going in and out.
Has fallen.
Like, it's one of the most annoying things that I've ever seen. I was a bit worried, but in the end, it works. It actually works. I don't think in a real game you would get Arcane Blink,
Right.
but this Time Walk, and especially, like, you also Octarine core, of course.
Moonwalking back and forth.
This will hasten my footfall.
Singing into the mic while you do it. Satanic picked up for 23.
It just feels that he can't die.
Okay.
Coil, whiffed. He's trying so hard. I mean, you whiff the coil, there's no way you're killing him. Hasted Void Spirit with Eon Disc and a Flicker.
Nullifier next for 23.
Talking about the Octarine, Arcane Blink build, Puck has one.
Yeah. And he's happy with that.
So let's check the cooldowns. 5.6 on Orb, 3.9. You can perma-silence people with this, because duration is 425 with the talent. So good luck. Good luck playing against this.
Oh, dear.
And also add the Timeless Relic, because this is not the mat with the Timeless Relic. So add the 25% on top of that.
You got this?
Yeah, I got this. It's a 5.3.
That's why we gave you the math title.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That courier goes down with a Perseverance on. So onto the high ground they go. Bashes on RR. They've got the Solar Crest on him. Right clicks away. There's the vacuum into the wall to get the kill to RR. He does that buyback. He'll use it immediately. The Aether Remnant locks up 23, but they're just not doing the damage. They're going to time walk over as well as use the Chrono to focus their attention on the Palos as well as Shredder coming in. But is it going to be enough to get the kill onto the Morphling? They've got the Dream Coil. There it is. Palos is gone. He'll buy back. 3 buybacks used already from Execration, and they've already taken out RR for a second time. He's dead for 76 seconds as they look towards the rest. The BKB popped by Palace, but for what? He's got nothing. The E-Blade actually gets thrown back his way. He knew the Lotus Orb was on the Snapfire. They've got the Snowball going over, kills off Zephyr. He's got buyback. White Man back as well. Walrus punch into the air. 23 not looking with any mana, but they still have Carl behind him. They'll pop the Lincolns onto Palos. Palos with the time walk away. He's morphed into the Faceless Void. They've got the silence on both Nico as well as Yoey.
It's just perma silence. You can't play
Now
Dota like that.
They continue to silence. They throw the E-Blade on himself. There's
silence.
the finger. There's the kill. 2 minutes gone, and it looks like T1 have sealed the deal, and they will take this series over Execration 2-1. It was a long, hard-fought battle for both teams, but T1 are going to be the ones who make it out ahead.
Even Doom, went for Arcane Blink, Octarine type of a build, lowering the cooldown on every single ability, especially the Purge one. I think that this Purge creep gave them a lot of momentum in the mid game, being able to purge off the Shell, Surge, Shield from Void Spirit, like the Treant Protector's armor, so many things that they did with it, and T1 today, they look like a better team. I think this is the best Dota that they played so far in this second season.
Yeah, since the last series, they've kind of been on the uptrend.
Yeah.
This is really good for them. Puts Execration in an interesting spot because now they're 3-3 with one last series against Lilgun. 4-3 was the edge of making it to the major last time. I believe it was Boom who missed out at 4-3 in the last season. So, this is a big series for both teams, whether it's a win or a loss. Like, you look at T1, they look a lot better, and I think this could be the beginning of a breakout that potentially leads them to another spot at the major.
Yeah,
so we'll
for
see.
sure.
But, 2-1 win. To break it down further for you, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
It is indeed looking good for them, as now they 2-1 Execration earlier. They 2-1 TNC as their previous series, so it's a sign of life. But I will say that that game with the Medusa Brood still gives me pause about how clean their execution can remain, but at least they can win a series. That's what matters in the end, is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's coming back after such a loss that really matters.
True.
Like, you just lost with Medusa Brood, heroes that are considered pretty much the strongest, the hot picks of the meta. You lost with them. It takes effort, it takes mental fortitude to come back into game 3 and take it the way they did. Also with Doom, just taking that purge creep, and takes confidence to just keep that purge creep throughout the game. It was good stuff by T1.
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest game still, There was a lot
Ever
of
the
misplays.
critic, Black, that's okay.
Yeah, T1
Always
had
room for improvement.
quite a couple of misplays, a couple of botched TPs, and if they make 1 or 2 more mistakes, maybe Execration can capitalize on them, but didn't happen in the end.
The score is what matters. Yeah, the result is what matters.
Yeah, but if you play against, we've seen it at the major, play against these better teams, these mistakes will get punished much more severely.
Yep.
And of course, first you gotta get there.
True.
So they're on a good way there, but yeah, I'm not convinced yet.
That's fair. I think in general, like the only team that we've been confidently convinced on is TNC, and even they lost to T1, so even them can have some holes in the gameplay. But aside from that, like Southeast Asia has not been as pristine as you would hope for an upper division competition.
Pristine? It was never pristine. It was
That's
always
true.
chaotic, Rambulan mess. Teams winning left, right, and center. This Execration that just lost to T1, they won against Neon in the last match
Also
day.
true.
So, you never truly know what to expect in this game. Like Black said, if they made a couple more mistakes, Execration could have taken it, but the team that makes second to last mistake, they're the one that usually do win the game.
Yeah, this was something that even was true in Season 1, that you were saying Execration were beating the favorites, and then, Fnatic would be 6-0 at the beginning, but then they would start dropping games
Season 1
later on.
Execration was really low. They were our favorites in the first week because they demolished TNC, and we thought, damn, these guys are hot, Seeing the region up close, Execration just looked very good, and then they lost everything afterwards.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game, and we will see if T1 will continue the trend. Overall, though, I will say that the support duo from T1 were pretty consistent throughout the entire series. The core, maybe a little bit here and there, especially Carl in the laning phase of this game, was getting completely obliterated.
4 deaths.
Yeah, 4 deaths against a Void Spirit, 2 of them solo. Yep. But Whitemon and Zephyr have been the rocks of T1 for me.
I mean, they've been the backbone of the team also in Season 1. And they're showing here again in Season 2 why you can rely and depend on them. Even in Game 2, right? Carl and 23 had
curious plays,
some
interesting
questionable plays. Yeah. Here in Game 3 also, like, sure, Puck into Void Spirit is not the best lane, but it's definitely not a lane where you should die.
4 times.
Yeah. And 2 of them were solo kills, like complete solo. Yeah. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
With a couple of rotations from the supports, they bring him back into life. They bring him back into this game, and
one of the only times we love Dota as a team game. Other times, of course, we rather it was a solo game. But when you're really far behind, you got a team you can count on. You're like, yeah, that's why I love Dota.
He actually had 4 deaths in the laning stage, and he ended the game with 14-4-12 scores.
Yeah.
So
he was owning after that. I mean, Puck is his most comfortable here. That's why I was a bit shocked with the early game, but he makes up for it later on.
That's also sometimes happens when you're most comfortable on a hero. You tend to push the limit a little bit too hard.
Okay, the first death, all right, I'll excuse it, but the second death, no. The third one, no.
That's the tilt already.
The fourth one, he's done.
Oh, he was done. That was it. No more deaths. He was like, that's the last one. I'm not dying for the rest of this game.
Guys, relax. I was just giving them a chance.
I am not tilted anymore. I have untilted myself.
I drank water. I am good.
I took Whitemon's Tupperware.
Just stole some snack from Whitemon. Honey, are you okay now? Yeah, I'm ready.
I touched Black's Tupperware. Energy is coursing through my body.
Gave you the power through just proximity.
Why do you think I left it there? The beacon of hope.
I see, a talisman.
The beacon of knowledge.
Yep.
Blazing across a dark sea.
Black sea of ignorance.
A black sea of ignorance. A black SEA of power. We have our MVP for game number 3. It's going to be Carl.
Also MVP for the first game.
Yep.
He's so hit or miss, though. It's actually crazy. Like, the first 10 minutes, as we said, he was completely miss. And then suddenly he's just like, all right, let's go. I'm going to kill 14 people. Not going to die at all. Make almost no misplays. Back in the zone.
Just needs some time to warm up to get into the zone. Once he's there,
feels very hard to work with, though, right?
Looks
like
different. I just support him early on. Maybe buy him a bottle. You know, just bring him on that level instantly. As a support, just buy him a bottle instantly. We've seen some teams experiment with that as well.
We did in Europe. I saw, and it got sniped out.
Not in my games.
That would not be a fan.
Not happening. I ain't buying no damn bottle.
Well, we can ask our support player who will be interviewing if he would do such a thing. We have Whitemon from T1 to interview for this series. Whitemon, congratulations on your 2-1 victory versus Execration.
Yeah, thank you.
So we were praising you and Zephyr as a support duo. You guys were pretty consistent throughout the entire series and even in Season 1. Does it ever stress you out whenever you see 23 Savage like off on his own, or do you have utter confidence that he's always going to be able to carry you?
Yeah, when he are down, our coach like cool down him, and our coach walk for him if it's like sometimes he die like sloppy, right? But our coach is like cool down him and. Yeah.
Help him out a bit.
Yeah. Relax, Savage. You got this. You got this. Woo!
Yeah, I have one Dota question. Like, what happened in Game 2 with the Medusa and Brood? We thought you guys had it. Like, the draft looked so good.
That game is just the draft, I think. When the Slug going mid against the bot, I think it's bad for us. I think we need to, for our team, we already said it's outdraft the game 2.
Yeah. And you did some interesting things on camera. I wonder, we were all talking between each other. What's the snack? Yeah, what's the snack that you were eating? Is it cheese, the one that you had to unwrap?
The
cubes.
Like,
or the caramel.
Cubes. Yeah,
Is
caramel.
It
caramel?
It's a cheese. It's a cheese.
Cheese. Very sticky cheese. Are you guys on a boot camp right now together or no?
No.
And any
We
plans
are in house.
soon or
For the plans, I think no, because in COVID it's
still
like so hard
COVID?
to boot
Yep,
camp.
yep, yep. I understand. Okay. Unfortunate.
We had asked earlier teams if they ever spend any time scrimming Chinese teams. Is that the case for T1, or do you only scrim Southeast Asian teams?
We screaming Chinese a lot. For this DPC, yeah. Before it's like we screaming only C, but right now we screaming C and Chinese, yeah.
Was that also before the major, just C?
Before the major we just screaming the C,
I see.
but after the major we screaming the Chinese too.
How does it feel being able to play Chinese teams? Can you tell a style difference, or does it feel mostly the same Dota?
The Chinese team is like more disciplined and the draft is kinda new. They always put like something new and we can learn from that.
Is the Brood Mother maybe from that, or you just saw it in pubs, you like the hero?
Brood Mother, I think Brood Mother we saw from the Chinese. Yeah.
Because they're playing it a lot. We watched a lot of their games. They're playing Brood a lot.
Yeah.
How about for your hero pool? Have you noticed anything from China? Because I know one thing we were curious is Nyx Assassin wasn't very high priority in this series, and in China it's very popular. Any other heroes that you see for your position that you think China may be showing you the power of?
Anti-mage.
Not sure.
Yeah, take a look at the list, because I'm curious, because we're looking at all the regions. I'm looking at, like in Europe, Warlock is extremely popular, and in Southeast Asia and China, Warlock's just not picked at all.
Which is surprising, because March is your coach, he loves Warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, for that Warlock, I tried already in pubs. Maybe I can try it later in Scrim. It's a good heroes for me, I think.
Yeah.
But we're still not picking it. Yeah. I'm just trying first at
Yeah,
pubs.
70 ice threats, I understand.
Well, you're on an upwards trend. You're winning your previous series versus TNC, this series versus Execration, and I'm sure you're hoping to show up to the second major, so congratulations on this win and looking forward to seeing more from your team.
Yeah, thank you.
See you.
I figured we already asked a T1 player about the power of Medusa, so we already know what they feel about it.
Yeah.
But I was curious about Warlock because I was looking up the statistics in Europe, and it's like 70% or something with like 18 picks.
Well, the hero is definitely really strong right now.
Well, because you
really
just
solid.
stand like 5,000 range away.
Yeah.
Nothing can reach you.
It's true.
Oh, you're initiating? Okay. Oh, we are initiating? Okay.
But no stuns. I thought that's the name of the game.
But
for
you
these
have a
supports.
BKB
You have a
piercing.
BKB
BKB
piercing
AoE
stun.
piercing.
Juggernaut is
stun.
like, I'm spinning.
Not anymore.
Yeah. And in the lane, you're really strong as well. You still do the same thing. You keep your carry alive no matter what.
AoE Shadow Word that now increases your movement
That's
speed.
the most broken thing, I think.
Wow,
I know.
dude.
You have to go for that. Like you get it, and you're set pretty much.
And now we will have an opportunity to see T1 in second place on the standings right now.
Wow.
As they are 3-2.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive, my friend. TNC Predator, obviously topping the charts, but you know that one loss? It's to T1. Everything looking nice and even. And for Execration, they are now middle of the pack, 3-3. What a
But
shame.
Fnatic and Neon, of course, still don't have the same amount of games. So it's going to change a lot, probably.
It's going to change today. It's going to change in the next 5 minutes, Black.
Wow, I didn't know.
You called it.
Thank you,
What
dude.
a player. What a panelist.
For updating me.
You know what? I love you so much on my panel, Black. I'm not going to let you cast. In fact, you're going to be on my panel for the next series as well. Lizard, I
Loving
want
it.
a sub 25-minute game as you're known for all of your casts.
I'll do my best.
Good, please.
We'll see if the curse continues.
We'll see if the curse continues. We'll see if the curse also continues for Lilgun, as they have yet to win a series, and they have to go up against Fnatic, which is not an easy opponent by any means. But in Southeast Asia, anything's possible. We're going to hop over to a quick break, and when we return, Fnatic versus Lilgun.
change of range.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you didn't miss us. We were just gone for a little bit. Needed to set things up for the next series of the day. Fnatic versus Lilgun. Oh, Lilgun. What are we going to do with you? This is the case in every single region for the most part. There's a lower division promotion team that is struggling to find their place. You know, where a more pessimistic host, which I kind of am, I call them free wins. In China, I've been calling them free wins. Poor Sparking Arrow Gaming. It's been a rough road for them.
You're trying to climb Mount Olympus, but you're just a mortal.
But at least they made it to the foot of the mountain in the first place. You know, they could be in lower division right now.
They could be.
They could be struggling.
They did. You know, they can see, they can check what the gods are eating, what they're doing.
Yeah.
In this upper division, they only managed to win one game off Omega, and that's pretty much it. Lost 2-0 to Boom, lost 2-0 to T1. This team plays a lot of games, not in DPC, but in other tournaments, and we always talk how they are a team that you know, pulls off cheesy picks. I checked some stats, so in only 2 out of 16 games, they played Huskar and one other hero, I believe, Broodmother. Other than that, they're just picking normal heroes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
These are non-DPC games.
Still, that's a very, very low ratio.
Yeah. You would expect it, because a lot of the times team just ban Broodmother and Huskars against them, so they can't get the hands on it.
That's also how they got here. In the lower division, they play a lot of Meepos, a lot of Huskars, even Brood also. But yeah, if it's banned, you ain't picking that.
But I'm with what Lacoste had previously said in an earlier series, that the players look good enough that they don't need to cheese. They have the individual skill. Maybe the team play is kind of lacking on certain fronts, but individually they don't have to rely on, haha, this is this uncounterable hero. Ha, Huskar, you sucker. You didn't see that one coming.
Still, I think Fnatic in this series, they're going to be banning out that Broodmother unless they tend to pick it. Also, I don't know what you guys feel about the Broodmother.
I'm on the fence. I think China understands Broodmother. I think other regions have not understood Broodmother yet. I saw it in North America. I've seen it in Europe. I don't know if I've seen it in South America. But I think China's the only region that has the hero unlocked right now.
I'm still not convinced. I feel like this hero is just a big bait. You can dominate the lane, but why not just get the strong... You don't necessarily need to pick like Tidehunter Sanking that we've seen. Like, just get a good hero in the lane against the Broodmother, and that's it. And then you can get one of those heroes that can sustain in the lane against the Broodmother. Once she hits that level 6 potentially, you might even lose the tower, get the maneuverable heroes that can catch her, get on top of her. Because I don't feel like this hero is doing much other than just being annoying.
Yeah, I think it's still also a little bit unexplored. Like, everyone first picks it, and now you're like, oh yeah, 100% off lane. But I think you could make a case for it maybe even being safe lane or mid lane. You know, there's a lot of swapping that you could potentially do.
Yeah, I think you could potentially do something similar with the Timbersaw if you run an aggressive tri-lane, put Broodmother on the safe lane where she shines in like 1 versus 1. You get the early levels. It's not the most important tower, but if you think about it like the enemy off-lane tower, but you also have an ability to just go and invade enemy triangle, which is a pretty big deal. So something like that came to my mind yesterday, and I think it could potentially be exploited.
And other things that we've been talking about that may be unexplored.
Oh, let's check these graphs.
Look at that lockdown per minute, my man.
Worse than worst.
and almost best. Literally, you could not get any more lockdown per minute.
Lilgun is stunning everyone with their performances around the globe. But the GPM is also, from kills, pretty low for Fnatic.
Fnatic has not had very many good games, to be honest. We've been critical of them. And really the only time that I've been impressed with Moon is in their final game that we saw where he was on Templar Assassin when Aghanim Scepter.
He owned.
He did. Other times, this team is pretty much struggling how to close out the games, especially when sieging the high ground. So many mistakes, especially in their last series against Omega. First, it was Luna sieging the high ground, making multiple mistakes. Then we had Dead Prophet two times in a row, just overextending, not popping that Essence Ring. It gets blown up by a Tiny, if you recall. So a lot of mistakes, a lot of these small mistakes made by Fnatic. And if they want to play at the major once again, if they want to be better at the major, they need to step it up.
I feel like you're a bit too nice to them, like calling them small mistakes, you know, like going high ground like that and losing a hero or two straight off the bat can actually lose you a lot of games. And against higher caliber opponents...
Oh, these are big mistakes. Like, those sieging the high ground mistakes are what should be punished, and you could easily lose a game of that. But there are also, like, a lot of small mistakes.
Oh, sure. For sure.
In the mid lane, especially in the mid lane. Like, I know a lot of people were picking off Moon as, you know, that he needs to step up his performance. Have to agree. But, you know, maybe he doesn't feel comfortable after, like, what happened at the major and everything. I guess we just maybe they need a bit more time, because also they've been swapping around a bit with the DJ and Jabs as position 4 and 5. Like, they gave DJ farm priority in one of these games. I don't know if this is going to be permanent or not.
The camera is back. The
camera?
The half head camera. It's always Lilgun. It's the same guy. And two people are just not there. They're like, nope.
Ricky players.
There is one guy. There are. We can see all 5 of them. It's just they're not sitting at their spots.
Oh, yeah. I'm kind of piecing together the structure of their room now. Oh, they're in like a line.
Yeah, they're going old school.
Oh.
Like they're standing behind the captain.
And looking at the walls, it seems like they are boot camping.
They are, for sure,
Yeah. Unless that you just teleported into 3 different cameras. Marvel.
Marswell, yeah.
I mean, he has the power if he's one of the guys from Marvel.
That is
pretty
true.
Sure he
He is
can
an Avenger.
just jump between the galaxies, universes, and rooms.
He's Doctor Stranging. And unsurprisingly, Broodmother Huskar banned out by Fnatic.
Yep.
No shocker. But you said only 2 out of 14 games that they've been...
2 out of 16. And
16?
Yep.
I guess these are their comfort picks. Like these cheesy picks, whenever they get the hands on them, they will play it. So they need to swap things around a bit. Lina, you don't know where she's going to go. Fnatic ran something similar. They had Enchantress Beastmaster. This was a Beastmaster offlane. I don't think Beastmaster mid is viable anymore after seeing the numbers. It's just not enough. Like, there's so much. And I think a lot of people understood. A lot of teams figured out how to play against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic just goes for like a super cookie cutter, standard defensive sort of draft. Just go into the mid-late game because I just don't think Lilgun has the tools or the experience to beat Fnatic there. Like even though Fnatic has been struggling there, late game is pretty good still.
They banned Luna because this is the exact lineup that they were running against Omega: Ange, Beast, Tusk Luna, and Templar Assassin.
Yep, up the tempo. Beastmaster is pretty much exclusively played as offlane now when it's picked, I think.
Yeah.
You go for the Solar Crest, you go for all these aura items. I've even seen some Vlads.
Really?
Yeah.
I
just want to go full buff up. Now we see it like a couple of times here and there.
It's
once
an expensive
in a 10
item.
games.
Maybe if you can get it on like support or on offlaner as a third, fourth item. A lot of the offlaners, no matter what they're playing, they still prefer to be tanky. Whether you need like a Lotus Orb, maybe with a BKB to take care of yourself. So Vlad's not really a priority.
How much is it now? 2.6k or something?
I think it's like 2.7, 2.8 maybe
It's
even.
very expensive.
It's super expensive for sure.
Yeah, but do you like the Timber response? It's good against both heroes at least.
Enchantress is good against Timber with the pure damage. Before I didn't really like it, but after seeing a lot of the games, Enchantress as a position 5, like she can gank Timbersaw, you feel the difference coming out from that pure damage. I kind of like it.
But it can also burst the Eng down, right? It goes kind of both ways. Because you have 3 pure damage nukes.
Yeah.
And you have Lina as well. This Lina first pick is very unorthodox. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I love position 4 Lina, but I don't like it paired up with the Timbersaw.
Yep.
Because it's not a reliable stun. It's not something that can move around, let's say, Tusk, Earth Spirit, that can make aggressive plays on the mid lane. You want to leave some solo XP to Timbersaw, and then Lina moves. Where does she move? How does she gank? That's my concern.
I also feel like Lina wants to have a team fight offlane, like a Tidehunter or Sanking or something, because she's lacking a team fight herself, especially as support. And Timber doesn't really make up for that. So somewhat of an anti-synergy so far.
Yeah, and Lilgun are mulling over all of these core bans. So they ban out the Luna, they ban out the Ursa. Still have their IO Gyro combination for Fnatic in their pocket if they want to go for it. Sure, Enchantress is picked up, but you can just send her into a different lane or send IO Beastmaster as a lane.
They haven't been super successful though, right, with IO Gyro?
No, but I mean, that's what you were saying, that they could just go for Cookie Cutter and they're probably better than Lilgun.
Gyro is really good against the Timbersaw. Use a rocket, kind of force him to use the Timber Chain, get out of the possible XP range, and you have enough nuke damage. Like, Timbersaw does not like to play into Gyro, but I also don't like IO Gyro, especially for Fnatic. They might go for it once again, because there is this old school combo, roar into relocate, blah, blah, blah. We've seen this couple of thousand times in Dota.
Yeah, it's great. It's proven, it works, but yeah, like you already see the Timber. IO doesn't really like to play into Timber, so might as well just pick something that suits the situation a little better. They're all taking the sweet time with the sweet bans.
All the sweet, sweet carry bans specifically. That's the only role being targeted right now.
I mean, Fnatic is just banning all these heroes that a single player could potentially take over the game.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, because Lilgun like to do this kind of stuff where X123 just plays his whatever hero he's comfortable on. I don't even know. Like, he just plays.
He plays a lot.
Yeah, he plays a lot. He played Arc Warden, he played Wraith King, he plays Lone Druid.
He played like Lina the other day too, I think.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
Yeah.
That could be a good sign, or that could be a bad sign. Like I don't think you
It's a good sign if you win.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't think you can be good at every single hero. You can play it at a decent level, but like, you need to have a couple of heroes that you're specialized at.
Yeah, you need a couple of like 95%.
Yes.
And then you have like 10, 70% or whatever.
Considering how they're playing, I feel like those win rates are going to be below 50.
No, probably. I know in Season 1, I think in Europe, the team that had the highest hero versatility was OG. All of their heroes, all of their roles were playing like 10 different heroes minimum, but then they didn't qualify. So having high versatility is not always a recipe for success.
Yep. It only works when
your wins.
When you win, but also when your style doesn't like take a big hit.
Right.
Like, you still want to, if you're a 4 Protect 1 team, maybe you can be really versatile in that style, but you shouldn't just switch your style up every game.
It's true.
Like, you're still practicing in scrims with that one style, and that's what you're good at. A Baden.
Not
all
really
right.
good
A Baden
against
Lina.
too many stuff. Roar, you can purge it off. Draw Ranger, like they can just run Draw Ranger Enchantress lane, or Draw Ranger Nyx seems really good against Lina and Timber. So this lane could potentially still be a mid laner, but the Lilgun already needs to figure out how to deal with these heroes. So you have Draw Ranger piercing through the base armor, Nyx Assassin pure damage, Impetus pure damage, Mana Burn against the Timbersaw, easy setup carapace on his abilities. This Timbersaw is not gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
If you get carapaced while you're chaining, your chain still you still go
you
to
stop.
You stop
Yeah,
immediately.
stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess the damage happens before the movement. That sucks.
What happens like in the startup of the movement? It's like a weird interaction, where it's like when you stun him when he's already in the air and it doesn't stop.
Right. Yeah.
It's, I don't know. Dota 2.
Dota 2.
Exceptions.
Like game of consistency.
Yep. Most consistent game out there. That's why everybody should check it out. Dota2.com.
Free to play.
Yep, can download Steam from there, make a new account, and then it's very easy to download Dota.
Make sure you only have one account.
Yep.
Do not make multiple accounts.
You can have multiple phone numbers, all good.
Yeah.
I do not support this message that Lacoste is sending.
Make sure you have
If
like
only if you're a
70
pro
GB.
player, so you can, you know,
Okay.
I'm talking about the pro players.
Oh, of course.
So you can, you know, practice stuff that other people cannot see it. Other than that, smurfing equals bad.
There we go. That's what I was looking
Mhm.
for.
Yeah, we're just, we want to send out this positive message to the people out there. Also, creating a new account is not going to help you at all.
Get better, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm in the trench, Lacoste. I don't belong in this
No,
MMR.
you're not stuck in the
You
trench.
are stuck exactly where you belong, period.
If you want to get better, book a coaching session with me.
Are you doing coaching sessions, Black?
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, on your twitter.com?
Hey, that one guy went from legend to divine in 1 month.
Wow, that's actually insane.
Mm-hmm. I'm a good teacher.
Was he a carry player?
Support.
You coached a support
Of
from Legend to
course.
Divine?
Bro.
Whoa.
As a pro player, you're going to know all the roles.
Exactly.
Damn. No.
Especially on that level, it's not that difficult.
That's true. From Legend. But still, though, that in 1 month, that's impressive.
If anything, I'm impressed that he put so much work into it.
It's just people don't see it, you know, because I've been coaching people before, and there are some people that like don't improve.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if they're not better, they do not want to get better, they can get better.
Don't have the right mentality.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's just about putting the right idea in their head, like what needs to be done. But there are a lot of people that came back, you know, and they say, you know, thank you, I really improved, because they have a wrong way of thinking, that's all. And Dota is just like adapting. The situation you're in right now, how do I adapt to this? It's pretty much that.
But I realized it's a lot about attitude. Like, if you're willing to learn and listen, then you will get better. But if you keep talking back the entire time, that's usually when you're like...
Yeah, but, you know,
Yeah.
you're trying to explain, and he's like, yeah, but...
But why did you do it? It's really bad. Yeah, but this is what I think. It's not good.
Sometimes listening is just good.
Yeah, just be quiet. Let the big boy do the talk.
So let the big boy do the talk. Phantom Lancer here. He could potentially be the big boy in this game. There's not a single counter for him.
I'm a Drow Ranger with Axe Mjolnir. You become Lightning
Yeah,
City.
you just need to farm 16 to 20,000
That's
gold
no
worth of
problem.
items. Get the Dragonlance, Manta, BKB, Mjolnir, and
Agon
Axe.
Scepter.
Plus
Piece
the
of cake.
shard from second row. You get one for free.
Yep. Sounds easy enough for me.
They need a counter for this Phantom Lancer. They need a mid laner, a Leshrac banned out, which is a
Ember
great
sounds
counter.
good.
Ember is okay-ish. Is there anything else that puts more pressure on Phantom Lancer?
Zeus.
That's
Not
not the
Death
hero.
Prophet,
No,
Oh,
definitely not
this
a
seems
Death
like
Prophet.
Moon just being like, give me a hero that I know how to play.
But it is what we said, like stable cookie cutter kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's good against Tiny, which I think is Tiny. Middle?
Yes. No.
Was it Lena?
I think
middle?
they swap things around. I think they put
Put Lena middle
Lena
now?
on the mid now because it's a
Good
Death
against
Prophet.
DP.
The Tiny doesn't do well against DP.
But Tiny 4, we have seen that.
This
lot.
is something that they do. They really love Lilgun.
I mean, they
want
also
to
lose a lot, though.
Oh no, they took it away. Well, we'll have to see. Tiny and Lena, they're still
waiting.
deciding. They already know the mid laner's Death Prophet. Nothing changing there. Trion is going to be the offlane Beastmaster. While we're sorting this out, Lizard.
I like Lena more. Sorry. Okay, we can go. Lizard, go ahead.
Go ahead,
do
Lizard.
the prediction.
Give us
Lizard.
your rundown.
Finished Lacoste thought.
Slavic bro sentence. I like Lina more on the mid lane here because not only has she been buffed up heavily, she's also in a very favorable matchup.
Too bad
Like,
it's
But
for
it's a mid
position.
Tiny.
it's 4.
It's
Nah,
5.
Never mind, I'm out of here.
It's 5 Lena, it seems. Because Ace 12, he plays position 4. And
4 bad and let's go.
maybe they're just swapping the players. Who knows?
Who knows?
But I would prefer if that Lena was mid, especially against the matchup versus that Prophet. And also Timbersaw. Like, if this Tiny is 4, then he can move around and actually do stuff around the map. While this time around, I just don't feel like Abba or Lena can make that aggressive move. I like the Phantom Lancer pick, but I'm really not convinced by the rest, so I'm just going to go with Fnatic.
Overall, there's just no synergy also,
Yeah.
right? Lilgun. Like, I don't know who in their right mind could go for Lilgun here, so I'm going Fnatic.
Anyway, so put me down for a Lilgun. I got the wrong
Let's
mind.
go. That's the wrong mind. I'm gonna go with a little bit of wrong mind as
Let's
well
go.
here. I'll hop on the tsunami train. Let's go, Lilgun. PL versus Beastmaster, good. PL versus Drow Ranger, good. DP, If Lina goes mid, I'm down for Lilgun. If she doesn't, it's a
not.
bit more rough.
She won't.
Beak
Good
up.
luck.
What's the plan? You're splitting the tie again.
I hate being in
my courier
Then just pick
is-
earlier, bro.
Saying Fnatic.
Oh, wow. No voice this time.
Wow.
Just that easy. All right. 3 Fnatic,
He's
2
embarrassed.
Lilgun.
What can I say?
1 game. Take it away. Beak up and Lizard.
Yeah. Game number 1, Fnatic Lilgun should be a fun one. Fnatic have definitely played sketchy, I guess would be the word. Inconsistent.
Not
at
sketchy
times.
enough for you guys to go against such a strong organization and historically strong team. I completely understand that. I've been in Lilgun's shoes way too many times before, so I like to cheer for the underdog here and there. I hope they do well enough. We'll see.
It's just tough. Their one win came against Smart Omega, and they're 1-6 right now.
Yeah, they definitely aren't performing to the standards that SCA Division 1 requires at the moment, but they do have a draft that's really solid. Not exactly sure why they decided to not put Lina mid lane, because the hero is looking extremely strong at the moment. It's also very good on position 4, don't get me wrong. It's just that I feel like she would do much more on the mid lane versus the Death Prophet.
I'm wondering how they'll transition this Alina's build, if it's going to be one of those like, I'm a 4 Alina and I'm pumping myself up, getting some items to hit hard, help out my team, have like a 4-core situation come their way.
Just a 4 Aetherlands Yules is usually the goal. That's it. And you do a lot. You do quite a bit as a position 4 Lina at the moment. I had a guy last night, he picked 4 Lina and he said he's gonna give me a free lane. He didn't give me a free lane. He got hooked under the tower 5 times, but it's fine.
Well, it's a free lane that you're getting all that solo experience while he's dead.
I definitely did get a lot of solo experience. Thanks. Thanks, my Lina from last night.
You know who you are? Guy's just sitting at home.
He's a pretty big streamer in the Russian scene, but doesn't matter. Let's go and check this game out, how the lanes are going on.
Yeah, so far pretty quiet. Some stuns here and there. We've seen some Drows really feel quite strong. I worry for the Drow. There's a couple things here that Lilgun can just get on top of the Drow with. If Phantom Lancer has that opportunity to jump the Drow, I wonder how Raven can react. Timbersaw, again, another one of those heroes that maybe can get on top of you, Timber Chain, and make your life really miserable. Good 2-man stun with the Impale. Hishki getting low, and the right clicks aren't enough as the Fairy Fire is eaten by that Lina and lands the LSA on the Jebs.
He's fine, but that's already so much pain sustained by Hishki. Like, he just almost died, forced to use the Salt. You don't really need to do a lot on this lane as a position 4. Just secure it a bit for Timber and then he'll take over. Same goes on the top lane. PL, this is a decent lane for him. All you have to do is block the hard camp and not allow the Enchantress to get any good creeps in. That's it. PL should do completely fine here.
Yeah, they block that camp, and also Enchantress takes Nature's Attendance level 1, so not even outputting any damage with like an Impetus or anything, goes enchant level 2.
Yeah, he did start with Blightstone though, so he's actually hitting for quite a decent chunk, even without the Impetus. This isn't something that you see very often on Edge, just starting instantly with Blight, but if you're position 4 and you're buying that Blightstone into Medallion early on, it's good.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. The Enchantresses going straight Solar Crest.
Yeah, straight Solar Crest, exactly. Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, Tranquils. That's usually the 5 build at the moment.
Get that minus armor out, or even boost up your carry with that Solar Crest.
That's the point of it, right? Just boost your 1 carry that you've got. Make him as strong as possible. All the utility items, the small ones, the Lotuses, the Solar Crest, the Glimmers. Solar is extremely cheap when it comes to the build-up.
Yeah, that change into the items needed to build the Solar Crest has helped supports quite a bit.
The ultimate orb out, crown in. Just the casual 1,000 gold less. Ace.
Get that kill, first blood up top. DJ gets credit for it. They use that enchant to get the soul on Ace, and he ends up dead. And that's changed to the ulti orb of the crown. Now you feel like you're killing it, king or queen. as you take out these other heroes with the minus armor.
It's really good as well with the Beastmaster, right? And Beastmaster going for that Dominator early on, so that's going to be the build. And he's pretty much rushing it. That's it. No boots, nothing like that, no shenanigans.
Ooh. Timber Chain doesn't land on anything. A little Spike Carapace action to stun the Lina for a second. It's already a 1k lead here for Fnatic. The lane's not exactly going all too well for Lilgun at the moment. You do have Tiny at 21 now, PL at 18-0, but the harassment's being felt.
Yeah, that's a little bit actually scary for Lilgun, because one thing that this lineup of Fnatic can do is crush you early on and take the full map control. You have that Prophet, you're gonna have Beastmaster with dominated creep, Enchantress with creeps. That's a lot of stuff that you have to deal with, and you don't really have any big AoE control besides the Timber, really. AoE damage, I should say, not control.
Boar's going out, slowing down Ace. We've got the Hellbear. They already have the Medallion. That lane, as much as PL's not dying, it's really good for Fnatic.
Yeah, he's still very pressured. You can see 50% HP. That's probably because of the Abaddon as well. He's a good position 5. We've seen it in the Chinese region quite a bit. But versus Beast and Enchantress, he doesn't do way too much. He just stands back and heals you. Lina on the mid lane. They're trying to set something up, but he's only level 2.
Yeah, Hishki hasn't gotten much.
And Moon just hits 6 as well. This is, yeah, he also gets scouted. This is a lot of time wasted for the Lina.
Guess the only benefit is Timbersaw gets some solo experience, but you're not getting anything as this Lina, which means your 6 is going to be slow. Being level 2 in any of these engagements that might happen right now
It's
is going to
pretty
feel
solid for
underwhelming.
the Timber. That's a completely correct statement, because Timber usually should not be able to die unless he really dives deep.
Oh, and that could be bad for Hishki with the Spike Carapace, but gets into the trees, avoiding Raven, even though one Frost Arrow came out and slowed him down for a moment.
It's just the Timber. He's a wall.
He's zoning you out.
Exactly. He just zones you out. You can't pass that wall. He's hitting decent XPM at the moment.
Ace might be dead again. Photic Shield, they've got the slows from the Boars, from the Enchants, and DJ now with 2 kills.
Yeah, remember that Enchant will dispel the Aphotic Shield too.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful how and when you use it. It will deal damage, but it will get dispelled, so you won't be able to survive long enough. And it's so much slow on this lane. And here you go, Moon with the first rotation. He's going to pop Exorcism here.
Shut down the tower, shut down the lane.
This is pretty much just to take the tower and open up the Dire jungle.
Make sure that this PL doesn't have anywhere to farm or, well, shrink where he does. You've got the Helm already finished off on Xuan, and
look at Raven, by the way. This is a very important move. This tower will fall. We don't have to look at that.
Yeah.
The Raven instantly going from bottom and TPing mid is the big move, because it prevents this, what they're doing right now, what Lilgun is doing, rotating Tiny and Lina on the tier 1 bottom, trying to do the same play that they're doing, but with an extra kill on the Drow. It won't work.
Jeff's going to get pressured and pinched by 4 heroes. Impale, Avalanche, LSA all coming in. One last shot for Marvel, but I mean, 4 heroes, that's drawing a lot of attention.
Completely irrelevant in the great scheme of things. This is, if you're a Nyx, if you're a support, this is what you want to be doing. You don't want to die, you want to stay alive as long as possible. But you want to delay the tower push. And look, by the time they take this tier 1, their top tier 2 is pressured.
Yeah.
So
that moment right there is where, in a pub, potentially Nyx goes, really? 4 heroes for just me, bottom? Come on, guys. They do take the tower, though.
Even if he all chats, they have no response because they know he's right. Yeah.
They do put some damage onto the top tier 2 quite a bit, and they're invading the jungle, and like you said, Raven making that move over, it really boosted him up.
Yeah, this jungle is infested pretty much. You can't go inside any longer. You need perhaps a blink on the Tiny or Timber to go there, but yeah.
This isn't going to be one of those 10-minute blinks for the Tiny, though.
It won't. He found a nice neutral item, the Fairy Trinket, that will buff up his damage output a little bit. And I like what Marvel is doing there with just copying what Chuyan is and where he is. He needs to be the wall. Like, for Lilgun, he shouldn't be the one pushing and pressuring. He should just be the wall in front of towers. Like, an extra tower in front of a tower, let's put it that way.
It's an interesting word coming out from Ace, and I'm surprised. I don't know if that was spotted by Raven when it got placed down.
Yep, it's a good one, because the sentry on the cliff doesn't reward it.
No.
That's why he did it. It doesn't give you a lot of info in the triangle, but it gives you enough info to be able to take the tier 1. And look at these dire 3 wards. They're literally all set up just to be able to take the tier 1 on the mid lane.
Realistically, it could even help you get information to take the tier 1 top. If any rotations come from mid towards that triangle area, you'll see them
You don't
move
really
up.
care.
It's not a lot of info.
You don't care about the tier 1 top if you're Lilgun. It's
Beastmaster, 4 heroes here, LSA all missing. They should still be able to get this kill, but the Primal Roar, the damage might be 1 for 1 on a trade. Hishki getting low, but saved by the missed coil, and they do finish off this Beastmaster. Again, it's 4 heroes rotating. The question is whether or not that space made by the Beastmaster ends up benefiting Fnatic enough, and they've used the Exorcism. They're trying to get themselves a tier 1 tower over mid. Might even get this kill onto the Abaddon. He doesn't have borrowed time, so he's dead to rights.
he's not having fun. Ace is, what, 0-3 at the moment? Every single time Enchantress was involved, he died.
Yeah,
Top
he's
lane.
all 3 deaths right now, but now he doesn't get to be all 3 deaths because, well, they get the kill on the Hishki.
Fnatic is just playing a little bit faster than Lilgun at the moment. Lilgun, they will try to assemble on this tier 1 mid lane, and let's see if Fnatic responds. They are running back with Enchantress and Beast.
Can they make anything happen here?
You just want to make the Timber Saw go away so that the Catapult dies. The moment the Catapult dies, they don't really have enough damage to be poking this tower. Drow, complete Raven, just free farming top lane.
Ooh, Vendetta with the Impale, right clicks from the Impetus, as well as the stun coming out from that Centaur that's enchanted.
You see the circle? He's like, okay, why did I go in this circle? Why did I go here? No wards, no sentries, another circle? Yeah, Brown is like, Tiny's like, yeah, why did you go there? Marvel is trying to move towards the top lane, maybe to protect the tier 2, but it's already down, and this game is looking like every single game I've casted with you so far, Bcop, a speed run.
25 minutes. I told you we have 50 minutes for both games.
For both games? 11 minutes in, the top tier 2 has fallen. 11 minutes in is usually when you take the tier 1. That's the usual scenario, at least.
Stay here longer? Every series?
Every series? Yeah. I don't think chat would love that. We would go from PGL to speedrun.
The games would have to have the frame perfects. Marvel trying to maybe get a deny here on this tower by throwing back something onto Fnatic, but instead he's hit with the Primal Roar. He's silenced, he's killed. Marvel gone. Diffusal picked up for the PL. That's a big moment for Lilgun to maybe, hopefully, for them take advantage of.
This Diffusal is big. What's bigger for them is the blink on Tiny, and that Tiny is not there yet. Yeah. Speedrun. Fnatic is very objective based at the moment, going from one to the other, not spending any time farming unnecessarily because they don't need to. They understand how strong they are at the moment. Chuyan's Inner Beast level 2 as well benefits them tremendously.
Yeah. Game plan, guys, huddle up. Who's casting this series right now? Oh, I heard it's Lizard. All right, 25-minute game. Let's do this. We're going to move real fast.
Nothing is changing.
They have this Aegis now to work with. They've got the Solar Crest finished on the Enchantress. Nyx Assassin going straight Axe and already has the point booster.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He's speed running the Axe.
Recently, we've seen some Falcon Blade builds and whatnot. Then into the Axe, he doesn't care. Straight into it. There's a big rotation coming by Lina and that.
This is to try and kill the Nyx Assassin. Laguna Blade, Spike Carapace, that stuns up both of them. And with the Laguna Blade, with that damage, they don't get the kill on the jabs just yet. Ooh, doesn't deny though. And now the Spike Carapace once again.
This time,
4
though,
heroes. They should be able to get this one to work.
Finish him maybe, guys?
Yeah,
Okay.
don't forget.
They took the tier 1, they took jabs once more, but you can see that on the side of Fnatic, if anyone dies, it's usually jabs. He's the one protecting and being the last man defending the tower.
And so far, him and Beastmaster are all 3 deaths. But that's about it.
So this Chuyan,
he's got Primal Roar.
he's afraid to use it because of Abaddon. But
Yeah.
Abaddon, okay, he just popped the ulti. He was saving the point, which is something that kind of isn't done as often as before. But you just save that ulti point, and then you skill it when you drop really low. You don't want that ulti of yours to pop for no reason. So you save the point
Like an
instead
Aeon disc.
Exactly, like you lock the Aeon disc
Yeah.
at the moment. Because the ulti is almost a buffed up Aeon disc, really.
Yeah. Get that health back. Run away.
Jabs. Sneaking in.
Where are you going?
Ooh, there's the enchant, but they don't want to chase. And that's probably the lack of knowledge of what's behind
he's
him.
actually overthinking it. That's what's up. He's overthinking it.
Timber chain in. Maybe bait it. Who knows? Vendetta, 2-man stun. Right click's coming in from Raven. They've got Ace coming from the side. Miss Quill trying to survive. Avalanche toss on a DJ. They've got this Phantom Lancer moving in. X1, 2, 3. He's got the damage to kill off. Jabs or does he? Spike Carapace lands on a 3. They get the kill on a Hishki as well. Sanctity, they've got the kill on a 2. Now the 2-man stun again. Jabs, no way he gets to run away from this entire fight as they're going to go after the Timbersaw as well as the Abaddon. They get the kill on a Bolt. And Jabs, okay. He gets to survive with a sliver of health. That was...
Yeah, they just executed that fight just so much better. At first, what was happening is they wanted toward the cliff, but they also saw the Lina kind of moving back and forth, so Nyx thought that he was under vision, but he wasn't. They could have just picked off the Lina and moved into the teamfight 4v5. It didn't matter because Sanctity, as you can see here, he jumps with a tiny, but he doesn't manage to clip the Drow with the Avatos combo. Instead, he clips the Enchantress, which is pretty much useless. You can't kill her afterwards, you wasted your big nuke, then afterwards the double impale by Nyx Assassin, and Drow doesn't even lose the Aegis. She's just destroying all of you, so...
And that's the second double impale of the fight. Like, he's just so on it, not even dying.
That's why Nyx is such a valuable hero in the Chinese region.
It's getting ignored here, pretty much.
Yeah, it's getting ignored. It got banned, I believe, in the last series twice, but it's not nearly as first phase than as in the other regions.
Down goes another tier 2 at 16 minutes into the game.
16 minutes in, that's it. We're slowly getting to that 20-minute mark, so the high ground push should commence. I'm on TP here, so that's definitely what's happening.
They've got an Aegis.
I'll take that.
And for a long time still.
Yeah, and they have Exorcism at 40, so they could definitely put the timings in.
Will they go for it? Okay, never mind.
Just take the last outer tower, I guess.
They're pinging it. And the creep wave is actually pushing in. They still have one full wave here, so... I'm not sure what Lilgun can do any longer. They've just fallen behind 7k 17 minutes in. It's a huge difference. They need to wait out the Aegis and jump, blow up the Drow Ranger. If they manage to do that, they can take a decent fight.
Nyx in a decent spot, but he's under the Sentry Ward. Spike Carapace, it's perfect. All 3 heroes trying to attack him. They get stunned, and that might open up opportunity here. They do lose the Nyx Assassin, but we see if it ends up turning the way of Fnatic. They've popped the borrowed time. They've got the silence onto 2 of these heroes. Raven frontlining, looking over at Hishki, taking a bit of damage. He needs to be careful with that Aegis timing. So the right clicks come in and they get the kill to the Beastmaster. So now, Fnatic, they might need to start run. They've used the Exorcism. DJ trying to TP out Moon onto the high ground.
Oh, that TP.
He's got haste.
Yeah,
So
Moon should be fine.
He's fine.
That Aegis actually got reclaimed in the middle of the fight. Raven, Sanctity, he's on a hunt.
Avalanche.
Got him.
Toss. And he is going to try and TP, but there's no chance.
Okay.
That's good timings from Lilgun.
That's what Lilgun can do to get back into this game, and that's make Fnatic make some mistakes. Jabs with the Nyx Assassin, usually you don't go that deep. because you realize if my team is pushing the tier 2, of course Nyx is going to be behind it, so they plant the sentry, they pick him off first, and then afterwards the team fight is just so much easier for them. Remember, at the moment they don't really have anything to deal with the PL. He is still extremely comfortable in his game, almost has Manta completed, and if you don't control him, you can easily lose the fight, even when you're 5k ahead.
Yeah, they were up
7k before that
now
fight.
it's 5, and Phantom Lancer jockeying for the top spot in the net worth. Moon right there with him. Raven. You see how killable he is if they're able to jump on top.
Yeah, they just need to actually control him, and it will become a little bit harder now as he has Manta on the Phantom Lancer, by the way, talking about him. Raven, however, he needs like 2 more items to be that maneuverable, unkillable Drow Ranger that just pikes out and continues fighting.
Yeah, he's got Dragonlance, Sanjin Yasha going into the Mjolnir next.
He's trying to deal with the PL, right? You guys will frontline, I will be the right mid. And it definitely does make a lot of sense. He also has Hurricane, sorry, not Hurricane Pike, but the Grove Bow. And that just feels so good. All you need is to keep distance, and this allows you that.
Yeah, that extra 100 attack range. As well as the extra attack speed, but more so the attack range.
The speed is nice too. A little bit of that, a little bit of Inner Beast. It feels pretty damn good to be this Drow Ranger at the moment. Smoked up. They're baiting on Moon mid. You can see how they're rotating around him. But Ace is actually in a very good position.
DJ frontlining. Being an annoying Enchantress.
I think that's also it. You talked about the Solar Crest. He didn't buy Tranquils or Boats, he went straight into Pipe afterwards, so he's extremely tanky and difficult to take down. He runs straight uphill because he understands, okay, if I run and give info, it's good. They can't kill me.
Yeah, they'd have to use so much just to kill him.
What's your favorite hero to just run uphill with?
I guess
Any hero, right?
the answer is the Ancient Apparition, but I'm dead anyway. I just ran uphill.
Ancient.
No, can they stop a TP? He did stop a TP.
He actually didn't use it. He still has it off cooldown. So.
It looked like he was thinking about TPing out, standing still like that, or maybe trying to trick them. But X1, 2, 3 gets killed off by the Crib Swarm. Moon gets the kill. They look over the Abaddon and early borrowed time into the TP.
Yeah, that's one of those mistakes that you really don't want to do.
Go after Marvel. Timber Chain onto the high ground. They should be able to keep vision. The question is, can they get the stun? Yes, they can. Jabs lines it up. And Marvel, he's silenced, he's roared, he's killed, he's gone.
And that's really why they opted to go for that Prophet over something like an Ember. Also, Moon is very comfortable on the hero. But that Prophet scales just so much better versus all these tanky boys. You can take down a Timber, you don't need to buy a Vessel as well. He literally doesn't feel as tanky as a normal Timber Saw should, even though he does have a lot already. But that kill, they baited him, used the travels, went on to the Phantom Lancer. Really clean execution by Fnatic.
Yeah, he tricked me. I thought he was TPing out, he's standing still.
And and you actually know who the real one is.
Yeah, I can see who the real one is, and I was just like, all right, I guess he's leaving.
You know, just trying to joke a little bit with the illusions and whatnot. Everyone is doing that.
That 500 IQ.
Yeah. Which one is it? Which one is it? You're chasing some... 4 of your teammates are chasing some illusion while you're actually being hit for 100% damage and you're screaming, please help. This is the real.
So Roche is going to be up in a minute 12.
I don't know if we have enough time.
25 minutes?
25 minutes.
We have to be done?
We have to be done, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see if this can last, because you could see Fnatic, they're posturing near the pit. They're up 9K. The kill on the Phantom Lancer was pretty massive, and yeah, they know the timing soon. They're hanging out near by the pit.
the kill on the PL, and the fact that all of their heroes are kind of farming. Everyone is getting something from the map. Even this Nyx Assassin, position 5, almost has Aghanims.
Yeah, he's doubling the net worth.
I guess you can say that Fnatic has both position 4s and position 5s. They're all getting kind of the same farm priority. Yeah.
Okay, just wards.
Lilgun, they were expecting Rush.
Blink Avalanche toss. They're going to go in under the Enchantress, who has the Nature's Attendants, but trying to run with a Diffusal. They've got the 2-man stun once again, so DJ surviving for a little bit longer. Marvel's slow on this, but the Chakraman as well as the kill there for Sanctity. They're going to boots travel in. They've got the Spike Carapace as well as the Exorcism coming from behind. The silence is out of the Abaddon, who does have the borrowed time. It'll pop in immediately, but they get the count of jabs. They'll take out the Nyx Assassin. Stun on a Moon, but look at Raven. He's just right-clicking from the low ground, trying to do all he can, and the multi-shot comes in. This is a low Phantom Lancer, a dead Phantom Lancer. They do get the kill on the Moon, though. Raven trying to TP out. They're silenced up. The damage not there, and Beastmaster will go too. Ends up being a 3-for-3 trade. That
3-for-3
could
trade
have been better for Fnatic.
100%. Why it wasn't better is because first and foremost you lose Enchantress first, and then Drow is very bad at these teamfights where she's on the low ground and the teamfight is on the high ground. She does not like that. She doesn't enjoy it at all, especially when you're playing versus something as PL. If you look at Raven, he's literally just running around the fight. He used the split shot and just runs up, runs down, finishes off the Lina with a couple of hits, but doesn't have any big impact, which makes him isolated from the team, and Moon dies. It was a sliver of a second. I think Moon could have lived there. He just popped the Bloodstone a bit too late.
They do get the kill on the PL, right clicks from the low ground, but that could have been a better positioned fight for sure for Fnatic. They should...
Picking team fights, by the way, areas for a team fight, when you're playing Drow, Arc Ward, and these kind of heroes, Sniper, is 90% of the work.
Right.
But that's really what you have to focus on. If you pick a fight in a bad spot on the map, where your Drow can't be just isolatedly hitting targets, it's not good. Even though they were 9k ahead, they trade kind of evenly there.
Smoke used by Lilgun. Win a fight here, they've got Aegis Cheese and Axe Shard, so could be a massive moment. Smoke gets broken. DJ now again at the front, and this Enchantress is dead to the Laguna Blade. Dead for 43 seconds.
And Rush is up. Like you said, they can go straight back in.
But they have Ags available on the Nyx Assassin. I wonder if he can slow this down at all.
Oh, he's dropping pretty fast. Let's go. Jabs. Burrowing down. And...
oh, they dust it.
They dust it. Can they actually take him down, though? That's the question. Like, even if you dust him, even if you scout him, maybe you can burn his mana with the illusions. Maybe that's the best play, but it's very difficult to do anything about this bug.
Now they know where he is. LSA, yeah, they know where he is. They'll drop the Sentry jabs. You might have overstayed your welcome in this Pearl, but the right click's now coming in from Raven. He's got a much better position in this fight than the last one. They're going to throw the right clicks out on the Sanctity. They'll get the count of the Tiny. They look over at Ace, who's popped the borrowed time. Marvel tried to get on top of Raven, but they've lost the Phantom Lancer. They lose Hishki. That's going to be 4 gen on the side of a Little Gun, and you know that Ace is gone as well. So that is a full team wipe. That'll turn into Roche, Aegis Cheese, and Shard all going the way of Fnatic.
They didn't respect the bug, man. I was very skeptical at them going towards jabs, because I've seen this story, I've seen this movie. You see that Nyx, you think you can take him down, by the time you manage to bring him half HP, you're all dead. There's too much control coming from the Aghanims, Nyx Assassin, and Fnatic is on the high ground.
Yeah, and that was, we just mentioned it. Knowing where your team fights are is 90% when you've got heroes like Drow and Sniper.
It's just Raven being on high ground. He's uncontested, just right-clicking away.
By the time Marvel tried to get on top of him, he's out of mana.
Yeah, he's out of mana and his team is dead. He's out of a team. Just really well executed by Fnatic once more.
Spike Carapace comes in, and that lands on Hishki through the LSA. Avalanche on it too, but they've got the silence to follow it up. Gust didn't connect, but the silence came out from the Death Prophet, and that's more than enough to send them packing. They've got the hypothermia thanks to the shard that they picked up during that Roche. And, well, they're going to try and finish this one. And again, the bug. He just burrows in your base, and while you don't have Raid, you don't have Spray to get him out.
Yeah. You have no bug traps, nothing like that.
Even one of those glue traps.
Exactly. Can you hang one of the glue traps on the tower and then he gets stuck and the tower
just wiggles around?
Yeah.
New neutral for you, Ice Frog. We got you.
Hey, look at this. Like, Jabs just goes straight in. The range on his Impale, the range on his Mana Burn is way too big. And Lilgun, they're just kind of dancing on it. They can't approach their axes.
Yeah, they want to, but they can't. So there goes the Rax top, the Rax mid. And they still have Exorcism going.
They still have Cheese. They still have Aegis. There is really no reason for them to fall all the way back. But they might be disciplined enough to wait for Exorcism. That's something that they can consider. But being 20k ahead this early on.
Now Lilgun has to come to them. Or, well, they don't have to, but that's what they're aiming at.
That's one last play that you do.
And Nyx knows. Nyx has all the vision that he needs. Spike Carapace, yeah, you've got the dust. He goes into the burrow right in front of them. Laguna Blade. They're trying to kill this Nyx Assassin. Yeah, you got him. But what else do you get from this? Because Raven's just killed your Phantom Lancer. He's killed your hopes of bringing this fight back because you don't have a carry. They'll chase after Hishki. They look over at Marvel and Raven just fighting both these heroes, standing his ground with the hypothermia. They get the kill in a 3. Sanctity. Well, it's not looking good for him, and they'll call GG. Game 1 going to Fnatic very clean.
What was it, 29? Okay, that's a record for me.
A little bit longer for you.
Yeah, so far every single game I've casted with you, Ben, has been, what, 25-minute max?
Just about, yeah.
So this is...
Series have lasted around an hour.
This is a little bit of an improvement.
We're getting there. We're getting some more time. Maybe you'll get tier 4s next game.
I doubt it.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, it's gonna be maybe megas. Maybe that's it.
You're the good luck charm for everybody who's putting their money on the under in terms of timings.
Sadly for Lilgun, I'm not their good luck charm in this game at least. Yeah. It's just broke apart very early on. That Nyx Assassin was on point with his plays. Drow Ranger, maybe one fight in which he was out of position, but usually just on the high ground, wailing away. That Prophet with those travels did so much, picking off the Phantom Lancer on the bottom lane too.
Yeah, they get that kill on the Phantom Lancer. I mean, that fight evolves where Phantom Lancer just gets killed by Raven, and Nyx is just a bug to them where he won't die. It really was disgusting, even though he dies in that fight at the end. Like, he burrowed, he got all their attention, and then Fnatic take advantage. So they take a 1-0 lead over Lilgun. We'll be back with game 2, but before that, we're going to the panel. Break it down, guys.
Look at those. Wait, I thought he was going to be the other camera. Can I get the other camera? I want to see. Look at these. Look at this cute raccoon. How are you going to do that to this cute raccoon like that? The Lilgun. Look at him. Fnatic are merciless. Murdering. Look, that's so cute. They take it 1-0 over Lilgun. Again, no real surprise. It's a lower division Season 1 promotion. Teams just looking to get experience here in the upper division, looking to get some more prize money. They're learning.
Got him.
Got him.
It's a learning experience for sure, because they are not winning. But if I look back at the draft, they put Lina mid, they put Tiny 4. I choose them to win this game. And if also they had a better player on a Phantom Lancer, he can easily just take over the game. Like this fight right here, even though Drow Ranger has that Aegis, Phantom Lancer just completely ignores her and doesn't do anything. Like, look at this stun. 1, 2, 3 man impaled by Nyx Assassin. I mean, I can choose the MVP for this game. For me, it's gonna be Jabs on this Nyx Assassin, Fluffy Hat into Aghanim Scepter build. We were talking in our green room. Black, you mind sharing what the Nyx Assassin Aghanim Scepter does?
Okay, I'll run down the list.
It's a big list.
All right, so first of all, it makes you invisible, of course.
Correct.
Gives you 1.5 percentage max HP and mana regen per second. It gives you 60% damage reduction. Makes your mana, what's it called? Mana burn. Yeah, have higher cast range. Makes you impale have higher cast range. It makes your Carapace stun on top of you. What, 300 AoE, I think, or something like that. It's great.
That's it. These are the only things that it does. And this fight, they try to focus on
They showed off right
here.
Yeah.
Look at this. Multiple man impale, not receiving any damage.
Oh, sorry. It also reduces.
It was an allied chakra.
No, sorry. It reduces the cast not the cast, the cooldown on Impale also, right?
Does it really?
I think so. When you cast it, you have like 3 or so seconds less cooldown.
I'm consulting the wiki on this
If you're casting it from Burrow.
If that's true, that's absurd.
No,
But-
this is perfectly balanced. We just named 7-8 things that the Aghanim Scepter
One
does.
Ag Scepter for 4k gold, yeah.
And, you know, back in the old days, we had Aghanim Scepter, increased damage on Zeus ulti.
Yeah, 100.
100
Oh
damage.
my god, it does reduce it.
By how
How much did you say it did?
3.
3? But it's 5 even, I think.
It's 7-second
It's
cooldown
7 seconds?
reduction.
From how much to how much?
The max level of
15 to
Impale,
8?
14 to 7.
14 to 7.
So yeah, these are the only things that Nyx Assassin Aghanim Scepter gives you.
I feel
Oh, it was 50% damage reduction, not 60%.
Oh, then it's perfectly
Oh,
balanced.
then it's
we're
fine.
fine then. It's all good.
Oh, so it was 40 before and then buffed it to 50?
I thought it was 60 before and they nerfed it to 50. Was it a buff?
It was definitely from, was it 50, 60 and then back to 50 again or what?
Let me look. But
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
is he going to be the MVP though?
I hope so.
Imagine if MVP is just an Ice Frog, Aghanim
Oh, you're
Scepter.
right. It got buffed from 40 to 50 in 7.29.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, definitely needed a
Half
buff.
damage, no problem.
But Black, he lost the break on Vendetta.
That is indeed true.
Yeah.
However, he got the increased attack speed when you
He
hit it
did.
from Vendetta.
That is true.
It looks so...
So you can
Stupid.
actually stun people after you use them,
Right.
which was kind of problematic.
But
Most
you
of the
could already do that though, because for some reason they also buffed his cast
Cast point.
cast animation, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't even know why. Before, you know, we just spoke about the good old times 5 years ago. Like you could swap creeps by accident when you misclick instead of a hero. But the games are becoming easier and easier.
That one got taken away a long time ago. You couldn't.
Yeah.
You couldn't.
When was
hero-
that?
That was
Was it
in like the
TI2 or something?
6.7 era. Yeah, that was a long time ago, where you could hero target Impale.
You could necro old creeps and stuff. Everything gets taken out. Easier and easier. We are the old guard.
Yeah, I remember
everything.
back in my days, you know, Necro uses ulti on you, you can't buy back, game
Yeah.
over, sorry, nothing you can do about it, your hero cannot come back, you just kill a carry and
You
play.
could build a Bloodstone, which reduces your
It's true,
respawn time by like
respawn time
40
is
I
not
seconds.
bad.
think Bloodstone was added later.
Yeah, definitely it was.
The respawn time reduction and the suicide mechanic.
Yeah, we didn't talk too much about the game. We spoke how, you know, Nyx Assassin pretty much single-handedly
All right,
won
fine.
the
Give
game
him
with
the MVP. Give him the MVP to Jabs.
with the Ags. But yeah, something Abba does not like to play into DP silence. It's very hard for him to deal with that.
Yep.
Also, 11 minutes in, Fnatic, they go in, take tier 2 tower, something that should not be happening, and they take the outpost, go inside the pit, continue to play aggressive. I just feel if Lilgun, if they play 20% better, especially on the Phantom Lancer, this game could have been closer, maybe even in their favor.
20% being one member out of the 5-man squad.
Yeah.
I see what you're getting at, the cost. It's okay. They have a second game to perhaps turn things around. Or maybe Fnatic can get a confident 2-0 victory. Only can find out after the break, so stick around. We'll be right back.
change of range.
Ah, yes, those heavenly sounds. Those bringing us back to the DPC SEA, where we are wrapping up week number 4, potentially the last game of week number 4.
Been spending most of my life
Living
in the Dota paradise.
Dota, what is Dota Paradise? I never experienced. What is
What
Dota?
is-
I
what is it?
experienced quite the opposite.
What would Dota Heaven be like for you, Black?
I don't know, man.
Describe what if
I-
we had
I-
ascended.
I know what it is. You know what's the one
Okay,
of the best?
please, you
what's
tell
one
me.
of the best feelings for me? You know,
Okay.
you did everything. You kind of ate. You had a lunch, maybe dinner. Let's call it dinner.
Okay, so it's
7
nighttime.
7 p.m. And you can feel, you know, the temperature slowly going down. You need to turn off the light in your room. There's some music playing in your headset.
A
and you're like,
HyperX headset
Yeah,
and a
you're-
HyperX keyboard.
You're sitting in your comfortable chair.
Secret Lab chair.
Secret lab chair. There you go. And your belly is full. Your belly is full. You have you have nothing else to do. You did everything. You set the alarm tomorrow for 10 a.m. You know, you don't have to wake up early.
The Heaven is 10 a.m. wake up for you? Okay, fine.
And then you have like 7 hours of Dota or
Okay.
whatever you want to do. Most likely it's going to be Dota. You see one of your friends. I see Black is online.
Mm-hmm.
Like my heart start beating harder. I invite him and click that ready button. Ready check. Both of us are ready. Let's queue. And we're in. We're in for 7 hours of fun. Maybe some snacks on the side. Get yourself a good drink.
But
Now
are we,
that's-
are we sitting next to each other too?
No, no, no. No, this is why. No, this is why it's you know, Dota heaven for me.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I'm impressed that Dota Heaven for you is actually a lot of stuff that has nothing to pertain to Dota. It's more about your living conditions and your food situation.
I didn't know Dota Heaven for him is actually playing Dota.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I was assuming that the concept for you would have been like, anti-mage is always viable. Guaranteed
No.
first
No,
phase
I
pick.
mean, I enjoy Dota. No matter the patches, I'll find a way to enjoy the game.
I mean,
Okay.
sure. I mean, I love the game right now as it is too. If it was like Paradise for me, you know,
Exactly.
it would be like a personal kind of thing, right? They
That's
would al-
fine.
they
Are
would
you
always,
back at
like,
playing tournaments?
No,
or-
there would be like creeps coming towards me. I punch them, like gold sounds,
Yeah.
you know, stuff like that. That would be very soothing,
For
very
sure.
comforting.
But you're a competitor, Black. Where's the challenge, though?
Yeah, where's that competitive
Oh,
spirit gone?
true.
I feel like you would eventually grow weary of the
Of these weak creatures. And I would
Exactly.
descend upon Earth once more. I'd be like, puppy, make space for me.
I must find a challenger.
I must find my true calling.
Is it picking AA to counter an IO? Because that's what Lilgun's true calling is looking like.
Well, blue versus blue. Blue Eyes White Dragon.
It's true. Can they merge the three?
Who else is blue?
Half of Jakiro.
Just cut Jakiro in a half.
Jakiro in half.
Which half is better? Like, would you take the fire part or the icy part?
Depends on the season.
Like right now, when we're
Right now,
Right
I
now, I
probably
want
take
the
the
ice
ice one.
head.
Yeah, for sure.
It's getting hot.
Like I don't have to take the elevator anymore. I just make him create an ice path downhill.
Oh, man, that would be sweet.
Yeah.
how do you get up?
You fly on him.
Fly on
It's
the-
Jakiro, right?
can he fly with only one wing?
I mean, he might do the.
It's
the
a,
he
remember,
might,
it's
he
a
might
hop,
do go
it's
to
a hop
circle.
of Jakiro.
He goes to circle motion, goes up.
It's just Jack. It's not. It's like he's missing the other part.
That's true.
It's just KB, no BQ. Just the Jack. All right, well, they go for the pairing that I was expecting in game number 1, IO Gyro.
Gyrocopter.
And Lilgun go with a tiny again. Don't really know where it's going to go. Might be mid, might be 4 position.
At least it's damage. Ice Vortex plus Avalanche Toss plus Ice Blast is a lot of damage. Enough to kill people.
Yep. Especially if AA gets a Philly and then a Shard.
And then an Aghanim Scepter.
I miss the old Aghanim Scepter on AA. I miss the 17 second.
Have you ever seen a Moonshot AA right-click you from the high ground?
How does he have the mana for that?
By Bloodstone.
So it's not just Moonshard and Ags. Okay.
And Midas.
And probably has a Hurricane Pike, increase that cast range, has a Grove Bow.
Grove Bow,
on top
yeah,
of
that's what I was
it.
thinking
It's a
too.
dream
Or Ballista. You
for
get,
AA.
Ballista.
you get slowed and pushed back.
Dude, Ballista AA sounds hilarious. I would love to see that one day.
You hit people from the fountain, probably.
So do they still ban a Beastmaster here?
I would. Like, if I'm Lilgun, I think I just want to try to slow down the game as much as possible so I actually get to play Dota. Because like when they had this DP, this Beastmaster, the Drow.
How do you slow
They just
down
push
the
too
game? Do you
fast.
take heroes like AA, Jakiro, slow them down?
I mean, those two are probably not the best. I was more thinking like some spammers, some people that sit in front of towers, like Tidehunter and whatnot. But yeah, like if the tempo is too high, generally the less experienced / worse team is the one that's gonna suffer from it.
But what if the game goes too late and you make more mistakes?
Well, at least you got to learn more.
It's true. In the previous game that Fnatic actually lost against Omega with their IO Gyro, they also picked up Shadow Demon, Pango, and Mars.
Yeah, SD IO sounds terrible.
Yeah, and I don't really know why they picked it. There was no counters on Omega's lineup. It was Enchantress, I guess Bristleback, Soulcatcher.
Didn't
was
they
pretty
first
good.
pick SD and then went IO Gyro second phase? Maybe.
I don't think so. I think SD was second phase.
Why did they choose Fnatic to win that game? That sounds terrible.
Well, you remember? You were scarred so
Yeah, of
badly that you
course.
remember it?
So Nyx Assassin, also another way of setting things up for a possible relocate place.
Yep.
And great against the Underlord.
Yep.
Easily can carapace that off. Even AA, like even Tiny, he does not have that instant stun, so you can get the carapace off. Nyx Assassin MVP of the previous game for a reason. I mean, we talked about it. I personally feel that Nyx Assassin is definitely one of the strongest heroes right now. And then you're like, you think he's stronger than Medusa? Well, he kind of beats Medusa. You have Carapace against the split shot. You have a mana burn. Easily executed on Nyx.
Yep. Just
Impale against the slow Medusa. He's got it all.
Just wait until Dusa skills the 75 in talent.
Oh my god. Has anyone taken that ever?
I mean, once you reach 30.
Yeah, that's a good one. And you're forced to.
I don't think you're forced to anymore.
That's true, you're
which
not.
is good, because in case you play against Nyx.
Yeah.
Like,
We talked about how on Faceless Void you don't necessarily always want the Chrono AoE.
Yep. I've seen a lot of unfortunate incidents happen with that bigger AoE.
Was that with Lilgun also?
No, that was with
Smart
SAG.
Omega? Oh, right.
In
SAG,
Chinese
that was in
region.
China. Yeah. The other lower division promotion.
Because there's 2 Chronosphere AoE increases that will make even a veteran feel uncomfortable.
Understandable.
Like me.
No, never you, Black.
I chronoed a lot of heroes.
And not necessarily on the enemy team.
We don't talk about that.
Wraith King picked up an Underlord. Underlord is a hero that we do not see particularly frequently.
These heroes, they
Pretty
don't
early
like to
too.
play Dota early on. Like this is Wraith King who's not active for 15 plus minutes. Depends when you get that Radiant sub. Same goes for Underlord. Like he needs time. And in this game, playing into Timbersaw, I would love to see potentially Ursa. They can't get Ursa, never mind. They have this Gyrocopter. Because I think Fnatic only plays it on the safe lane paired up with Io.
Yeah,
There's some mid Gyrocopters from time to time.
Yep.
I think that's still doable. But this Timbersaw into 3 strength heroes, good. Into AA, could be a bit tricky.
I feel like as long as he's ahead, he's going to be happy. But once he like falls behind at all, he gets just stunned or pitted, and you get an air blast on top, you can die really fast on this Timber.
Yeah.
It's a good tempo kind of pick to make the game go fast, because you can kill heroes very fast. But it can backfire. But Fnatic probably very confident since they are the favorite on paper.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have picked this Timbersaw against like another team.
No. Also because Cheon has not played it at all yet in the upper division, so I think this is a good opportunity for him to get practice on heroes that he needs to get familiar with.
That leaves what for Moon?
Bat Rider's banned out. He
Death
played Death Prophet, yes.
Dragon Knight.
There she goes. Something against. I mean, you don't necessarily need to just kill Tiny, but something. What about some percentage-based damage? These old heroes
Phoenix?
are. Phoenix. I mean,
Mid Phoenix,
something
let's
mid.
go.
Hell yeah. I'm kind of, I don't know why I have a feeling there's going to be mid Underlord.
Then send Timber mid, wouldn't you?
It's possible, but you probably just want to have it against the Wraith King because you don't care about his skellies.
No. Fnatic ban out a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, everybody
and
knows.
Templar Assassin.
Gyrocopter's propeller is not ready for Wind Ranger.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Because the shackle, gets all caught up.
Exactly.
Like we saw, the headphone cable sometimes gets. Oh, they didn't see it. That was us. Headphone cable gets caught up in your computer chair, and you're all.
Yeah, or it just gets tangled up, and you gotta do the grab it by the one end and let it
Watch
roll
it
out.
unravel.
Yeah. So cool. I love that. So ban Ember, okay. Now they need some. They're probably gonna, knowing Fnatic, they're gonna pick Quaswex Invoker because they're feeling themselves right now.
They can get away with it. Good against Wraith King.
Or just pick DK.
What are you thinking, Lacoste?
I don't think DK. Like DK's tanky, Firestorm percentage base combined with AA.
But Moon likes it.
I know Moon likes it. I don't mind Invoker, even though I'm not, on this. Let's mana burn Wraith King and just ruin his game. You don't do that anymore. It's like it's doable, but people got better. They're just waiting with the magic wand. Potentially, if they are not good at it, you can always buy a shard. But I feel anything tanky could be a bit problematic.
Yep.
Into
I agree.
AA plus it's ton of damage. Let's say you have this Firestorm maxed out, you have Ancient Apparition, Vortex, Tiny blowing people up, like amplifying the damage from the Radiance with that Vortex as well.
He played mid Pango one time.
Into Underlord, just
Rough.
it feels really rough. They don't have any other abilities that go. I mean, not a single ability that goes through magic immunity, but let's see. It is Invoker in the end.
Okay.
Unexpected. Shocker. Again, I don't think they would have picked this hero if they played against another team.
Agreed.
So what is the build on Quasvex Invoker?
You go Vessel, 100%.
Okay, that's still my best guess.
But
I've
most
seen-
people
What about
don't
the
do it.
old Midas
What about
Switchblade?
Midas Switchblade Boots of Travel? Is
Oh,
that the
I
most,
love it.
Is
I
that
love
the
it.
most
Yeah.
useless build
I
ever
saw
seen
it.
on Invoker?
Dude, I saw what he did, and he did not hit a single hero that game, I
No,
believe.
he did not.
Yeah, so it was great. I took down out my notepad. I was like, wow, never do this in my life.
You put it right next to the Crystallis Gyrocopter build, that's
Oh
right.
yeah.
I mean, at
Crystallis
least
Gi-
that kind of makes sense. Well, Midas bots,
The Witchblade kind of makes sense.
Witchblade?
Invoker has really high int gain.
yeah, but if you hit people, it's good. And what do we want from Lilgun then? I wouldn't mind.
Where's this Tiny going? Is that a mid Tiny? Is it 4 Tiny? And then they pick something against Invoker. So it's
a
gonna
mid
be-
Ricky.
I think it's mid Ricky. Yeah.
Against Invoker, not bad. You have high base
Armor.
damage, high base armor, high base region. You can dodge the EMP. Fnatic's gonna win.
But give me some glimmers of hope.
No,
Well,
I think this Ricky could cause a lot of issues. It's a good lane against Invoker. These
It
heroes
is.
don't gank Ricky. Like, Ricky doesn't give a damn about the Nyx Assassin coming in until he's level 6 and then can surprise
He
him.
hard countered to Nyx. When he's borrowed, you smoke screen him, he can't come out.
Yeah.
He actually has to stay there
completely
forever.
paralyzed
So
up
actually,
there.
when you take the cooldown on smoke screen, it's the same as the uptime, right? He can
Yeah.
just never
That's
leave.
true. Yeah,
He's just like
trapped.
there. He's like,
It's like disarming disarming a timber saw.
like Ricky's like, guys, he can't come. I'm holding him here.
Check out my clock. Lizard, what is going on here? I'm going into overtime. A 29-minute game one? This isn't what I paid for.
4 minutes longer
Yeah.
than average. Yeah, this isn't
It's going off your paycheck, my friend.
breaking some rules here, I guess. But we'll see how the second game goes. We have something extraordinary, a Ricky mid. I know some of the panelists have been advocating the Ricky plus the shard for that sleep dart. Now smoke as well versus the Nyx Assassin. Sounds fun. I'm not sure it's good.
We going 5 Fanatics again? Is that the situation?
It was not again. 'Cause
It
No,
was,
that's
it was,
true.
it was
It's
two
not
Lil
again.
guns.
And
I'm in
you
my
were one
right-
of them.
I'm in my right mind this time. B-Cup, are you going to be in your right mind as well? What does Courier have to say?
Yeah.
Oh.
He gave me this.
He gave you the this.
The head shake.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the this also, so you can go ahead and cast game number 2.
Nice. I appreciate the head nod. Coming right back over to us. We're going to be having game number 2. Over under 25.5 minutes.
Under.
Under, okay.
Under.
Yeah.
Like second time in a row, I get a little bit disappointed with the way they place their heroes. Like in the first one, I thought Lina is a perfect match for the mid lane versus DP. The second game, I think Tiny would have done just as much, and then you could pick something different for your position 4, not pick a Ricky mid. But if that's what they're comfortable with, you know, I'm completely fine with that.
Right.
Sometimes picking the comfort zone is much better than picking and drafting what's perfectly in the meta and what's the best at the moment.
We see a lot of comfort picks come out, and sometimes they don't make sense with the drafts.
30
Like,
seconds to
I'm surprised at how willing teams are to throw comfort picks ahead of what is a counter or what works.
Yeah, the thing is, we don't really have a lot of heroes anymore that just straight up win the game if the game's right for them.
Right.
You usually find some item or some playstyle that can counter, like a Medusa right now is probably the strongest one in that aspect, but you can still find ways of dealing with her. Tiny.
Stun comes out, Hishki in trouble, toss into the air, but jabs, he'll dive. However, first blood's there for Raven. They still want to go in onto the gyrocopter. They've got 3 heroes chasing Raven. Man, that
Stun
is
in 8,
so Raven.
Blink in 13. This guy's fine. He has a Fairy Fire as well, Sanctity. I think you need to move back to your lane afterwards. Yep.
Okay.
Easy kill.
Denied. He ends up dead. Gets kind of corralled into the wrong direction, which is unfortunate.
They did get the first blood on him, right? So he was just buying enough time for himself to buy the item.
Yeah, got a lot of time.
Yeah, he gets that raid band. And when you're that low, sometimes it's even better to die, go base, respawn with full HP, and then rejoin the lane. Then TP into the lane with like 10% HP, and then you can't farm for the first wave.
Yeah, instead he gets a quick respawn, and he ends up going back towards top, has that Wraithman, like you said. So,
how many Ricky Maru mid do you see in your bracket, B-Cop?
Not
too many,
Not too many, honestly. I get a lot of the same Pudge, Phantom Assassin I feel like I'm always up against.
Pudge and Phantom Assassin? Oh god.
Yeah.
Forget I asked.
I will.
It's a rough place that you're in, man. I feel bad for you.
I try to overcome it all by spamming Ancient Apparition while
and
being
flaming
a good hero.
everyone, right? All chatting, flaming.
I should do more of that.
Oh, I see.
I should
Probably you shouldn't try to do more of that, but yeah. Top lane so far, Marvel is sustaining himself. In a lane such as this one, all you want to do is get to that Soul Ring on Underlord as soon as possible, push out the lane, and stack and farm the hard camp afterwards.
Right.
Up to that point, this is also very proper. You just pull the wave away from the gyro from the wisp, and you farm under your tower.
Shun just farming here bottom, standing his ground. He's level 2. Gets to what? Level 3, level 4. Nyx Assassin can move off the lane.
Yeah, the moment this Timber hits 3, I think you can move. There's no killing him. He started with a Timber Chain. He's going to have level 2 reactive armor. And from this moment onwards, just like in any other Timber lane, you can just leave him for a bit. If you have a good gank potential. But the problem is, mid lane, can you actually kill the Riki? 8 armor, very sustainable, most likely not. So maybe just stay bottom, make Timber's lane as good as possible.
Could you even try and go top? Like even then, like Underlord's pretty tanky. You don't want to be taking away the experience by making it a tri-lane up towards top.
You don't want to be rotating that far away from Timber as well.
Right.
When you go mid, it all makes sense. You're controlling the rune, then you're rotating mid, and if everything fails, you're close enough to follow back on that bottom lane aggression. If you go top, you're just way too far.
Doesn't freeze over, but almost did. That was very close. They've got the homing missile. Do they have the damage to get the kill here onto Marvel?
He's a tanky
tower,
boy.
they're a little bit scared of going in. Now
Under the tower, Rocket Barrage. Oh,
They got
they
him.
got the gyro, but they will lose this Underlord. It's a solo kill, or
And
well, solo
DJ?
experience for the IO.
He should actually be fine, but he does have 8 stick charges on Tiny plus boots. This creep is in the way, though. Because of the creep, he can't use the toss. Yeah. Sometimes your own creeps sabotage you. If there was no creep, he would actually be fast enough with the boots to follow up. The toss was coming off cooldown.
So while that was happening, Jeb's sacrificing himself, I believe. Dying to the Dire.
Yep. 22 CS on the Timber, 21 on the Raid King. So far mid lane as well. Pretty good for the Invoker. 18 CS versus 13 of Ricky, even though he has 9 denies. This lane probably will change a bit for Sanctity once he gets 2 raid bans. That's when it becomes much easier to last hit and to harass, trade hits with the Invoker. But I don't feel that Moon will ever really be pressured on that mid lane. You're a Quasvex Invoker, you're just going to regen all that up, unless a big rotation happens from, let's say, Tiny.
Yeah, which would require him to
Abandon top?
Yeah, and that could be a bit of a problem.
He's already doing it. If you look at the jungle, he's actually messing with their stacks. He managed to block 1 at least.
Yeah, but those stacks, if you're not too careful, they'll come up, get 3 or 4 per camp, have yourself a good couple of stacks there for the Gyro, get him a little bit of boost in farm. Right now, Gyro leading the way in net worth, and that's followed by the Timber Saw. So
yeah, even though he did die once, remember that he got that first blood, so it doesn't really matter. As he started with, he pretty much started the lane with a raid band instantly after.
Oh, good 2-man stun from Jebs.
Manages to get out, will get him towards that Tranquils a bit faster, and mid lane.
Avalanche comes in, this is what they wanted, but the toss only hit Sanctity. They were thinking about TPing in DJ.
Yeah, you're supposed to bring in a Dust as well if you're ganking Invoker Quasvex, right?
Make sure he can't Ghost Walk.
Yep. Sadly, they didn't have that, and they didn't have a Sentry.
And again, Hishki getting a block on one of the stacks.
Yeah, the last time he blocked the medium camp, this time he blocks the hard, you know, a little bit here, a little bit of block there, it adds up.
Cold Feet, Spike Carapace with the Wraith Fire Blast, walking out of that freeze. So they continue to throw like mana at this Nyx Assassin, but they're not getting the kill.
You're not getting anything here anymore. This is pretty much a done lane. He's coming back into it because there's like 3 creep waves, but you might just die here. You have to be extremely careful.
Jabs though, ooh, thinking about throwing out the stun.
Tiny
now they've got
here.
Hishki in.
But even with him, like even with the Tiny, you don't threaten the Timber Saw. He has a hood completed.
Yeah, Avalanche toss, right click's coming through. Not a lot of mana to work with for the Timber.
Yeah, he's letting the tower hit him all the time, keeping those reactive armor stacks up. And you just rotated 3 heroes to watch Timber farm, literally. You're here applauding him. Wow, nice CS. Good job, man. Good job.
Standing ovation at the end of the farm.
Exactly. The 3 of them are lining up, trying to make sure Raid King gets at least something here. But I feel like it would be way more valuable for him to be in the jungle at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, because especially
More
if
effective.
he dies,
Yeah.
you're taking a big dagger in your game. Now there's no tower, so you're kind of forced to be in the jungle.
Yeah, and he goes into this small camp. Meanwhile, Jabs is there. He's controlling him. Mid lane, Hishki, he actually shows himself on the tower. He gets hit by the tower even.
Yeah, it goes a little bit too far out of the trees.
There was a ward scouting him out as well, so that was never going to work. Gyro in his own safety, farming the stacks with the IO, and this is why this combo is so good. You can take some damage from the camps. The IO will heal you up.
Avalanche didn't hit Raven.
It wasn't gonna kill him.
No,
Like, he was mostly trying to get a couple of last hits there. Marvel is rotating in though.
They believe that they have vision there. Hishki, at least assuming so.
Yeah, they're expecting it. They don't really have vision. They were just running in blind onto high ground. Top tier 1 still standing. I think that's maybe what they should have done instead of TPing the tiny bottom. Take out the tier 1 top so that you can invade the jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This way you kinda invaded the jungle, you didn't do a lot, plus you don't have any objectives taken.
Oh, Ace. Forced to use two
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
sentries to not even get an ops. It gets denied by
Top lane. They're
Avalanche
trying.
toss and Pit of Malice with the Firestorm. Marvel will get the kill on a DJ.
That's a decent kill. Pressuring the gyro away from the lane most likely as well. So because of that, Marvel should be able to pressure the tower a little bit top lane, perhaps take it down. The problem is Fnatic is already one step ahead and they can rotate and do whatever they want to pretty much on the map. Do you want to defend top? Easy, we can defend top because no one is pressuring bottom, no one is pressuring mid.
About that 10-minute mark, Ocean Heart. Okay. For the gyro. He's about 5k net worth going Sanjin Yasha. He's got the Yasha being delivered, I believe. But
Yeah.
he is really...
No crit shenanigans, nothing like that. I think you give the Ocean Heart to Invoker probably. He's the one constantly in the river at the moment, so he gets the most out of it. And so far this Riki on the mid lane, every time I click, he's out of mana, out of HP. They're just pressuring him hard. And when I say they, I mean Moon and his 3 balls flying around his head, because he's the one doing it.
The 3 giving him that extra HP region at the moment.
Riki going into that corrosion, orb of corrosion that is. With that, he does start to carry a punch. So maybe you'll be able to make some kills on Raven, some rotations with A ulti.
Ooh, Avalanche. I think he was trying to get the deny on the tower. Jabs. He'll run. And he does get 6 from the tome that gets delivered. Oh.
Very close.
Do they turn for this?
Toss in 1 second. Maybe he'll go back in, but they have a sentry. He should understand it. And look at mid. This is truly what it is all about. Meanwhile, Moon already setting up on the bottom lane, but they don't have relocate, so this should be pretty difficult. However, they are connecting. Yeah, that's good. Great King TP's out.
Yeah, he saw that he went into the Ghost Walk.
Because he was also TPing very obviously while they were pushing tier 1 mid.
You've just got so much farm going away of Fnatic. And taking a lot of these tier 1s very early on.
And they're trying on the Timber again.
Avalanche, Cold Feet, looking for everything. He'll Timber Chain away.
Once you get AA to level 6, maybe that's when you do it. And I actually didn't follow it completely through, but I believe Tiny took the Tome. And that's a big issue. Like, I think you need your AA to hit 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah.
If you had AA 6 there, suddenly you can actually kill the Timber. It's possible, it's doable. He'll try again. He has no trees this time.
Yeah, he really wants to get out, but he can't.
Yeah.
The problem is, yeah, he dies, but that's costing you. You've gone twice. That's a lot of space.
That's a nice smoke if they can catch anyone. DJ, Raven.
I believe it got spotted, though.
He tried to blink in twice. And now Tiny as well just runs in. And while you're smoking and doing all this, instead of pressuring mid tier 1, Timbersaw is respawning. So you most likely won't be able to take it. Do they have a glyph? I believe they do. They have a glyph as well. Like, these small things really matter a lot. You need to understand when you get a kill in a certain spot that you instantly need to converge on an objective.
Looking for Moon. And he's a bit far forward. They've got the Ice Blast. He's dead.
Top lane, Wraith King.
Yeah, if they can get Wraith King twice, that would feel pretty great for him. Incarnation, rotations coming over from the side of Lilgun. Not sure they're going to be in time. Jabs with some great body blocks. And they get the kill on Axe 1, 2, 3. They do lose Moon over mid, but that is a fine trade for him.
Yep. The whole team of Lilgun was trying to actually connect and try and perhaps save the Wraith King, but it's just another one of those instances in which you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
You could be using that time to either farm, get your items faster, as Tiny was doing, or perhaps pressure the tier 1 mid a little bit more. it's looking much better for Lilgun this time around, as their tier 2 is still standing, and it's almost the 14th minute mark, 13:30. That's 2 minutes longer than in the first game.
And that could change very quickly, though. One team fight, push in.
Well, yes and no, because Fnatic doesn't push nearly as fast as in that first game.
They don't have all that to go in with.
Beastmaster, Exorcism, Enchantress, all these, Drow Ranger, all these heroes just pushed so well. They don't have that this time. What they do have is almost a vessel completed on Moon.
Some dagger though for the Tiny. Trying to take this ancient stack.
Timber rotates in.
X123 is going to be in trouble again because they want to go over and they don't have a way to keep alive this Wraith King, in my opinion. And now they look over at Marvel. Blink Strike Moon, Deafening Blast. That comes out onto the Riki. They get the kill onto the Wraith King while all this is going on. And well, down goes Moon, but it's traded for the Underlord. So it's a 2-for-1 trade and the stacks.
Underlord, Wraith King stacks. You do still have Blink on Tiny, but it looks like they won't try to contest this, as Ancient's ulti has been already expended on that kill on Invoker.
Yeah.
But Riki did show some power there. Like, he made Moon bleed out instantly. So the hero is strong. I'm not sure how strong it is to justify it on the mid lane just yet. We'll see.
Moon's positioning in that fight was interesting.
He was trying to get to the secret shop to buy that vessel as well to finish it off. Then he tried to follow up on the Underlord attack, so he just got himself in a bad position, not necessarily on his own volition, not exactly on his own fault.
Blink Avalanche, Ice Blast all coming in on the Nyx Assassin. And they're going to relocate. They want to try and get something from this, at least in return. They also get the Ancient Apparition. Stop his TP or kill him before.
Yeah, they had nothing, no way of stopping that. Timber also isn't going into Yules, he's going into BKB, so they couldn't really stop the AA. Sanctity just scouting everything out.
Yeah, he's going to Fusel next.
I like that. I mean, what else do you do on position 2 Riki? You could go for that meme build that I've seen Synderen and some other position 4s play. Meteor Hammer into Dart, but from the mid lane, you need to actually be able to right-click a bit too.
They've got a sentry here. Believe he got spotted, but I don't know if that's even going to matter. They hit the Vendetta, they've got the stun, and now they're moving in to try and get the kill here on a Marvel. Cold Snap taking a lot of this damage. They've got the Spirit Vessel, Avalanche Toss, Ice Blast comes in, hits on a Moon, they'll land the Tornado, but they've got the Wraith Fire Blast from the right clicks because they have the sentries down. I think maybe they thought they didn't have the sentries due to the fact that the Nyx Assassin walked in and got that stun. They kill off the Ancient Apparition, and Underlord will survive to TP out.
He turns.
They take out DJ, they look towards the rest, right on a Raven. Oh, the big stun coming in through here by the Nyx Assassin. Raven's still on the run.
No hits onto the gyro. Nah, he TPs.
And now Sanctity, he's trying to run.
They have one more sentry, but no dusts. They let him go. Moon was a little bit too greedy that fight. He got clipped by Tiny plus AA ulti, and he moved out. He managed to use the stick before the AA hit.
Right.
But after moving out, he moved back in, and he literally went into melee range to a Wraith King who had a sentry on the ground. Moon didn't understand that there was a sentry. They kill him off. If Moon lives, that's a completely different fight, but...
yeah, I don't think he expects this sentry that's up towards the top of the
because he
triangle.
also has one, I believe, in the river, or had it afterwards, but definitely didn't see that sentry or expected it.
Yeah, you see him run back in. Wraith Fire Blast, 2 right clicks. He ends up dead. The fact that Marvel stays alive in this fight, too, is kind of wild.
Yeah, because they distract everyone by the Invoker attack. Actually, very well played by Lilgun. And you can see some power of their draft. They can eliminate targets extremely fast. Tiny plus A, Riki plus A, and then Underlord is just the one that follows everything up with some Pit of Malice and Firestorm.
So now they go for the tier 2 tower over bottom. The Malice down. Not a lot of mana here for your Timber.
Yeah, Sanctity was also out of mana. They caught him in behind.
Ice Blast in, hits jabs, and well, Point and Strike, they'll get the kill. They hit the homing missile, Tornado comes through, lands on the 2, Ace taking a lot of damage, we get the kill into the Ancient Apparition. They look over at Hishki, right-click scene, tossed up into the air, Raven still trying to chase, the tether is gone, they've got the Avalanche, Hishki's gonna walk away.
Yeah, that was also a very nice smoke screen from the Riki. Sanctity pretty much saved the Tiny together with the Avalanche. He used the smoke screen on a choke point on 3 heroes and allowed the Tiny to live. You shouldn't bail on your supports. Moral of the story, help each other out.
Or just leave them and tell them to find more wards. It's their fault.
And flame him as well and tell him that you're gonna report him afterwards. That also works, obviously.
Always.
Radiant's middle tower
It's the words that have always worked.
It's a classic.
BKB finished here for Raven.
Yep. He's getting pretty much fight ready.
Right.
He has the BKB, S and Y, very tanky. Didn't go into anything too greedy like an Aghanims early on. Just wants to be able to fight constantly.
And 4 staff now for the Nyx Assassin. We'll see if he goes Ags next.
Yeah, that 4 staff is... He actually has a recipe queued up as well. 4 staff plus a recipe for 4 staff queued up, so you want the double 4 staff.
4 staff level 2?
Yeah. They should make that. Longer range.
Longer range, shorter cooldown. Ice Blast coming in. BKB's been popped. Relocate out. Courier, that's dead. Just standing still.
I remember the times when you couldn't actually relocate the target out with BKB, but we might see a fight here.
Yeah, they want to come over. They've got the Spike Carapace. Look at the damage onto the Wraith King. Oh, he's just gone so fast. And they're going to look over. Avalanche lands. Timber Chain across. As Ricky's trying to get the kill here on the DJ. Does he get out of this one? They have the Deafening Blast, and he does, because Sanctity is dead.
Yeah, that was just perfect execution by Fnatic, because Wraith King dies from the EMP.
Yeah.
He has 20 Magic Wand charges, but is unable to use them to get that mana back to actually use his ulti. Meanwhile, Ricky almost hits and kills off the IO, but DJ lives on a sliver of his HP, and his teammates are fast enough to control the Ricky and get that kill before he manages to kill the IO off. Really well played by Fnatic. Plus the fact, the peace of mind that they had, okay, they just wasted a lot of spells, we wasted the BKB, but we can still fight. And then they actually go in and win a team fight.
With that team fight win, we'll see what they do from here. Know that they want to grab the outpost. They've already done so. Going Shard next on the Ricky, no surprise. Look at the Sleeping Dart. You've got the Vendetta used. And there's the smoke popped. That's for an Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a change this Sleeping Dart will do.
Might get caught. They saw that Courier.
Still
Question is, can they see him?
Still has ulti, and he's safe. He has a Quelling Blade now to use.
He had ulti last time.
He had ulti, yeah, that's true. He's actually queuing up a BKB very, very early on. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Maybe a Shard at the moment, and then just buying a Sange would be better. Then you kind of get the best of both worlds. You don't need mana for the ulti, plus you get some stats resistance, plus you hit harder.
Right.
But, alright, he wants to save the safe route.
Marvel in trouble. Ice Blast going into the pit.
And this is big too. Now you know they don't have AA ulti. You can actually freely go back into the pit. Yeah, I think in a situation such as this one, if you don't want to fight, then you just let the AA use the ulti, maybe snipe Rosh, and everyone farms meanwhile. Right. You don't just stand around the pit while AA ulti is flying in and then kind of think about going in or out.
And then you're not getting anything from it.
Exactly, you're not getting anything from them. You're banking on an off chance that AA ulti will catch someone very low, and then you jump in with Tiny, eliminate one target, make some trades, but it's... the risk assessment just isn't there.
12-12, 4K lead for the side of Fnatic.
Jabs.
They've got the Dust on the Sanctity, Sunstrike coming in with the Chakram, Timber Chain, and the Whirling Death. Sanctity blown up, Hishki going in, trying to get a kill. They have the AA Ice Blast to finish off Jabs, but this is going to cost them 3. I'm not too sure that's worth it. Ace, he finally falls. 4 staff used to
Make sure he didn't freeze over.
Yeah, and they just go top, continue pushing. 23 minutes in, Tier 1 is still standing. That's just not acceptable for the games that we've casted together. No Tier 1 should stand after a 13-minute mark.
Very true.
Raid King on the mid lane. Scouted out. Yeah. He does have the wand. He actually uses them already. And that will keep him alive though.
Now they're just going to go for the Tier 2 tower. See if they can take this Firestorm.
A ulti once again.
Yeah, coming through the middle, but...
Tiny is actually sneaking in through the trees, but was just a tiny little bit too slow. Couldn't catch the Invoker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is a nice lead for Fnatic. Like, Lilgun, what do they have to do to bring this back?
I don't know. I actually have no idea. Maybe some magic by Ricky plus Tiny and AA. That's how it feels like, at least. Like, these three heroes need to get some sick pickoffs, like this one maybe.
Stun under 2 jabs. He's taking the attention of everybody.
This is a 5-man rotation to kill off a Nyx assassin. It's not worth it. At least you get something. And is that a BKB? I believe it is. Okay, so Raid King has a BKB. However, your high ground is being pushed.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the best trade-off.
And your Tier 2 mid.
And the Tier 2 mid. The Tier 2 bottom is already gone. Actually, Butterfly completed on Gyro. 25 minutes in. A ulti.
Coming around the back. It lands. Avalanche toss. Not sure it's going to be enough for BKB being popped. They try to back off. Oh, God. 1, 2, 3 once again. He'll lose his first life. They've got the stun onto Hishki via the Spike Carapace. They're still trying to get the kill here onto this Timber, who is alive for a little longer, but finally falls. Toss on a Raven. He's got the Rocket Barrage out as well as the Flak Cannon to get the kill on Ace. And now they're looking over at Moon. They'll get the kill on the Invoker. The right clicks from this Raid King starting to hurt. They have the Aegis to work with. They've got the Tether. They'll get the kill on the Underlord. Now they look over at this Raid King again, but he gets tossed away. They have the stun.
Oh, Impale. Okay, uncharacteristic for jabs to miss a spell, but it happens to the best. Really good Carapace from him. He caught not only the Underlord, but the Raid King as well. Sadly, sadly for Fnatic, that is, Raid King was fine enough. Nice try to toss back by Hishki. Okay, Lilgun showing some teeth. I actually thought it was a mistake to go on the Timber. If you have such a good setup, maybe you could just blow up Invoker first, or maybe even one of the supports.
Right.
But they made Timber pop that BKB very early on, and then they managed to kill him afterwards.
Missile missing this Ricky, who just blinks back to the Wraith King. But again, jabs a little bit too far for him. That's a toss, that's a kill.
Yeah, nice smoke, preventing him from carapacing. So, one issue that's probably very apparent to you as well is this Radiance on Raid King right now, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty much making Fnatic's game easier, because Nyx Assassin with the Carapace just found another valuable target to easily control. You can even see it in fights. He's turning off the Radiance. If you're turning off the Radiance, what's the point? Why did you buy it?
Yeah, you want to spend all that gold to use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice item. It also buffs your farming speed. Yeah, sure, but it just feels... Versus Nyx Assassin, it really feels off.
You don't want it to be just a farming item.
Yep. Nice Cloak of Flames that they found. Probably can give it to Chuyan. Yep. He's going to be that little bit much tankier. 10% magic resistance versus the AA. Very nice.
They've got the sweeping dart now.
Okay, let's see what they can do with it.
They've got a Sentry, and now Sanctity moving in. They've also got Hishki with the Avalanche, as well as the toss on a jab for the BKB being popped here by 1, 2, 3. Ice Blast flying in. They got the kill on Hishki. They look over at the Underlord. They've got the stun onto a couple as they'll chase this Underlord, looking at Dark Rift away. Sunstrike not going to land, and they don't have the damage.
It's fine. AA, however, he missed the Uber back home. He was coming from behind. And I love really how Ancient Apparition always has these ultis from like some positions that you just don't expect.
Yeah.
And he's always good with wards. Like, look, even when they're losing, they always have good vision on the map because he moves across the map, does his own thing. He's really good with that. Plus, when he's on the other side of the map, those A ultis are just unexpected. Like they're coming from some weird angles.
You don't see him till the last second.
You can't dodge, yeah.
Going for the outpost. Ooh, Moon should know. He just walked in. To that Ricky. Doesn't do anything about it though.
I'm just waiting for the sleeping dart. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna fall asleep waiting for the sleeping dart.
Throw the dart out onto you.
He darted me indeed.
Fnatic, while they're pressuring, they kind of look nervous about moving forward any further.
No, they're just taking their time. They don't truly have to force anything. When you're controlling the map the way they are doing, and when you know that the enemy team isn't farming anything but maybe one side, one lane,
right,
you're completely fine with that. You're taking 2/3 of the map, and then you can push in.
And you're just extending your lead.
That should be Satanic completed as well. Well, not yet, but it's flying over to Raven. Questionable a little bit versus AA, right, as you won't be able to heal up, but after that ulti or after you pop the BKB and that ulti has passed, you'll be able to get your HP back up.
Courier is going over to the secret shop. See if they want to take care of that in any way. Ice Blast coming in, but that's not going to land. They look over now at this Wraith King once again, tossed away, but it's on a jab, so get the kill on the ace. The look over is now Wraith King's lost his first life. BKB is popped, focusing the attention onto DJ. Wraith Fire Blast as well as the crit. They'll get the kill on the DJ. Sanctity as well as 1, 2, 3 running.
They don't have detection on him. They do have vision on Marvel, but he should be fine too. Gets out with the ult. So they bought back, what, only AA? And Wraith King lost his ulti, but that's it. I think you're fine if you're Lilgun for that. You got the Wisp at least, so you're not super happy that your position 5 bought back, but
it's not the worst thing in the world.
It could be way worse because of the way they started that team fight. It was horrendous.
Right.
They tried to go on the IO with the sleeping dart, but they forced him out of the smoke, plus the Frost Blast missed. So there was a high chance for Fnatic to just obliterate them.
That Ice Blast landing in an odd position, just in between the fight.
Mm-hmm. Because it's difficult to catch IO if he's not controlled. Not only do they have 4 staff on Nyx, he also has Tether to move away. Bottom lane, sleeping dart.
Into the Ice Blast.
Into dust.
And he's dead.
Damn,
Moon is in trouble. He's not really done a lot this game.
Yeah, but that's such a decent and easy setup. Like, that's so good. The sleeping dart on Ricky plus AA on your team. It's pretty much a guaranteed kill on Invoker. He needs something to either get rid of the dust or get rid of the AA sleeping dart or whatever. Some Aeon disc, some BKB, something similar might be helpful. He actually has the BKB queued up.
Over towards Roche is Fnatic for a second. They're postured near the pit. That's going to be up in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, Raven is just getting bigger and bigger. That's Skadi queued up. He's sitting on 3k gold with the Satanic, with the Butterfly.
And that's Shard that's going to be dropped, so we'll see.
I'm not sure. There's a good chance that Lilgun can take this next fight if they set it up with the Sleeping Dart. I feel like Fnatic, what they need to do is buy another 4 staff. If you can double 4 staff someone out of the smoke cloud, most likely you'll force him out of the AA ulti as well.
Right.
Because they will always try the same setup, right? Sleeping Dart into AA ulti.
Hishki, cold snap, doing enough to land the Vendetta. Now the stun. They've got the Pit of Malice. Sunstrike comes down, but it's not going to land. Chipper Chain all the way over. They're looking for the Dark Rift out on the Underlord. Also get the Wraith King out of there. That sends them back with Roche just spawning.
Yeah, this should be the moment in which they scout it out. Chuyan, yeah, going straight into the pit.
Does he take short? Flamethrower, I feel like is still.
I think you can give it to him.
short.
Yeah. Who else would you give it to?
Maybe Raven even?
Raven? When position 5 gyro was popular, actually you would always buy that shard on him later on in the game because it's really good. Or position 5, 4. Well, he has it right now, but let's see if he actually uses it.
He gave it to the Timber Saw.
Yeah, it's much better on him. This flamethrower is, when it was added by Ace, when it was added, I thought it's just a meme, but it's actually pretty solid.
It was really strong. I think our first real view of it was during the Season 1 Southeast Asia.
Exactly.
And
Masaro's site, I
Yeah.
believe, was building the shard.
And it felt like it was
Gyro.
disgustingly strong.
Raven. He's just so far away from all of his team.
Now he's deeper into the base.
But he doesn't care because there's no AA. As long as there's no Frost Blast, he cannot die.
The tier 3 on the high ground. Scotty finished for the Gyro. Manta finished for the Ricky.
And we talked about that one fight when Ancient bought back.
Ooh, Spike Carapace, they might catch the Tiny. Hishki in trouble. Hishki very dead. Got the silence off the Gyro as well as the sleep.
If you can't deal with him, just put him to sleep and move away.
Trying to go on to this Timber. He's really soaking up a lot of this damage. He's become the sponge.
They do have a buyback on Tiny, and Ancient Apparition is now back up, so maybe some Frost Blast.
Right through the fight. Oh, that lands on 3. That's significant because both Moon and Sean go down. They get the cone of the Ancient Apparition afterwards. They buy back on the Wraith King. That was a great Ice Blast. Now he's dead for another 43 seconds. Spike Carapace. All right, Rocket Barrage. Raven trying to survive. The stun is there. They'll get the kill on Hishki once more.
DJ's
he's dead
here.
for 90 seconds. DJ ready to save if he can, but Sanctity, I feel like he's looking to Sleeping Dart this IO. And there's the tether. Eats the cheese. Raven trying to survive, and he'll continue throwing out those shots. They'll get the first life out of the hands of 1, 2, 3 once again. Sanctity moves forward and will kill off Jax. The Rocket Barrage constantly on 1, 2, 3. Wraithfire Blast trying to run away.
Another
Sleeping
dart
Dart is there. He'll wake up.
Raven is just such a boss here.
He's really trying to survive. He's got Satanic again.
Radiant structures are
Fire Blast, Ice Blast, and they don't even need it. He's dead for 94.
DJ, TP's out. They didn't have any buybacks on Timber or on the Invoker, who both got clipped by that initial Ice Blast, like you said. That pretty much, that's the only thing that kept Lilgun in this
Saved
game.
the game for them.
Yeah, it saved the game. They didn't even lose the side. And it's a big, big deal because they also get the gem on Ricky. Wraith King did buyback, which is not that great, but they did manage to kill Gyro in the end, so it's definitely worth it. Plus,
They
if
fought back on both supports, too.
yeah, and if he didn't buy back, they'd lose the side 100%.
Right.
What a crazy execution. The moment Ace not buybacks, the moment he respawns, they get these 2 major kills.
Yeah, the Ice Blast's doing a lot. And it's only level 2.
It doesn't matter really, as long as they can't heal, as long as there's that break threshold. What's shatter threshold?
Yeah, the 10%. Or not the 10%, 12%.
Suddenly it's so much easier to kill the Timber
Dire's
and the
bottom tower
Quaswax
is under
Invoker,
attack.
who's no longer Quaswax any longer. He's got a little bit of everything.
Most in the Exhort right now.
Yep. He's
Dire's
mostly
bottom tower
the
has
electricity
fallen.
machine at the moment. Move behind the gyro, make him hit faster.
Dire's are scanning.
Yeah, we'll let you hit faster. You can do this. You got it.
Yeah. Still, Jabs is doing just so damn much in these fights. This Nyx Assassin in the first game, now in the second as well, you can really see him doing work. Hishki, he's still around.
Yeah, he's got TP available, though.
What they're trying to do here is, if Invoker stays alone, maybe for 1 extra wave, Ancient Apparition sends Frost Blast and he's dead. They can 1-2 him pretty much.
Or even a Sleeping Dart into a
Definitely
Ice
even
Blast.
a Sleeping Dart, yeah. But this gem that they got from DJ is just so valuable. Suddenly, Sanctity, he's not afraid to be on the map. And he can follow Invoker through Ghost Walk everywhere.
Yeah.
It's such a big item. Especially if it's someone else. You didn't have to buy it, you stole it. Feels good.
Didn't have to make that purchase.
Yeah.
Raven now level 25. He's got 3 homing missile charges.
What is the highest net worth you've ever reached on a hero?
35?
35k?
I want to say my highest with Ancient Apparition is like 28.
Man, I'm not talking about supports. Like,
I know. Just saying.
wait, how much?
Like 28,000.
That's still a lot.
Like an 8. It was like an hour and a half game or something like that.
I see. I mean, it's still a lot for a support ancient where you support.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a lot.
But you hit 25 and you're just doing so much. And if the game's at a stalemate, even when you're getting kills, gold's going up. Ricky going Crystallis BKB.
Yeah, maybe even just the BKB early on would be a little bit safer. The crit is definitely nice, buffs up your damage a little bit. He's getting closer and closer to level 25. They're all pretty much in the same spot. They need that one extra item, and they can actually take a solid team fight. But it all comes down to execution. It literally does not matter. Just the Ancient Apparition with the Frost Blast. That's all you need.
Yeah. Moons just was sitting in the pit. I'm not sure.
Waiting for Rosh?
Yeah, and it's not up for another minute 40.
At least.
Yeah. They might go through top here. They're all starting to
Bottom lane.
TP bottom now. Spike Carapace, the stun, and this is a lot of damage coming in from Raven. They've relocated over. They get the kill to Hishki. Try to get Sanctity. Uh-oh, he is in a lot of trouble.
That's a gem reclaimed as well, and that's a huge mistake. He actually used, he used the blink and the smoke screen without using the dart. So Invoker gets that BKB instantly, and then they follow up so easily on the Tiny without Invoker just dying afterwards.
Yeah.
So he was a little bit greedy because he knew that Invoker will be focused on the Tiny.
Now they're going on to the top tier 3. They'll bring over Moon. Jabs makes the rotation too. It's a 3v5 fight, and the Iraqs are going down very quickly. BKB's been popped here by Raven. They've got the stun, and man, Marvel just gets obliterated.
Yeah, he does have a buyback. Ricky might have to use it too, though, because they will lose one side at least. X1, 2, 3, he is not enough to defend this. You need to buy back the Ricky. He'll probably buy back the same second Tiny is up.
Lined up to do it earlier. They're going in, and oh, look at that.
Well,
Wraith King's gone with no buyback.
Yep. This is a moment in which you as Fnatic can definitely just end this game. Or as Lacoste says,
when it's time to call it, it's time to call it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, they're going to take a mid center. I think that's just that little interaction right there too is a bit of a learning experience for Lilgun, because Ricky holding that buyback a little bit too long when Wraith King's frontlining and has lost that first life.
Yeah, maybe they weren't communicating that well, because Ricky is probably doing the right thing. He's waiting for the Tiny to respawn, but the problem was you're losing Rexes already, so you can't really be that conservative.
Nice Blast comes in, but I'm not sure that's going to do enough. They've got the Aegis popped on Moon. The two-man stun comes out from the Nyx Assassin. They get Sanctity, they get Hishki. They're going to run down Marvel. 4 heroes, make it a full team wipe. Fnatic are going to get the 2-0 here and clean up Lilgun, making it look pretty easy throughout the series.
Yeah. I believe this is also the longest game that I have casted.
You got to see tier 4s.
In, yeah, I actually got to see tier 4s. Well, they're still standing. They didn't kill them, right?
Yeah. Well.
But they got to them at least. They got to Megas. This game wasn't a sprint, but it was a pretty decent one.
Yeah.
Saw some new ideas. Ricky from the mid lane with the sleeping dart. When you're the underdog, you can experiment a little bit. Try to win with something that's not casual Dota,
right.
So you can catch them off guard. And they did catch Moon many, many times. Sadly for Lilgun, Raven was just too on point.
He had like, what, 32,000 net worth by the end of that game. He was really farmed, and you know, they did take care of Moon. They did some things right there for Lilgun, but
everything had to go right, I think, and they need to start working on all cylinders. It's a team with a lot of potential. It's a team that's just not executing completely to take these games, and Fnatic take the 2-0. So they get the series win. To break down further, we've got in the panel, so we're going to throw it back over to you guys. Take it away.
They get the series win, and no real surprises yet again, like we've mentioned time and time again. Lilgun was the Season 1 lower division promotion, and Fnatic, they won Season 1 upper division. They were the top seed, and so kind of out of your element, but at least they brought it to a long game that Lizard was actually able to cast. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Fnatic too, but I'm mainly happy for Lizard.
Yeah, Fnatic, there's some still things to improve. If they are, not gonna say struggling, but it's not a clean game. Like Raven, he's pretty much the one who's holding him in this game. Moon getting caught so many times. I'm thinking about the large scale. I'm not talking about them being able to kill and get a win over Lilgun. It's about if this team goes to the major, if they continue playing like this. I still have my concerns, but in this game, Raven was just popping off. Nyx Assassin once again showing why this hero is. It's not popular in Southeast Asia. We had an interview the other day where I'm not sure who it was. Maybe it was Jabs even who was talking about it. Where like, yeah, Nyx, a bit slow at the start, not the good laner. But
yeah, we asked Whitemon about it
Whitemon?
Also in the last just like an hour ago, and I think we are starting to see the power more and more as this hero makes an appearance. Just there aren't many situations where it's not good, other than maybe some laning phase shortcomings, but you can't always be good at every single stage.
Yeah, it offers a lot of damage, of course, offers a ton of disable, and just makes it very hard for the enemy team to draft. Like, you don't want to pick a lot of heroes into it. The mana burn is a problem even for strength heroes or edgy. It doesn't matter. Like, heroes without mana and Dota just can't really play. And yeah, as the cost that Fnatic against Lilgun, you expect them to just dominate the game, crush them, But it was actually quite close. There were a couple of times where if Lilgun plays a little bit better, just a little bit better overall, might be able to take the game. It's still looking very rough around the corner.
Yeah, it's less and less time that we're able to make some justifications for it, because they're like, after the major, maybe they don't look so good. Oh, it's been a new patch, maybe they don't look so good. They still get the wins, but they're never convincing. They're always like, yeah, you did it, but it wasn't what we were expecting from a team with these players and the caliber of these players.
They lost to Execration 2-0. Right now they're sitting at 3-1, I believe. So still in a pretty good spot, in my opinion. Just want to see more from the team. I want to see a better execution. Like, what was Raven's score in this game? 15, 3, and 12. I mean, he's paired up with an IO, so of course you're gonna get all the benefits from him. The healing, you're gonna be the primary target for the relocates out. But yeah, good stuff. Nyx Assassin once again, kind of my MVP. But we'll decide which one gets it this time around. As you said, Lilgun, if they have a bit better execution, this game could have not just be more even, but also they might have taken it. The same goes for game number 1. Like, I think Phantom Lancer was possibly the king of the game if they executed better. So Lilgun, with their ideas, how to draft and how to approach a game, I don't think it's nothing necessarily too bad. I think this team has a lot of potential. It's just they lack experience. They seem to be lacking a bit of leadership in a situation when they're put on, where, let's say you're 5-10k gold down, they don't really know what to do. Like, you can see some inexperience as well. Timbersaw pushing the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. They bring a Tiny who's level 3. He's not going to threaten a kill on Timber.
Yeah, the buyback timing also and Ricky was hemming and hawing. Do I do it? Do I not? Wraith King died. All buyback. Wraith King's dead for 2 minutes. Close call, but again, Lilgun's just looking for experience. They are a team from Mongolia. It's a country that we don't see very well represented, and we're happy that they're getting an opportunity to play, especially playing against a storied carry player like Raven. You've been giving out a lot of MVPs, Lacoste. It's about time that production gets to make a call. Look at those bars.
Almost full kill participation, 0.85. Good stuff from Raven. Raven has been a stable carry, I think, for Fnatic, not just in the first season, but also in the second. His performance is always there, always top-notch, pretty much.
Yep, not much more to say. Stability is the name of his game. He is not flashy or anything. He just does what he needs to do every game. He itemizes well. He's never really autopiloting items, which I like very much about him, which a lot of other carry players do. Very solid.
Which a lot of mid players will often also do. And we will get an opportunity to speak to Fnatic's mid, as Moon will be gracing us with an interview after a 2-0 performance versus Lilgun. Moon, congratulations on the win versus Lilgun.
Hello, thank you.
So I've been curious about your hero pool. You've been playing quite a few different heroes. Here against Lilgun, you played Invoker, which I think was for the first time in Upper Division Season 2. Did you guys look at Lilgun as an opponent where you and Chuyan will maybe able to get some experience on like his Timbersaw, your Invoker, or did you take Lilgun just as seriously as any other opponent?
No, I think we treat this series as serious as the others.
Okay, fair enough.
So I mean, I used to play Invoker too, and Chen, I think he loved playing Timber a lot. Yeah.
Okay, Lukas, you got any questions for Moon?
What does the average day of Fnatic player looks like in terms of practice? Like how many scrims, how many replays do you watch, how many pubs?
It depends on the schedule. It's like maybe after tournament we're gonna take a break for 1 day, and then we're gonna have pub day, and then we start screaming until the next tournament.
Okay, you guys are not at the boot camp right now, right?
Yeah.
So
We are all in our home.
okay, well, what's the plan? Do you guys have a plan if you qualify to the major? Is there gonna be a boot camp?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Maybe we're gonna find a way to get a boot camp. I guess.
COVID making things a little bit difficult. But I just have a very simple question. We all have been wondering, we still all don't know. How do you pronounce the name of your offlane player properly?
Chuan.
Chuan.
Yeah.
Okay. We were close.
Okay, close enough, yeah. We struggled a little bit, but thank you.
I have another hero-specific question for you. We saw you built Aghanim Scepter on Templar Assassin. How do you feel about that build?
It was fun.
Yeah?
It's like a 10-second TP.
Yeah, it looked good. So then, like, do you think it changes how you play TA as, like, more of a split pusher? Or that was the kind of game that you were so far ahead that you're like, I'm just going to have some fun with it?
I mean, I think that game we are kind of needed. I think we are kind of sticking too much. And then I realized I should have gone for Aga X and just get more from. Yeah.
I see. Okay. I mean, it was creative and something that we've been theory crafting. The last question is the one that we've been asking all the SEA players. Which hero do you think is the most broken as a carry right now? Feel free to look at the list. We've gotten a consistent answer from quite a few players, and I'm wondering if you agree with them.
I would say Medusa. I guess.
There we go.
I think it's really strong hero.
Yeah, that's the one that we've gotten from all the other SEA players. I'm glad you're continuing the trend, and glad you're continuing the trend of wins yet again here in the Season 2 Upper Division. Looking forward to more of Fnatic after you are now 3-1, and yet again, congratulations on being Lilgun.
Okay, thank you.
Telling you, man, no one is ever going to go against the trend. I think initially I was like, do you think Medusa's the most broken? And they'll be like, yes.
Yeah, you're kind of putting the words
I'm
in their
putting the words in the mouth. At
so
this
they
point,
go
I'm
with
like,
an easy
hands
yes.
off. You guys tell me. It's still going to be Medusa.
Well, for a reason, we saw Medusa losing today.
We did.
Okay,
For the first time.
First time in Southeast Asia region. Hero's beatable.
You could see, though, like, how it loses games is, like, usually when the entire team just completely falls over and is done. Like, the hero always has, like, a fighting chance. There's always a comeback chance with Medusa, simply of, like, how strong the hero is late game. Laning phase. Sure, they lost the game, but he still crushed his lane. And just, yeah, too many strengths, not enough weaknesses.
As a carry who is one of the best, if not the best, late game carry in the game, like, feels super strong at the early stage. Just the laning stage feels very good. Like, you can get the kills if paired up with a certain hero, which usually is not the case.
Yep. The go-to was always Spectre is the latest game carry, and her early game was not great. That's why so many people were going for, like, that Vanguard Urn build. They were like, well, let's try to make her useful in the early game. but Medusa just needs levels, just needs Mystic Snake, and that's it. But still, 23 Savage, unfortunately, was not able to get the win. Still got the win in the series, much as how Fnatic did, which is now we can take a look at the standings, see where all these teams are sizing up. Fnatic now move up. They have dethroned T1. T1 were second place for a brief moment in the sun, but now Fnatic will take that with a 3-1 score. And again, I know people are probably surprised that we're being so critical of them with them being at such a high score, but this is, again, they were first place season 1. Of course we have high expectations for this team.
Yeah, it all started really at the major, right? Where they underperformed a lot. And then they had the roster change. Everyone was like really excited. How's it going to go? And yeah, they still have to prove that they have what it takes to really beat the top of the top of the top. They still have a couple of tough matches in the SEA region as well ahead of them.
Yeah, and things also turned out fairly well for Masaros, as you may have seen on the lower division side.
5-0?
5-0. So he took his experience in Fnatic, used it very, very constructively. And I take my experience here, learning from you guys. What do I predict in these games? Unfortunately, I don't think today I was the prediction king, but we have one. Oh, we have three.
We have 3. Prediction Lancer. B-Cop leading the charge.
Leading
double
the charge.
Dom.
That, like,
double
never
Dominic's in
happens.
the background.
Yeah,
He's the follower. He's the one who follows.
Yeah, like he should be the furthest back. Like he's the kind of guy.
It's a doppelganger. One of you is the real one of you is the 100% one. One of you is the dealing 100% one.
I'm the one that deals less damage, that deals no damage. I'm just a decoy, while Black, you know.
I'm definitely a full damage one.
Yeah.
And B-Cop is like the
He's the
illusion.
Lancer. Oh, he's a juxtaposition.
Yeah, he's the guy that deals like 0 damage.
Okay, he's the one.
Yeah, and you're the guy that deals like half-half.
I'm 50-50, you know, 50% smart, 50% strength.
Exactly.
Finds the
B-Cup
perfect
is
balance.
100%.
I'm saying B-Cup's at least the Lance shard illusion.
No, because
you know?
B-Cup
He's
is
been
the
getting
smartest
buffed
one.
up.
B-Cup actually is the smartest one. You know, he's a decoy. He's just toying with them, but not dealing any damage.
Yeah.
The one that you have to micro.
Yeah.
He leaves the kill into the guy that can only right-click.
At least you guys were a team effort, you know, a Mantis style. I love you guys
Naturally.
Mantis style.
I like this picture.
And that is the end of week 4, Southeast Asia. It blows my mind to think that all this time has passed, and we still don't really know who's going to be topping the charts. TNC looking like the best. We'll have to see if Fnatic can catch up, as they will be the second series. But first, OB Neon versus Lilgun. Yet again, Lilgun on May 12th will be looking for a win.
I don't think they can try to look too hard against OB Neon. There's always a chance, but OB Neon, as they said in the interview, they had their time when they fooled around. Now they're taking it seriously once again. 2 series that they lost, and now they're sitting at 2-2. I think they go full force in this one, even though it's a team that has no wins whatsoever. And then Fnatic versus T1. This will definitely be the closest match of the day. Looking forward to it. Who?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Who's your favorite?
I'm thinking. I think this is straight up 50-50.
Yeah.
Something that I don't like to say. I'm always leaning towards one side, but this time around, I think it comes down to the draft and how Fnatic shows up. I think I'm maybe favoring T1 slightly.
Okay. Based off of today?
Based off today, and just I feel like Whitemon is popping off. I think his gameplay, his positioning has been really well. Not just him, also Zephyr. What they did in that game, pretty much with Lion and Snapfire, single-handedly won them that game. Those early rotations, when things are looking rough for Carl, they stepped up.
You inclined to agree, Black? Nodding in
100%.
approval. 100%.
Yep.
That's what I like to hear. I like to hear approval. Well, I hope you guys approve of this show. We've been enjoying providing it to you. PGL, HyperX, and the pro level support of Secret Lab chairs. That's the end of week number 4, but come back soon. We'll be back with week number 5.